Yeah, here we go. All right. I know I went live a second ago, but I had to this last minute, so I don't think anybody's out there watching probably, but they have one person coming. Anyway, so yeah, we just got watching the finale, which I did not realize it was only a 6-episode miniseries this time around for True Detective. I, for some reason, thought it was like a 10-episode thing. It was only 6 episodes. Went into it not even knowing it was finale. Figured out it was finale like halfway through. And, dear God. I will tell you one thing for certain. There is no network on television, not a single network, and I say this with the absolute utter sincerity, there's no network on television that knows how to ruin a TV show in its last 20, 30 minutes or last episode, however you want to do it. But to ruin something, an entire series at the very end of it, just making the worst possible decisions. No network is as good at that as HBO is, man. They are the masters. They are just straight up the absolute masters at taking fairly, well, maybe not the best TV, maybe not the best show of all time or anything, but like a fairly decent show. It was pretty good up to that point. At least it had promising moments. It had interesting things sort of happening. I mean, it was you're expecting it to like stories to go somewhere, and it does. It goes somewhere, but unfortunately, the place it goes to is stupid and ridiculous. I think before I get into actually fully spoiling it, which I know no one's watching, so it doesn't really matter. I think everybody else is currently on somebody else's or on some of their Jack and everybody's on some of their stream right now. They're doing something else, but I thought I'd just jump in here. This is just basically, even if it's just me talking to nobody, I don't really care. But Rowan apparently is about to come on here. He wants to he wants to test something out, so we're gonna see what that's all about. Whenever he calls in, I'll add him here. But I'll wait to go into the real spoilers until after that, because I just have a lot of vitriol to vent about this show right now. So, let's see, is he coming or not? Oh, look at here. Who do we have?
Well, hello, Chris. This is Dave Rubin. How are you?
Yeah, it's an honor to have you, Mr. Is it Rubain, or are you named after the sandwich? I was always curious about that.
I'm less concerned with the name and more about the content of my high-level ideas.
I know. I think that's a mistake. It's a mistake because a Reuben is a damn good sandwich. So You
This
might
is
there's some
true.
branding.
I've enjoyed many a Reuben sandwich in my life. It makes me, feel like quite the cannibal, in fact.
Yeah, I feel like you're missing a good branding opportunity. Start like a Reuben sandwich shop or something, like Dave Rubens. It's like right there.
Uh,
You just got to
I
reach out and grab it.
completely agree. And perhaps one day when I finish selling my soul to the Koch brothers, I might very well open my very own sandwich shop.
Yeah, once you've sold your soul to Koch brothers, there wouldn't be much point in
Eh,
it after that point. I mean,
except for the
you
true
don't really need.
passion of sandwiches.
I have a feeling you're not gonna have him left after that. But I mean, hey, everybody's different. And everybody's got their own thing. So I mean,
So,
how is
sorry, go
yeah?
ahead.
No. I'm just wondering. Yeah, I don't know. You go ahead. I suddenly realize I don't really know anything about you actually. So
Well, I used to work for the Young Turks, and then one day I really just got fed up with all of that woke crap, and I realized that I was in fact a conservative, and
oh,
so
that's
now I
right.
make a lot of money.
You're the conservative gay one on the other ones, right? Okay, I forgot about that. You're the gay married one with
This is
adopted
true,
kids.
but I never bring up the fact that I'm gay because I don't want to, remind my fan base of that fact. They tolerate it, but I don't think they're too happy about it.
Oh, I'm happy about it. I think it's great. Yeah, I mean, you know,
Now, if you had to rate
reading, right?
this
So
impression, Chris, on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you say? Does this sound like myself or a little bit scoffed? What do you think?
you're doing pretty good. I don't know. Man. I mean, this is like just giving you like the. I mean, it is. It sounds. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's just. It's definitely. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be good enough to to pull one over on Sam Cedar or not. Like I don't know if it's. I mean, it might work for a minute. It's pretty good though. I mean, it's good. It's good. It definitely gives me. It's just I can't. I'm trying to keep talking. I'm gonna pinpoint like where the. I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help you try to tune this to just the right level of Rubenness. Like just the right level of Thousand Island dressing on that sandwich. I want to get it just right.
It's perfect. It's perfect because really I mean, this is a tricky voice to do, and so I'm trying to balance kind of my accent and the pitch of my voice because
Right.
I could go
Well,
up
now see
higher and I
there.
could do
Now
my
there.
normal speaking voice.
Right now, see right there, you're getting better already. Whatever adjustment was made definitely made a bit of a difference. You didn't sound quite as clipped there. You didn't sound like quite as much of an affect. Like it sounded a little more natural. So whatever you started doing there, just maybe a pinch more in that direction.
Interesting. So if I talk in this voice right now, does this sound better than it did for the past couple minutes?
Yes, way better. Yeah, you sound much
Wow.
more like you
Okay.
sound like a person. You sound like a person talking instead of a person doing an impression of a person talking. It's much better. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep.
Okay, because right now I'm really just talking to my normal speaking voice, so I might just stick with this.
I think that's normal. I mean, because that's. I mean, I granted, I have not. I have not used a great deal of Mr. Rubin's content. I have definitely seen clips of him. I've seen various YouTube clips and this and that over the
Eh,
years, here and there. But when I've seen him talk, I mean, I guess he does have he certainly I guess maybe when he's doing maybe speech stuff or something, maybe that's maybe what you're trying to imitate there with the more stylized speech. But I think generally when I see him on his show, when I've seen him on his show talking, he talks more just about the same kind of at your same timbre that you normally your normal kind of you know what I'm saying? Is it like when you're just talking in a regular voice? It sounded much more like how I've heard him before. But I mean, we can. Why don't we? We go to the tape, buddy. Let's pull up a good old Ruben classic and listen to that son of a bitch. Let's see if we can't compare the two, and we'll see if we can't get this whole thing worked out once and for all.
I'm
See here, I don't
always
even
down to
know.
listen to myself talk.
I mean, shit, who isn't? This is the internet. That's basically all we do here.
Also, briefly, where are you streaming to? What is the name of your channel?
Oh, I'm just yeah, I forgot. I'll send you the YouTube link just one second.
Perfect, because I would love to watch
it's
this
just
back and just kind of hear my own
yeah,
voice.
no, definitely. I'll keep it. I'll keep it. I mean, I don't have any reason to take it down or anything. It's really just a channel I created to as like a restream backup kind of thing for the show I do with Jeff. So, but I did once whenever he was out of town, I did host the show from that channel. So, I kind of have it. I've had it for years. To be honest, it's a channel I've had for years and never used it. Just like I set it up and like just because I was going to try to be like a professional YouTuber like years back before the pandemic happened and everything went to shit. So right now I am trying to get freaking page to open though. This Mac, this old ass iMac I'm on, man, and it is. It was giving me all these all these problems because it was like it's 2011, so it wouldn't let me naturally upgrade it to any of the more recent Mac OS operating systems, and there's so many pieces of software that just were like they wouldn't work anymore because they're just like, no, you need to use you'll have to upgrade your OS to even use this program anymore. I'm like, crap, like what the hell is Mac? I mean, I didn't realize how bad I got with Apple, so I had to find like a
That is
workaround to like
very annoying.
yes, it is. And so anyway, I was going to work around to get a newer version of the OS on here, and now it's running, but everything is moving about half speed or something. Even though I mean, it's got a Core i7. It's an older Core i7, but it's like a third generation Core i7 and 32 gigs of DDR3. It should be okay. It should be enough to run Chrome, which is all it's running right now.
It
But it
should
is giving
be.
me
Your hard drive might be bogged down with a bunch of stuff. You could
no.
always
Actually,
run some sort of like thing on it.
well, it's an older, it's a Samsung Evo 960 Evo, but it's got an SSD. I have a regular hard drive for like archive storage, but I don't run any programs off it.
Yeah,
So it's just being a little Mac bitch is what's being right now. As you know,
that is unfortunate.
it's unfortunate. It really is. Yeah, I haven't. See, I haven't. I like the last time I saw you on any stream or anything. I think it was last time you were doing. You were on Paul's show as Peterson, so I haven't seen you in a minute. How's it been going, man?
That's right. That's right. Yeah, yeah. We did that last week. And yeah, he wore that ridiculous sunglasses and his mustache, and so I had to match him in ridiculousness.
True, true, true. I mean, you gotta win in Rome, right? Win in Rome.
Absolutely.
Um, here we go. Here, I'm gonna.
There's this one line I'm planning on telling Sam whenever I call into him. Are you familiar with the backstory when he was fired from MSNBC?
No, I didn't even know he ever worked at MSNBC. I strictly know Sam Cedar from the internet. I did not have any idea of his and from Bob's Burgers. The only two things I know Sam Cedar from, and I didn't even know that I didn't realize he was that voice from Bob's Burgers for until it was like pointed out to me at by some YouTube video or something. So I didn't know that. Or I used to
Yes,
be.
Sam he's been in media for quite a long time. He also acted in Sex in the City back in the day. Um,
Oh,
and
really? I
so
didn't
he
did
was
not know
a
that either.
yeah. Yeah, so he worked at MSNBC back in around maybe 2009, 2011. And whenever the Roman Polanski case of the kid diddling, kind of came back to national
Yeah.
attention,
Hmm.
a lot of people in the media were saying things like, we should give Roman Polanski a pass because of all the artistic contributions he's made. And Sam obviously thought that was ridiculous. And so to satirize those people, he made a tweet in which he wrote, I hope that if somebody ever, I'm not sure about YouTube TOS here, but if somebody ever, R words my daughter, I hope that, it's a person with a really great sense of mise en scene. And so MSNBC didn't really see the satire in that. And so they fired him over it. And so that's what I'm going to bring up tomorrow in the show. I'm going to
Yeah,
say,
and
Sam,
I feel like the first when I first encountered Sense Eater, I didn't right away. It wasn't until it was like as time went on, like the first time I came across his show, um, I thought he was. I mean, I didn't agree with him per se on a lot of stuff, but like at the same time, I didn't think he was terrible or anything. I wasn't like, I wasn't. I didn't. He didn't have the awful co-hosts or the awful co-hosts, I should say. It was when it was like, I guess it was just him at the time. Like when it was just him, I think his show was better, at least at that point, because I don't think he didn't have these sycophantic like crazy people in his ear all the time. I mean, I guess if I had that woman and those other staffers that he has around him all the time, like constantly, like whispering in my ear how whatever they do, like they seem like demons to me. I don't know, just like I hate because Sam is the only likable person on his show. Everybody else that's on his show is completely detestable in my opinion. I I I do not think I could sit in a room with that awful woman that was on. I mean, like, I don't even like Tim Pool, but I felt bad for Tim Pool having to be in a conversation with her. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I just like it's like who do you hate more? I don't know. I can't decide. So,
It was pretty rough. That was a rough conversation. Yeah, I don't really ever watch the Majority Report whenever Sam's not on. I tune in for him, and if it's if it's Emma and the other people, I kind of just go like,
well,
not as entertaining. I'm there for the salt and pepper.
all they do is find clips of like something from Tim Pool or whatever, and they cackle about it. It's just like God, it's worse than watching streamers. God, it's worse than it's worse than watching myself. Oh my God.
Yeah, I watch Sam Cedar shit on Tim Pool all day, but the other people, they're just not as funny. They don't quite have the same sense of, insert French term here. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that's it. And like, I mean, I remember I made similar jokes about the Roman Polanski thing whenever people were talking about that stuff. I remember being kind of like, I mean, it was like, every they freaking like, I mean, especially when they end up giving the goddamn Oscar for the pianist, which I'm sorry, it's not even that great of a movie. Even I mean, amongst Roman Polanski's own films, even amongst World War II movies about Jews in the Holocaust, stuff like that, it's just is it okay? It's like an okay-ish like World War II, but it's like it's one of the more bland and unforgettable of all of them. And like that year, like if I'm not mistaken, I think that was the same year that I think it was the same year the adaptation was nominated for best screenplay, and like there were so many other movies that deserved awards if they were gonna if that was when I still cared. I haven't cared for the Oscars in a long time now, but like when I used to care for the show a lot when I was younger, and like it pissed me off so much that like they gave like best screenplay to like The Pianist and over adaptation, which was in my opinion like and it still is like a brilliant screenplay, a work of art as a screenplay. Like I mean one of the most like audacious things ever written and put to screen, but like it's just like I don't know. Like Roman Polanski is like he has made contributions to film that I am, I and he was at the time. I do know that he was definitely somewhat traumatized by the death of his wife and all that shit. I'm sure there's a lot of things going on there. I don't understand. I don't think there's any good people in that story. Everybody, including him, all deserved, and the girl's mother all deserved to go to jail for that shit. Like it was like the girl's mother freaking delivered her to him. The whole thing is just fucked up in so many ways, on so many levels. And it's just like everybody's just like, well, it's been a while, so maybe we'll just like move on.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I wanted to take because that's a deep cut in Cedar lore, not something that he talks about too particularly much. And so I have this line that I'm going to tell him when I call him. I'm going to say, say you set on Majority Report looks like shit too. On top of my ideas being better than yours, the Rubin Report just looks better too. You really lack a sense of what's the phrase? I believe it's mise en scene.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. I think well, that is the one thing I will say that about Dave Rubin's show is that it does. He has a nice set. He has a nice set. It looks like a church. It looks like a parlor in a church, but still, it's a nice set. Yeah. It's what it is. I grew up in
He
a lot of Southern
absolutely
Baptist
does.
churches. Yeah, doesn't it? Doesn't it look like one of those like those little like parlor rooms they have for like in like old Baptist churches, like for like when so people go and cry or whatever, like, or like a side room parlor. It's kind of what it looks like.
It does. And, I saw this really interesting video analysis probably a few months ago about how if you look at a lot of particularly conservative or right-wing talk shows, they went through this phase where they all had brick backgrounds. And if you line them up side by side, almost every single one from Steven Crowder to Dave Rubin to Tim Pool at one point all had brick. And then at some point they changed, and now they've shifted over to this more like modern kind of like smooth lighting look. And this person was like theorizing that they had brick backgrounds, even if it was unconscious, to kind of have this rugged working man, working class kind of aesthetic. But then once that, I guess, stopped being as popular in the space, they've now shifted to this cool metal LED light kind of thing. I just found that interesting.
I think that's interesting. I think there's definitely a psychological aspect to it. There's something going on there. I mean, but I saw this, but it wasn't just the conservative spaces that did that. There were several like left and center and left leaning news shows like Breaking Points and Rising and stuff that also changed to more sleek looking lighting and shit like that.
That makes sense. I switched from brick a long time ago whenever fucking, oh, what's his name? Dennis Prager came down and said, Ruben, our favorite token gay, here's what you're going to do. You're going to install LEDs, and you're never going to talk about you and your husband adopting kids ever again. And I said, yes, sir.
Well, I guess as long as it's cool with his husband, it's probably, at least he doesn't mind sucking Prager's cock, I guess. So, I mean,
Have you seen the Eamon animations of Dave Rubin and Dennis Prager?
no, I guess I haven't.
Let me link this to you real quick, and I
Sure,
actually
yeah.
got to go here in a minute. But I think
All
this
right.
will tickle you. If you want to watch this on stream real quick, then it'd be fun.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that. If you just share your screen, just share your screen, throw it up.
Okay, here, Dave Rubin, Dennis Prager. Okay, this is pretty good. All right.
Yeah,
Let me see if
I
I can figure this out here.
yeah, I think as soon as
Okay.
you hit present, and then a
See,
screen should pop over here, and I should be able to add it to the screen. I am new to
says I have to
StreamYard.
use
I've
Chrome if
only
I
used
want to
StreamYard
share
once.
audio. I think it's not gonna share
Shit.
audio through Firefox. Could I send you the YouTube video?
Yeah, just put the link in private chat right there, and I'll pull it myself.
Okay, link is being posted.
There we go. Got it. Yeah, I want to start doing like a stream on like kind of pop culture things for a little while anyway, and like this, I watched this fucking. We've been watching the new season of True Detective, which had been going fine, but HBO being HBO, um, absolutely has no ability to. They have no chill. They have no ability to finish a series without making sure that they thoroughly defile kill it and defile its corpse before they put it in the ground. They need to make sure that it's thorough. It's a very thorough job they must do before they don't want to they want to make sure that people don't have any warm feelings left once they're done. It's very I admire their ethic. That they work very hard to make sure that they ruin every single series they put out. So you gotta respect the game, I guess.
Of course, it's all of the invasion of all those woke people into Hollywood.
That's not what I'm talking about. It's just a bad show, man. I mean, what you
Uh,
did you like Game of Thrones? The Game of Thrones finale?
Not the ending. Hey, it's me.
Hey, look at there. Look at there.
They're
Look at that.
unflattering rendering of myself if I do say so, but I'll take what I can get.
Well, Eldritch Dennis Prager, we're about to experience this together this is the first time I'm seeing this as well. So let's see how this goes. Let's see here. I'm going to turn this up some. Okay. And then it goes black. There we go. This stupid thing is going so freaking slow.
Okay, there we go.
There we go.
That's interesting.
Beautiful.
If there were no moral rules and no police, men would grab women and do what they wanted as a rule. That is the way men are made.
Yeah.
The fact that your man doesn't act that way is because he has been given a set of rules and because he knows that he will be punished.
See, that's so interesting.
Men know this, and we males, I am one of them, I am male.
Yeah.
We know this from a very early age. We can't act out our sexual nature.
If the dial of ideas was turned to low for the last few years, it's quickly moving into the hot position. And I have to say that my brain is still in recovery mode from taking in so many high-level important ideas.
Yeah, it has so many.
My life is devoted to fighting evil. I want to destroy evil.
Yeah.
This is really critical. If there's no God, there's no good and evil. There are only opinions about good and evil. Here is a fact. There's no God over me. There's no policeman over me. There's no one over me. I am God.
Well, it's hard to argue with someone with that many hands. You know? I have no idea. It can't demonstrate this without doing this, but regardless, yeah, I think he makes some really good points. At least his hands did. He had a lot of fingers to make points with, so that's always good. Yeah.
Good old Dennis Prager. I'm glad you enjoyed his high level ideas.
His high level ideas are so high level that they make me feel lowly and humbled by his obviously great intellect, his ability to think so succinctly about I mean, in the way that he has taken all the words from all these other people and just regurgitated them verbatim. I mean, if you only say things that you already know are correct, you'll never wrong. So, it's just a good strategy.
Well, I wholeheartedly agree. Well, Chris, I think that I better hop off here, but it was good talking to you. And
well, yeah, I mean,
let me know whenever you're going to do that panel show.
I wish you'd stick around to shoot the shit, man. What do you got to go work on? What do you got on your plate here? Like, plug me something, Rowan. Who you really are.
Well, here soon. I tonight I have to go hang out with my girlfriend for a little bit, and then I'm going to sleep. And then tomorrow I have to work on my Sam's Heater prank call. I'm literally just going to call into his show every single day this week until he answers, and then just hit him with quite the verbal storm. So, wish me luck. I'll send you a message whenever it's finally posted.
Yeah, let me know. I mean, and feel free. I mean, seriously, like come by the stream. We're gonna have a pretty cool guest on this week. So I've sworn to secrecy on it at this point, but seriously, like keep a lookout on the updates on the streams this week, because we're gonna have a really cool guest coming up this week on probably Thursday. But I can't say who it is yet. But it is it's someone you might be interested in hearing from. So or hearing a conversation with someone. So
it sounds like a lot of fun. Thanks for having me on, Chris. It's good to talk to you.
Good talking to you, man. Bye. That was our good friend Dave Rubin, of course. I really should just have Rowan come on and just like as different people just come on and just like we just do conversations. It's pretty much the same thing as conversing with the AI at this point, I think. Yeah. I don't know. I really wish this stupid fucking Mac would actually work the way it's supposed to, instead of like acting like it's such a major burden for it to even like run basic programs. All right, there's nobody out there watching. It's fine. So that's actually fine. I'm actually glad there's somebody watching then, because if there's nobody watching, then nobody can get mad about the fact that I'm going to spoil the absolute living fuck out of True Detective season 4. So, and if that is an issue for you, if there is somebody watching, somebody does decide to watch this, and I made it pretty clear in the title, made it pretty clear in the description, but I am going to spoil the absolute living fuck out of this because it deserves it. Okay. True Detective season 4 knows what it did. It knows. It's not innocent in this. Okay, you don't need to feel bad that it's getting spoiled. Okay, you don't need to feel bad about it because it deserves it. It deserves for people not to watch it. It deserves for people to be angry about it, a la Game of Thrones and etc. etc. Um, the thing is that True Detective has been it's great season 1. It's one of the I think for most people would consider it to be like an all-time great season of television. It's a pretty great standalone thing. Honestly, it never needed to have a season 2 or 3. It never really needed to go on from there. But they did anyway. They decided to anyway. I personally don't care for season 2. I think it's got good aspects to it. It's got some good performances. There's some good moments of writing. It's also got some of the cringiest shit I've ever seen in my life in it. And ultimately, I feel like it's kind of a slog that doesn't really go much of anywhere. But nonetheless, hey, whatever. It seems like a lot of a lot of yelling about nothing. Season 3, it was fine. It was just fine. It was not bad by any means. It had some good stuff. It never got as cringy as season 2, but at the same time, like the cringiness of season 2 kind of made it stand out a little bit. It made it a little more memorable. I know I watched season 3, and at the time I watched it, I remember like liking it, but I can't remember anything from it now. It's like it just is faded from my memory, like just instantly. Season 4 won't have, unfortunately. I think it's going to live rent free in my brain for a little while. For a little while, at least that's why I'm trying to purge it right now. I'm trying to purge this from my skull because this fucking show, man. First of all, you take like it really tried to sell itself on this whole like it on the cast of like you got Jodie Foster, and then you have I can't even. I don't even think I honestly don't think she has a name. Like her partner doesn't really have a name. She's just I'm referring to her. I think she's more like a kind of like in that generic Marvel superhero sense. It's like she's bad face jewelry girl is what I'll refer to her as. Bad face jewelry police woman. I don't know, whatever you like. She has terrible face jewelry. That's it. That's her defining characteristic. That she's angry. She's angry and she has bad face jewelry right here. She has piercings in her cheeks that make it look like she's always got like she's always like sucking in her inside of her. That's very. It's a bad look, is what I'm saying. It's not a good look for anybody. It's not like cool or punk rock or anything. It looks dumb. It's like one of those piercing things that like people do, and you're just like, I mean, fine. You really want to just poke holes in yourself. I guess I get. You do you, but like sometimes a piercing can look cool. It's not, and sometimes it works for certain. Some of them work for certain people. Some don't work for anybody, that kind of thing. But this is definitely a case where like this is face tattoo level bad, right? Is there anyone ever seen a face tattoo that you thought was really awesome? No, you haven't, because it hasn't happened. It's never existed. Face tattoos are bad. They're norm. It's a normal thing to think that face tattoos are bad. This is like what that is. This is face tattoo bad. So uh she basically, the whole thing is like it starts out like very much trying to recall like aspects of Twin Peaks, The Thing, and of course the first season of True Detective is the things that it's trying to rip off very very hard at the beginning. And it builds up a lot of like really cool creepy atmosphere. And I mean, I will say that for 5.5 episodes of this show, it's a fairly cool, like intriguing little thing. It's the most I enjoyed True Detective the most memorable True Detective season since one. But as I said before, because HBO is HBO and there is no cure. They are on a mission, I think, at this point to make sure that no matter what happens from here on, if they have a show that has any degree of quality to it, they will make sure they will find a way. They will find a way to make sure that you hate yourself for having watched it by the end of it. It's just like something they're just like I don't know. They're so good at it. I mean, it's really like it's like they already got your time, right? They got your time. They got your money from the HBO subscription or whatever. They already got your money. They got your eyeballs on it. Now they want to. Now they're ready. Now it's time to wrap it up. And you can't. It's like trying to write endings is hard. It really is. So instead of doing that, why don't we just just be like, it's much easier just to flip the audience off and then run away. And they're really good at doing that. And I think that it's a skill that a very all that few many try and few master as well as HBO has. Um, the best like, as I was saying to people I was watching with it earlier, the best thing I can compare it to, not the best thing, I guess. I don't know if that's the way to put it, but right way to put it. But the only thing I can compare it to in terms of like shows that have ruined themselves in the span of time this one does, because really it's just the last half of the last episode, up to about the halfway point of this episode of the last episode. It's all pretty cool. Everything's good, and then it's gonna, and I'm gonna explain what happens and how it goes wrong, but it's similar. It reminds me a lot, though, of the show, of the remake of Battlestar Galactica that the Sci-Fi Channel did, which I don't know how many people saw that anymore. I feel like people don't remember it. I mean, it's mostly forgotten because of the fact that it completely just like shoots itself in the dick like 80 times at the end of it. It's a honestly, it already has a great ending. It had this big 3-hour finale, and it gets to a great like fun like closing final point right at the end of that second hour, right? It goes right at the end of the second two. It has a great like ending shot and everything, and then it's just like for some reason it's like one of those things like where you see a movie and you get to like what's the obvious ending and you get to the obvious ending point, and then the movie just keeps going and you're like, wait, why is it still? I mean, didn't we just resolve everything? And then you know that like it's sometimes there's a fair sometimes like that point that it keeps going is turns out to be a really cool surprising thing, something really interesting happens, but most of the time it's nothing but like people wandering around saying goodbye, or just whipping their dicks out to piss on the audience, fire hose style for as long as they can. And that's really what you're looking at here. And then with Battlestar Galactica did this great thing where they built up, these 4 years, I think it was 4 or 5 years of really, really good, very solid science fiction television, best thing that Sci-Fi Channel ever did. And then in the last hour, went out of their way to the most baffling degree I'd ever seen the show up to this point. It went out of its way in 1 hour's time, an hour in television, probably like not even full an hour, in just like the short span of time, to take all of the investment you put in the characters and the world and everything up to that point, and just absolutely just bend it over a table and fuck it to death. It was the worst thing. It was so bad. They fully invalidated the entire series up to that point in that show. And it was sad and embarrassing, and I have no idea how I have no idea why. I heard there's actually like supposedly Sam Esmail is doing yet another reboot of Battlestar Galactica or something like that at some point I heard, and I don't know why anybody would try to do that again after that. I mean, I don't think the story is that interesting in the first place. Just find a new story, guys. But anyway, but so, Sam Esmail, another a good example of somebody who had a run, like has created probably one of the best single seasons of a TV show ever in the first season of Mr. Robot. Continues to make two really good, intriguing seeming like build up seasons in seasons 2 and 3. It creates a lot of intrigue and a lot of really interesting things in seasons 2 and 3. It's not as strong. It doesn't have the direction, the drive that season 1 has, but it still is creating like something that's building like a world and something that's really fucking interesting, right? And then you get to season 4, and not only do all of the things they built up for the last 3 years like are suddenly just tossed out the window, they swap them out for things that are insulting to the audience. They're just like, it's like I can't even explain I can't explain to you without watching it. And I won't spoil Mr. Robot, because Mr. Robot is actually good for 3 seasons. It's worth watching those 3 seasons. Just don't watch the 4th one, because Mr. Robot is and was like probably the only TV show that's ever properly done any kind of real technical display of people doing technical work on computers in a competent way. It actually is realistic. It actually understands how computers work, which is something that strangely people that make TV shows don't know how to do, I guess. It understands how computers work. It understands how hacking actually works. It understands the actual ways, and it makes it interesting. And it's amazing. It does it all so well, even with characters that aren't terribly likable at first. They get more interesting, but without any characters that are all terribly likable and in so many there's so many different things that happen uh, throughout that series, and it all points in a certain direction. I like that. I'm not going to spoil it, but then the 4th season, it not only does it not use any of the things it built to, it continues to it also suddenly becomes tech illiterate. It completely goes tech stupid. Like the show has been like the most literate technical show when it comes to computers that that probably has ever been aired on television, ever. I mean, I am not aware of another show that's ever managed to actually portray anybody working on a computer that was realistic in any sense at all. And Mr. Robot did that, which is maybe for me shouldn't be a huge accomplishment, but it feels like a huge accomplishment if you are a nerd of any sort and you've ever have done computer work, and you've been, you've had to sit through numerous movies and TV shows that are just like you're just like screaming at the thing, like that's like you must have made this on computers. How do you not know how a computer works? How do you not know what a computer looks like? It's insane to imagine that these people that are using computers to make these things don't know how computers work. It baffles you. Um, but anyway, but the show, once again, it's like it's such a brilliant, technically proficient show, and it goes out of its way, it seems like, in season 4, in some of the laziest plotting, laziest way possible. Just suddenly it's like it forgets all about being tech literate and everything else, and just turns in suddenly hackers are magic, and it has an ending that is, I think, that bamboozled a lot of people into thinking it was deep, because it made no sense. It really makes no sense at all. So like the actual ending of the show honestly makes 0 sense. And I will, on a future stream, be going into, because this isn't I intend to do this stream in the future called the No Hitters, and one of the things we're going to do is break down things like that. I'm gonna break down Mr. Robot season by season. We're gonna do, like, we want an episode to break down each season, so I can explain exactly how it went wrong, because it's a fascinating case study of a show that, I mean, seriously, it was, at one point, I would have genuinely and honestly said it was, if not my favorite, if not the best, I would have said it was probably my favorite TV show I'd ever seen up until rewatching season 4. And season 4, I was so hypnotized by the show, and I liked it so much up to that point that I didn't even realize how bad season 4 was until I had time away from it to think about it. It was like it pulled a fast one on me, and that's what you can't, and that's what you just can't get out of that's what you can't that's what you can't help, you can avoid that feeling um with True Detective season 4, because True Detective season 4 is at the end of it, I just felt like it felt like it felt like like it was kind of like meeting like a stranger somewhere and just meeting somebody at a party and having an interesting conversation with them, a really interesting conversation and talking to them and really enjoying the conversation you're having and getting to know this person. You're thinking this is an interesting person. This is someone that I may have some things in common with. I'm not talking about anything romantic per se or anything like that. I'm not saying anything like that. Just a friend. You meet a new friend and you're interested in this friend. They think they have some interesting stories and stuff, and you talk to them for maybe 3, 4, 5 hours, and then right then, like, but right as the party is way wound down, and you're like halfway through, like, hour 5 of this conversation or something like that, and then suddenly they say something that that absolutely contradicts everything that they said before, and you kind of like you're like, what? Wait, what did you? But before, and then without even like skipping a beat, that they're like, oh, I was lying about all that stuff. I mean, I never did that. All that stuff was bullshit. No, I've been lying to you this whole time, and you're just like, why would you do that? Like, er, I mean, I guess okay, but why? And it's like, oh, I don't know, because I just felt like being an asshole, I guess. And like, so yeah, it's that's how it feels. It just feels like someone. It's just like it's not anything to you can't take it too personally, but at the same time, it just feels like it's like it just makes you feel kind of like why go through so much? Why did you go through so much trouble just to like just to like at the end of it just to be like, oh, I was lying about all that. I mean, why? I mean, was it that much fun to lie? Was it? I mean, I guess if it had been entertaining, but but it's not just the lie part. It's that like whenever you actually do get there, it's like not only was I lying, but actually what I really do is that I'm a serial rapist. That's my actual profession. So not only were you interested and you thought this was a cool person, but and they lied to you for hours, and then you find out they're actually a terrible person, and that you are horrified by them. So like it's really not a good feeling. It feels bad, But at the same time, sure, you're gonna leave that party. You're not gonna have to talk to them again. I after the stream, I plan to use this to purge season 4 of True Detective, or not really very good detectives after all. Season 4 is what I'm calling it now. Maybe false detective, fake detective. I don't know. Um, yeah. You know, Let me see here. I got a deal. I got a message here. I see here. Anyway, okay. So season 4. So season 4 is like it's set in it's got an interesting setting. Very similar to The Thing or another show, a movie I talked about recently, Millicents of Snow, which is it's has a similar kind of vibe thing going on to it. Um, there's like this research station out in the Arctic somewhere, and the beginning of the series opens up with like this like what essentially becomes this a big bullshit fake out thing. Okay, it's just like it opens up this pretty cool like intro thing, and yes, once again, I'm spoiling all of it. I don't care that that the first 5.5 episodes are good. If you feel like that's wrong or something, just don't watch. I don't care. I mean, I'm doing this for me. I'm really doing this so I can get it out of my head because it made me it riled me up. It got me all hot under the collar in a bad way. I just feel like I gotta rant it out at the camera if I have to. So it goes through so much trouble to set up this whole like kind of creepy kind of thing where like there's all these scientists and like they're just doing their sciencey things. They're just like hanging out in they're hanging out in their station, and for some reason there's a they're watching Ferris Bueller's Day Off, I guess, or something, and for some reason and this is apparently a very important point in the show. They make sure because they do this a bunch in the show, where like there's this just the scene in Ferris Bueller's Day Off where he's in the parade and like they're in the Beatles Twist and Shout is playing, and it's like I guess really what must have happened is they got the rights for that song. They must have paid a shitload of money to have the rights to use that clip and that song both in the show. So like they once they had that, they were just like, well, shit, we paid a lot of money for this clip. We better use the hell out of it because they sure do, man. They have it playing in a loop for a long time, and it's actually a plot point twice in the show does Jodie Foster's character freak out and rip cords out of the wall to get this thing to stop playing, to get this clip of this movie to stop playing a loop. And they even at the end have they have a sad slow version. A sad slow version of Twist and Shout plays over one of the emotional scenes at the end. It, it's like literally just like twist and shout, twist and shout. It's all like it's like sad girl version. It's like Inya or some bullshit like that. It's like singing like I swear to God, it's one of the dumbest fucking music. What are they? What's the term? I can't even remember the term. The term for like when they dumbest fucking needle drops I've ever seen in a movie. It's in a show, movie, whatever. It's I mean honestly I laughed. I laughed out loud. I couldn't help but just like burst out laughing because I couldn't help but just because it's just hilarious. Like it's a scene where someone had just almost died. Someone just almost died, and they fall into the ice and they're freezing to death, and they pull out of the water, and she has a vision about her dead child that we only found out about it like 15 minutes before. Like we know the whole series they never mentioned the fact that Jodie Foster's character, and I'm jumping way ahead here, but it won't matter because everyone's watched this anyway. Jodie Foster's character apparently for all 5 episodes we don't hear anything about the fact that she apparently has a kid that died, and that's I guess that's like the explanation for why she's such a fucked up hardcore bitch, and why she's so rough and tumble because like her kid died and it's messed her up and stuff like man, and that would mess somebody up. Don't get me wrong, but the show hasn't bothered to mention this or give us any backstory that gives us this information at all up to this point. It literally hasn't mentioned it before. There's multiple scenes of bad face jewelry woman. She has like visions where she wanders in the snow I think she's trying to kill herself, or maybe she's just trying to get out of the TV series. I'm not sure. It could have been that. I mean, it's possible that she was aware of how bad the show was. But she keeps trying to wander out of the show, and then every time she does, she has like some vision of some sort where she's suddenly in a desert, and I don't know what that's supposed to be like because like is it supposed to be like what the Arctic looks like when it's not covered in ice? Because that's not a thing that ever happens. So I have no idea like where it's supposed to be and why it's like a desert thing, but suddenly she has visions where she's like in the desert, and there's like a little boy like reaches up at her at one point, and she's like, and she sees this little boy and has like this like tearful moment, and so she tries to tell Jodie Foster about this at one point, and this is the first time we've ever heard about Jodie Foster's kid. This happens like once again. This is the last half of this finale. We haven't heard about this at all. We had no idea about this, and Jodie Foster's character goes off on her. It's like you have no right to talk about, and then like 5 minutes later in the show, she ends up falling into some ice, and like bad facial woman pulls her out of the ice, saves her life, gets her back to Dawn, gets her back on her feet, and Jodie Foster's like, "Tell me what he said in your vision." She suddenly wants to know, and apparently all the kid said in the vision was that he sees you. She said he sees you. That's what she tells Jodie Foster, and she's like, "Oh, okay." And then draw and then cue the music, sad version of Twist and Shout. I mean, I'm not explaining that badly at all. It sounds like I'm probably making that sound worse. It's really that bad. It's really that's really the sequence of events. A sequence of events in any show. And now, like, once again, Twist and Shout, it's been used in the show. It's been a recurring theme of the show. Right? It's happened several times. At the very beginning of it, it's stuck on a loop for some reason. Like just Twist and Shout, just like a 30-second like loop of like just like Twist and Shout and Ferris Bueller's Day Off playing this TV thing. And whenever the police get there to try to investigate the disappearance of all these scientists and everything, it's still playing a loop, and they can't figure out turn it off. And is the no? That's why I'm bitching, Jack. It's not good. No, I mean, you have to view it as a whole because it's not a Twisted Shout is a good song. You're right. It's a good song. I mean, 30 seconds of it on a loop isn't, maybe the most enjoyable thing in the world, but that's fine. It's supposed to be the point. It's supposed to be annoying. It annoys the fuck out of her. And I don't know if it's specifically that song seems to trigger her. That's never explained. And I can only assume I guess maybe, oh no, it's not bad on purpose. No, it thinks it's deep. It thinks it's very deep. That song particularly triggers Jodie Foster's character. She's angered by Twist and Shout when she hears it. She's like, she goes insane. She rips cords out of the wall to get it to stop playing. That happens in like the first episode. Then later on, it happens. For some reason, someone has gone back up and hooked all of the AV equipment that had been in this thing, hooks it all back up and has the same loop of Twist and Shout playing again, which would make sense if the show was about ghosts or something paranormal or spooky or supernatural, like it keeps trying to like make you think it's about. It really, really, really wants you to think that this is going to be like something spooky. Okay. Um, it really tries it tries so hard to make you think that there's like something, there's ghosts and stuff like that. But in the end, as we should have seen it coming. Everyone watching should have seen it coming. I think everybody that was in my group that was watching it, we should have seen it coming. Everyone should have seen it coming. I mean, it was obvious that this was True Detective, but girl version. So, and I have no problem with that. I personally like, listen, as a writer, I personally enjoy writing female characters more than I enjoy writing male characters. I think there's more. I find there's a lot more I can do with a female character because you don't see as many good, strong female characters in movies and stuff. So I feel like it gives you a kind of a unique edge as a writer to write in that perspective. And I've grown up. I know women. I know more women than I know men. I grew up more on my mother and my sisters, and I have 2 daughters, and I have a wife, and I'm probably more familiar with women in the way they think and talk and act than I am with men in general. So I write women. I like writing female characters. And I like writing intelligent female characters that are females, that are actual women. They're not just dudes that have tits or something, but they're, I like writing actual fully rounded female characters. It's something that I've prided myself, my work from doing before. But in this case, they basically just try to like copy the same like kind of like bad attitude detective characters from season 1. They basically just try to make basically just like they're like Jodie Foster's character is apparently like a huge slut that she slept with everybody in the police station, and it's I guess like we come to find out she's a huge slut because her kid died. I don't know. She also has this adopted daughter that's never, they never explain any of these things. That's fine. I don't necessarily need explanations. You can have world building that doesn't have explicit explanation behind it. That's not necessary. But whenever you try to make it mean something in the context of your story, it's really, Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah. That is a great line in As Good as It Gets. It's a great line, but I do think I I I don't know. I've written a handful of screenplays with female leads, and I think I find it I find it a more interesting perspective to write from because I being a man I know that we're not quite as complicated in a lot of cases as a lot of women's motivations things can be. In this show, though, like the motivations are really simple. Is that mostly, and it all comes from the fact that that it's mostly just that women decide that all men suck, and who would have guessed? That'd be the ultimate. It's everything that happens, everything that's revealed in the ending it's only the stupidest thing for long enough for the next stupidest thing to happen until the show ends. It's like stupid thing happened, then stupid thing happened, then stupider thing, then stupider thing. It just keeps getting worse. So you go through. True Detective Jack it's a serialized it's not a serialized show and that's it's one of those it's a anthology series. The first season of True Detective is about um the True Detective season 1 is Matthew McConaughey and have you not seen it? I don't know. I can't tell if you're serious. I mean, you could just come here and talk to me. I mean, yeah. I'm here by myself. I'm just talking. I'm ranting. I'm ranting it to you now because you're like the only viewer I have. So anyway, you don't have to come up that though. True Detective season 1's really good. Jeff's a huge fan of it. Most people are huge fans of it. Most people that saw True, it's Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson both doing career best work. Um, I always felt like the ending of it was slightly less of what I wanted from it, but it's still a good ending. It still stays true to itself the whole way through, and it's still a very solid it's a very solid series season of television. I think it's very good. It's a bit nihilistic at times, but it ends on a note of hope that I think kind of keeps it from being too nihilistic. So season 2 and 3 are, as I said earlier, season 2 is kind of a great big train wreck that is kind of entertaining because of how much of a train wreck it is. Season 3 is kind of fine, but whatever. I forgot. I don't remember anything about it. And season 4 is up until the last half of it is a really interesting mystery that seems like it's got like it's going to have some that tries really 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 hard to make you think that it's about ghosts or something paranormal, which when we watched the first episode, we saw like this Twin Peaksy kind of like, ghosties type stuff in it. And there was stuff in it that literally has to be paranormal. There was stuff in it that can't actually be explained in the logic of the show. It cannot be explained. There is actual paranormal stuff in it. But then ultimately, even though it does things that it absolutely cannot get out of without there being paranormal explanation, then it just does it anyway. It's just like, oh, actually, no, there was nothing paranormal. It was just like, you see, like what really happened is that these scientists, they were, I guess they were excavating an ice dragon, I guess, basically. Which if you'll see the thumbnail for this very stream, that is an actual still from the show. It is literally on screen for about 2 seconds. For 2 seconds, in the last episode, they get the two women detectives. They go into this ice cave and they look up and they're in this like weird underground lab that no one knew existed. It's like the science lab. It's underground. It's ice. All the walls are ice. And they look up with their flashlights, and you see like a 3-second shot of a literal ice dragon frozen in the ice in a spiral, and then they're just like, "Oh, look at that." Okay, moving on. Never mentioned it again. I guess so. But I guess like the scientists, they were apparently trying to save the world by excavating an ice dragon or something like that. I don't think that's how saving the world works, but whatever. They're men, and therefore men do dumb things when it comes to dragons, right? What are you gonna do? so the real story that you're building up to, I could tell you all of the ways that it builds the mystery to it, but it doesn't really matter because it ultimately, once you know the story that it tells you, literally everything else is like pointless. Like there's so many things in it that don't matter. None of it matters. None of it, because well, there wasn't anything creepy or paranormal about any of this stuff. It was all just like there's like this girl that died 6 years ago, and bad face jewelry woman. She's been mad about it forever, and she's like she can't let it go. This one woman was killed. She was killed so brutally, and it was so awful. And like apparently there's been quite a few murders out in there. They seem like there's a lot of people that die out there all the time, but but whatever. People die out there all the time. But this one murder, this was just, I don't know if they didn't really explain if they were friends or she just like knew her somehow or something. It's never made clear. But nonetheless, she's really upset that this woman was murdered, and so much so that she transfers and becomes a state trooper instead, which I don't know what the police jurisdiction shit has to do with it. And then somehow but then like whenever they're investigating the disappearance of all the scientists, they find this woman's tongue on the floor, as one does. There's a woman's tongue, it was cut out, 6 years ago and never been. It just suddenly appears on the floor. The tongue is just there, um, and that is never. That there's no reason for it. It's mentioned many times, but apparently doesn't really matter. And that's basically, and the show says as much too. It's like, well, yeah, I guess there's just certain. It literally explains that at a particular plot point by saying, well, there's some things I guess we'll just never know. I'll be damned, yeah. So that's the show starts with a scientist disappearing, and they find this lady's tongue, and they're investigating it. Twists and shouts playing on the thing. Jodie Foster freaks out. She rips up the wall. We find out a whole bunch of like dirty business backstory about like the cops and their lives and their sordid sex shit and everything. And it's all a bunch of like typical HBO drama stuff, and it's not bad. It's and then at the end of it, they find all the scientists, and they're all naked and frozen in a big pile of snow. Um, all like some weird twisted contortion type thing. They're all weird, twisted, and contorted. And they make this big deal about how when people freeze to death, um, when people freeze to death, they make this big deal in the second, maybe third episode. I can't remember which one. They bring in an expert. Like, see, all these guys are all frozen. They have to move. They have to dig out the pile of dead naked man bodies, and they put them in the school gymnasium or in the ice skating rink or something, and they let them thaw out there. As one does, because like they have to wait for it to thaw for some reason, I guess, instead of like trying to dig them out or something. So they sit them there, and like they bring in some expert to try to get some preliminary like kind of idea of like what they're looking at like for cause of death in the meantime. And he's like, well, people freeze to death. They don't, like, these people were all screaming, and they're all screaming in horror. They apparently, it's like they died in some, like they were being like something horrible was happening to them. Like, people don't die in a state like that when they freeze to death. They just kind of like curl up and just kind of go to sleep, kind of thing. But these guys died like they all of them are going, right? Okay, so they're all frozen in like like the girl in the ring at the beginning of the ring, whenever after the girl climbs on the TV and scares her to death, and they find her in the closet, and she's all like, "Ah," like that. And so they're all found like that. And so like that. So Jodie Foster and Bad Facial Woman, they team up to solve this mystery because once again they find the tongue of the dead woman. On the floor of the research facility, and one of the guys is missing. One of the men's missing, who was actually this dead girl's boyfriend, I guess. Even though no one knew, everything about it. It's one of those things where as it's going, it seems okay because the fact that you assume that there's an explanation that's going to make this convolutedness make sense. Like the pieces are going to fall into place, and you're going to like, and it's all going to kind of like click together, and you're going to be like, oh, okay, that I understand these things now. But instead of doing that, wouldn't it be cooler if instead the real twist, get this, is that the cleaning staff, and I am not joking, what happens to these men ultimately is that the cleaning staff, they were cleaning one day, and they, in their cleaning, they let their cleaning led them to the secret door that the lab had to its secret underground ice cave lab, which now once again not explained why they needed a secret underground ice cave lab. Anyway, they had a whole giant lab above ground, like the secret underground one. It's something to do with like the fact that because they were pushing pollution to make it easier to drill the ice or some bullshit like that. It really makes like zero sense, because like they apparently had enough equipment to drill out and carve out an entire cave of ice, and like I mean, it has like slickly like polished walls and everything. This isn't a naturally occurring ice cave as far as I can tell. I mean, if ice caves like this actually exist, and it's a hell of a find for these guys to find this cave right underneath their station, like right in the perfect place. I mean, they must have, and it's right over the ice dragon that I guess is like the whole like Deus Ex Machina is like the thing they're after. It's like their fucking their MacGuffin basically. I guess because it's once again the show does not actually explain much of anything, and what it does explain is stupid. But so like apparently what they're having to do, that they're pushing this mine. There's a mining operation in town. They're pushing the mine to increase the amount of pollution they're putting into the snow to make it melt better or something, because it was making the ice dragon DNA. Like what? These are all things that are like mentioned in the show, but it never actually explains it. It just kind of like it tries to do the suggestion thing, which is usually a good writing. It's usually good writing whenever you don't spell everything out in exposition, but it's also really bad writing whenever you do that as an excuse to not actually know what's going on, because that's what's happening here. Nobody actually understood what the fuck was happening in the show. Nobody understood the show was even about. No one understood what the season was about. No one had a fucking clue this woman one woman wrote and directed every episode, and I don't think she had a fucking clue what she was ranking. I don't think she had any real solid ideas. It gets so bad that at one point, this guy, the missing guy who gets found, apparently, even though people can't seem to survive in the snow and ice there for longer than a few hours without getting hypothermia, this guy's been living in the ice cave, which once again is an ice cave. It can't have heat. If it had heat, the ice would melt. So I mean, it's just cold there, right? How is he living in the ice cave? Whatever, they keep talking about how like people can't survive. It doesn't make sense. But he apparently lives in the ice cave. That's where he lived the whole time. That's where they couldn't find him, because he was in the ice cave the whole time. They find him in the ice cave though, and they find him. They chase him, and they chase him up through the secret entrance. They chase him into the secret entrance that the cleaning ladies had found. That we haven't found, they haven't shown that part yet. I am going to get to that. I know I'm jumping around a lot, but it's impossible to fully. This is the best way, I think, to actually convey the stupidness of the show, is to tell it to you in such a confusing and convoluted manner, because that's what it deserves. The show does not deserve any of your time. For the sake of simplicity, though, okay, I'm going to tell you, this is the plot of True Detective season 4 in chronological order. This is chronologically what actually happens. At some point, 6 years before the technical start of the show, 6 years in the past, this Arctic research station that is studying some sort of weird ice dragon thing that apparently has the ability to save so many lives. It's never explained how, but they're pushing pollution into the environment to make it easier for them to drill out pieces of the ice dragon or something, even though once again they had no issue drilling out a whole ice cave thing and etc. So I don't know why that mattered, but I guess They clearly have the equipment, the ability to like build an entire giant facility as well. It's a huge, giant research station. This is a massive thing. So they have this giant research station out there, but they find out somehow that the pollution that this mine is creating is actually making their science better. It's making science better. Okay, you understand? And men, being the evil men do. Men don't care about things like native people or women and their stupid babies. They don't care about that. These are science men, okay? Science men. Science men who do real science, and real science means sometimes you got to break some rules, right? So they break the rules. They push the mine to push more pollution into the environment, which creates like a lot of like sickness, and there's stillbirths that happen all the time. And it's really fucking shit up. But they don't care because they're going to save so many lives with their science. God damn it, with this ice dragon thing. Once again, we never hear about or see except for 3 seconds at one point. But that's apparently what the whole thing was about. I watched the show. I did. I watched it. I actually paid attention to it, and I may have somehow missed large portions of it or something. So maybe I blacked out for entire episodes or something. I'm not sure, but I don't. I have no, and maybe I just have to go back and rewatch it or something. I'm sure somebody could tell me that I'm wrong, and it's fine if I'm wrong. I don't really give a shit. I'll never watch it again because it's awful. But in any case, so like Ice Dragon is DNA or something. It looks like, I don't know. It's what it looks like. It's the spiral thing. The spiral thing from season 1. Well, the spiral thing shows up here. It's trying to redo some season 1 things. So it has the spiral, and they keep everything has spirals on it. The people they draw spirals on their foreheads, and they do all this weird spiral shit. It doesn't mean anything, except for the fact that one dude screams, "The time's a flat circle," once, and it out of nowhere without it meaning anything, just because like, hey, don't you remember that one time in the first season when Guy said time's a flat? You remember that? Do you remember that? Because that's what he did. This guy said that. You remember that, right? You remember that? So see, they're connected. They're the same show. Yeah. It's bad. Okay, so chronologically, science men doing bad things for good science, but then one of the native women, who's of course incensed by the clearly like understanding something that few white science men could ever understand. She understood though. She understood what that somehow there was a connection between this research lab and the mine, that the mine was polluting things, and the pollution was causing stillborn babies and cancer or something. The cancer is only mentioned in like the last 2 seconds of the show, but like I guess there's cancer too. But the stillborn thing is mentioned early on many times, and and that is really sad. Don't get me wrong. If that was really happening, it's not, because none of this is real. But so so this girl, I guess, in the 6 years ago period, she had broke it. She was also the boyfriend of one of the scientists, unbeknownst to anyone. Uh, I guess it was beknownst. I don't know. Somehow it wasn't really discovered until way later on. But anyway, but she had broken in or stumbled her way into their secret lab somehow. And whenever she saw what they had done, which I don't know how she would even understand what they were doing, because I have zero idea what it is. Apparently, they're just taking these giant cores of ice out of like the ice walls or something, and so she goes through and she smashes a bunch of the ice cores with a wrench. She smashes them, and one of the scientists goes in and flies into a murderous rage when he sees all the science she's destroyed. I mean, as far as I can tell, she only broke like 3 of them, but still, like he flies into mad rage, and he takes like a, I don't know, just like a metal thingy, and just starts stabbing her, just stabs her a bunch. Until the boyfriend, he comes and sees her, and he's like, he tries to stop the bad scientist guy from doing it. He's like, no, you can't. He's like, calm down, my sweet or whatever, but she doesn't she's like too confused and too rattled by, the stabbing, and so she hits him in the head with like a fucking lamp or something, and he gets knocked to the side. The other scientists all show up at the same time, and they're all like, yeah, why don't we just go ahead and let him finish killing her? I think that works. And like that's what they do. They just kind of like, and he just kind of like sits back and like since he got knocked down, he just kind of sits back and watches as one dude just goes back over and just continues, even though they all look horrified, even though they have this look of horror in their face, like, oh my god, what have we done? What have we done? Oh my god. But nonetheless, they're still like, yeah, I guess we're gonna go let him murder her though, because like, I mean, I don't see any reason to restrain him at this point. I mean, we already tried that once, and look how that worked out. So they let him stab this girl to death, and because it's not like killing her would have made a difference, because like apparently, according to him, she had already destroyed 2 years of science. So she'd already destroyed 2 years of science. So I don't know, like, it literally is just a revenge killing at this point. It's not even like it's like they weren't trying to protect their secret or anything. They're just bad men doing bad things. Bad science men. Even the boyfriend, it turns out, even though he doesn't tell the truth about it. But when we see the reality in his flashback, we see the truth of it. That even though he tells the strong women police detectives, he tells them that he loved her, and he never would have hurt her. But we the audience see the truth, that whenever he goes up to try to comfort, or to try to he's crying over the fact that she's dead, right? And like he's like, oh my sweet Annie, my sweet Annie. And the Annie thing is clearly a Twin Peaks reference. They do there's a bunch of references to Twin Peaks characters in it too, which is annoying as shit. He's like, oh my sweet Annie, and then she comes, but she jumps back to life, and she's like she starts breathing, and you think like maybe he's gonna try to like save her, but no, he's like, oh no, you should be dead. I didn't mean to wake you up. No, let me, and just smothers her the rest of the way. I mean, there's literally no reason to. I mean, she was strong enough still to like fight, and she was like pushing against him and everything, and he like pushes her back down and holds a t-shirt over her face until she dies. It's you don't really see it. It's like it's seen from her perspective, kind of. So you just see like that angle on it. So it's not like you don't really it doesn't show anything graphic. It's all done off camera, because you don't want to depict violence towards women, I suppose, on the camera or whatever these days. I don't know. I mean, it seems it's got a bunch of weird choices in it. And once again, I don't have any problem with any of the quote unquote woke aspects of this. This isn't about I'm not mad at this for being woke. I'm mad at this for being just piss poor writing. This is just really bad writing. Okay, because this is the actual story, as I'm saying this chronologically. So this woman is killed. A point is made, explicitly made, by the scientist that that tells this, that whenever she's like, and so what did you cut her tongue out for? And she's like, I don't know, man. One of the cops came and help clean up the body. It must have been something he did, or it must have been something. It must have been something one of the mine workers did, because why we didn't do that shit. And they believe that, I guess. Which I guess why not? I mean, after this point, like, why wouldn't you believe it? I suppose. Yeah, and so her tongue gets cut out somehow at some point, and this incident disturbs bad facial woman for so much that she leaves she leaves her detective partnership with Jodie Foster, and becomes just like a regular state trooper or something, and just goes around like breaking up bar fights or some shit. And then so so our story picks up like all this time later, 6 years later. Nobody resolved the murder. The scientists got away with it because they were bad men. But then one day, when on a particular strange day, when Twist and Shout scene from Ferris Bueller's Day Off is stuck in a 30-second loop in their little like movie watching lounge, their TV lounge. And it's just stuck like that, and it's never explained why. This 30-second loop, this just keeps playing. And while it's happening, some other guys are talking. One of them's like talking to his girlfriend on the phone. Something out happens, and then all of a sudden, like one of the guys goes, "She's here," and the lights go out, and then like it cuts to like the theme song, and so then it shows. Then like the next thing is like the police are investigating. But what actually happened, we find out all of the build up and everything. What actually happened whenever he says she's here, what actually happens is that see, a few days before, maybe weeks before it's unclear, that night happened. The cleaning ladies were all cleaning up, doing their mopping stuff, doing woman chores, I guess. I don't know. I've known, I guess, in Alaska, maybe things are just that. I think it's funny that there's no janitors, there's no male janitors anywhere in the. They're all women. Only the women do the cleaning, and all the men do the science. There's no female scientists. There's no. All the cops are women. Well, all only cops who were here women, and except for the other cops, which are bad. Obviously, the male cops are bad, except for the young male cop who he's too young and sweet to be corrupted just yet, I guess. But he's kind of a dick too. So, um, the scientists are all there, and they're like doing their normal sciencey things. Question shots playing a loop. Right, and before that happened, clean lady spills a mop bucket in the secret lab room that has a secret door hatch, right? And so she sees the water leaking into the floor, and she's like, "Oh, what's this? Why is there water leaking in the floor?" I don't know why she wouldn't notice it mopping in the first place. That you would have seen, when you mop in general, like the water, you wouldn't have to spill that much water for this to happen. But still, nonetheless, she didn't notice it till then. And she sees and then she finds the hatch, which is like a hidden like panel on the floor, and then you have to. It's like a big one of those, like the lost hatch thing. You got to open it like this, like you open, and it's got a long ladder that goes into the secret lab. So she finds it. She finds the secret lab, and when she gets down there, obviously the body has been taken away for a long time. But this cleaning woman is apparently a forensic genius. I mean, seriously, this woman, women, I should say, not only are they geniuses, but they're better detectives than anybody. They're the best detectives of all. I guess it's True Detectives season 4. I mean, the true detectives are the cleaning women of this research facility. Is what we find out, because they go down into the secret lab, and they find immediately, first thing she does, she walks over to a table and picks up a piece of metal which has been cleaned off of all the blood and everything. It's been cleaned up. It's not like it's like a little like wrenchy looking thing. I don't know. It's like a piece of something. And she picks it up, and she's like, and it just shows her like picking up and being like, ah, I think I know what this was. Like she immediately knows this is what stabbed that girl. She knew. She figured it out right away. And then they do more detective working, and like they get photos of the stab wounds and take pictures and do all this stuff and compare everything and figure it out. They figure out that the scientists are the one that killed that girl. They figure it out, and they figure that there's no point in going to the cops about it, because what's that going to do? Cops? They ain't gonna help us. We're just cleaning ladies. Now it's time for some good old fashioned mob justice, my friends. Mob justice, the likes of which you ain't never seen before. They show up in so when the show starts and the big creepy thing happens, like you're like, lights go out and everything. What really is happening is that the cleaning ladies cut the power and burst in with rifles on all sides and every exit, and round up I think there's only 6 of them. There's like 6 guys. Maybe it's 8. I think it's 8. I think 8 men with 1 missing. So there's 7 men. They round up the 7 men that are at the science place. Only one of which actually did the stabbing, but still, like, yeah, they're all pretty. I mean, I'd say they're all pretty guilty of killing the woman, because like it was completely senseless and stupid, and no rational person would have acted the way they did. But still, men, right? We're all psychopaths. We're all down to stab a woman to death if we get a chance to. You just gotta, just like we watched that Prager thing earlier. It's just, it's the way we are. It's the way dudes are. You get a bunch of us together, give us a chance to stab a bitch to death, and we're gonna do it every time, man. I tell you what. Okay, so anyway, like it makes no sense. These cleaning women, forensic geniuses they are, put all the pieces together. They figure it out. They go like Western style. They go Western style like siege on the place. They round up all these science guys. They don't even try to fight back or anything. They're just like, oh, don't kill us. They herd them into a big like freezer truck. They drive them out to the middle of the ice, way out into the ice, very far away, into where of course they're doomed to die. They pull them out of the truck. They herd them out of the truck again, onto the ice, and they're just like, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't kill us! Don't kill us!" And they're like, "Take all your clothes off." So they take all their clothes off. They strip all these men down, to nothing, and they fold all their clothes for some reason. I know this part was very confusing to me, because like the ladies, even as they tell the story, because this is told in a flashback, but I'm telling it chronologically so you can understand the stupidity of this whole thing. They strip their clothes off and they put them there where they had stripped them. They pull their clothes, they fold them because they're women, so obviously they're gonna fold the clothes, right? I mean, that's what they do. They fold laundry, right? And it's just natural. I'm sorry, but this is the kind of there's actual sexist shit like this in the show. It's like is there some shit in it that I'm just like, yeah, like is that did you do that because that's what you think I mean, it's just written by a woman. I don't know how to explain it. I really don't. I've never written anything that quite the sexist myself, but anyway, but like they fold all the clothes all neatly and put them there, and like they even and she makes the comment that their clothes were there for them if they'd wanted them. They could have gone back to get them. I guess they didn't want them. What? They chase the men away from the clothes with guns into the darkness, into the snow, into a freezing blizzard. There's a blizzard happening. They chase them naked into the ice with guns, like chasing behind them and herding them away from where their clothes are until they're so far away they can't see the light anymore. With their excuse is that like we didn't kill them, they killed themselves. We even left their clothes there for them. We folded them and everything, left them right there. They just never went back for them. It's not my fault. I mean, I guess, what are you going to do? I mean, we were just trying to, like she doesn't. I mean, she's pretty clear about the fact that they're trying to like kill them, but at the same time, like she makes a bunch of like weird snarky kind of like bullshit about it. Um, so that's what actually happens to scientists. They get herded out into the snow, and I guess I think what maybe it's kind of like that South Park episode where like like there's the big gay sex dude piles, like they say like so they try to stop the future people from happening thing. It kind of looks like that's what was happening. I think they all got out there into the snow, and they decided that the only way to keep warm is to have lots of gay sex, and so they tried to have gay sex until they all fucked themselves to death or something, because like why else would they have died like looking like having orgasm faces on, right? Because they said that if you first freeze to death, they made it very clear that if you freeze to death you wouldn't die with looks of horror on your face. So it must have been O faces, I'm thinking. I mean, they're all in a big like sloppy pile on top of each other, and they're all like kind of reaching out like this and stuff. I mean, I think that's the only thing that makes sense, right? I mean, I think that's pretty clear what happened. That's how they're found. So now we're in the present. Lady detectives are on the case. They're on the scene. They're there to tell you what's up, to tell the men what's up or whatever or something. Um, Jodie Foster, she's got a adopted Eskimo daughter or something, and that hates her, and for some reason, it's not really clear. Um, because Jodie Foster's white, and I don't know why she has an adopted Eskimo daughter, but apparently, once again, we also found she had a kid that died, and I'm not sure what that kid was either. Like, it's just like there's so many things they threw into it at the end there. So the chronology is the police show up there, they find the place empty. She hears Twist and Shout on the thing. She freaks out, basically rips everything out of the wall to make Twist and Shout stop playing. They look around, they investigate the place, they don't find anything. And then at the end of the episode, one, they find the pile of naked men bodies. In episode 2, thawing them out. They explain the thing about like the guy screaming. Episode 3, some other bullshit happens. Mostly talking more about like mostly more like ugly faced woman being upset about like that Jodie Foster doesn't want to investigate this. Really, she's not taking it seriously, but she is, and they're bitter ex partners, but they're gonna work together this one time, and then we'll never see each other again. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, back and forth, because they're so mad and they're so much better at being men than men are. Clearly, I mean, they're just written like dudes, for the most part, except for like certain parts where suddenly they're like suddenly all they care about is feelings. It's very, very, very weird. It's literally like the writer's conception of how to write these characters was that okay, this is what a woman is. A woman is just a man with emotions. That's the gist of it. So what actually happens? Like they're trying to solve mob justice from cleaning ladies. They don't know it. They don't have any idea like what happened, but they're really not concerned about solving the murder of the scientist. They don't really care much about that. They really get really focused on trying to solve the 6-year-old murder case of the Annie girl. That's what they really care about. That's the 6 dudes. I mean, they're white dudes anyway. Who gives a fuck? They're dead and they're white, and who gives a fuck? I mean, like really seriously. I mean, I don't even care about them. Like we never met them or anything. We saw them for like 5 seconds. I don't give a shit. I understand their disdain, but it's much more interesting to try to chase after like this like a 6-year-old cold case, if you get my drift, because it's Alaska. It's very cold there. So they some things happen. Like at one point, ugly facial lady, she has a sister that just one day walks out of her. She was like in a mental hospital, but she walks out of the hospital and just walks into the icy water till she's dead. She did that. Not really much reason for it. I guess she just felt like it. She didn't want to live anymore, I guess. But it's not really gone into much. It's like it doesn't seem to bother anybody too much. Everybody's kind of like, well, that was going to happen, I guess, eventually. And seriously, like they're kind of upset about it. But then like in the last episode, like one time the one time it gets mentioned, like Jodie Foster's like, whatever, she made her choice, she gave up, man, and that's it. That's the end of that. So like they're trying to chase these leads. They're chasing all the wrong leads. They're chasing the wrong thing. They're looking at the wrong thing. They're asking the wrong questions. They find some kind of evidence that links this one guy to this other girl, links to another guy, and like they find this guy. He's in a mental asylum or something. Or he's a junkie or something. He's a junkie, and they pull this junkie out of this rehab facility because they need to question him. Because they can find out where this missing scientist is. So there's one of the scientists missing, the one that's been hiding the ice case, and they think that this guy knows where he is, right? And so, which I don't know what he's planning on doing down there without the rest of his. I think it's pretty clear that he wasn't still doing science, so I don't know what he was doing besides just hiding out. But they get this a guy back from they get him from out of the rehab facility. They take him back to her house, and after they show up there, um, young fresh faced cop boy, the good boy, good boy. His dad is played by John Hawkes, who's a great actor, by the way. And John Hawkes, he's a corrupt, he's a dirty bad cop because he's a bad white guy, of course. I mean, seriously, this is like this guy. This show actually just had bad white guy syndrome. Um, anyway, and it moves on to they actually they get to the house, and John Hawkes' dad character, he shows up. Who not only had he had a past sexual relationship with Jodie Foster, also Jodie Foster also had sex with the son too. So she's like, like I said, she slept with everybody. It's like a weird thing that they kind of make fun of in the show, but it's not really like no one really. I don't know. They literally make it seem like she has fucked every single person that in this entire town. They make it like they get weird about it. But so she's had sex with both these people. And at first I thought the boy was supposed to be her son, but I guess not, because that obviously even that would be too far for the show, I guess. But it really wouldn't surprise me if in the last episode they had revealed that, oh, actually that was your son. He's actually your son too. That wouldn't surprise me, but that didn't happen. Anyway, so like the fresh face, young cop guy, he's there. and Jodie Foster and the bad Victory woman there, and then the bad guy dad cop, he shows up, and he's gonna take the junkie guy back. So he's like, oh yeah, I got a call, I gotta take this guy back to the rehab, and they're like, no, I gotta question him, I need answers from him, blah blah blah. He's like, I'm afraid I can't let you do that. He pulls a gun. He pulls a gun out and just straight up shoots a guy in the head. He shoots the junkie guy in the head that they need the information from. And it's like, and they're like, which was a completely retarded thing to do. There was absolutely zero reason for him to do this. There's nothing. Apparently, he is the guy that covered up Annie's murder. Okay, so he covered up Annie's murder way back when, but it's completely unclear how this is going to help him get away with that at all. It makes no sense. He murders the guy like in just not even in a rage. He very calmly just murders this dude, and a big fight ensues, and ultimately, and then he decides, well, now that I killed this guy, I guess I'm gonna have to kill Jodie Foster, and facial lady too. And he's calculating how many he has to kill, and while he's calculating that, his son comes in and shoots him in the head. So now there's two more dead people. Which nobody really cares about them. They're just kind of like they literally tell fresh face good boy that just shot his own dad. They're like, you clean up the bodies and the blood, make sure you clean it real good too. She's like, make sure you clean it really good, okay? Don't you know how we find crime stuff, so you better understand, you better if anybody should understand how to clean up this crime scene that we just did, because we just did some crimes here. I don't know if you know that, but that wasn't it wasn't really in self-defense, because he was holding his gun up at people, but I don't think he didn't make it. I don't know. It did not seem imminently clear that he was about to shoot anybody. It wasn't clear why he shot the first guy, but I guess he had murdered somebody. So I guess there's something fair about it, but it's including unclear why it needed to be covered up in that case, though, right? Because nobody, when I think about it now, I'm like, technically, there's no reason that they should have covered that up. They should have just called all that in. There was no reason to cover that up at all. I just realized that there's no reason to cover it. They hadn't done anything wrong. He literally murdered a guy that they were trying to question for trying to get information on the murder, and then the other cop shot him because he was going to shoot somebody. Yeah, they didn't have to cover up that murder at all. That's strange. Okay. Just realized that one. There's another big hole for you. So basically, then facially lady and Jodie Foster, they realize that, I don't know how they realize where they're supposed to go. They head out. They head out to the ice somewhere, and I can't remember how they know to go there. I have zero idea now. I can't remember. I think there is some explanation. I'm pretty sure it's common enough that explains where they're going, but they tell fresh face boy to clean up the bodies, and he does that. And so while they do that, and the last episode starts with them digging through some ice. They dig through some ice and just make a hole, and this hole drops into like just a cave that has a natural pathway through it into another little area. And they're like, we should go back, this is dangerous. And she's like, you're right, she's like, and the fat facial lady is like, no, I can sense it, I can hear her calling me. And right, she says that, then she falls to the ice into another convenient little opening. And then Jodie Foster, and then she's like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done this. And she's like, it's okay, you just stay right there while I get help. And then she falls in the ice too. And they both fall in the ice, and while they're down there, they're like, damn, we're trapped, even though they haven't even looked around the cave. They haven't even looked around this chamber they've fallen into yet, which is a very conveniently, I'm realizing even as I'm going back to my memory with this, it's extremely convenient how that they find this, they dig this one hole in the ice to go down into, and then there's a very convenient passageway into this one chamber, and that one falls very conveniently into another chamber that happens to be literally just a short hallway's distance into the secret lab. That's where the secret lab is just right there. All they have to do is like they literally they get down there. She's like looking with her flashlight. She's like, "Oh my god, we're fucked. There's no way. There's nothing down here at all." And then her flashlight immediately shines on the face of the dude that they've been trying to find this whole time. They chase him. They give chase, right? They chase him through the ice cave and into the secret lab, and they're like, "Oh no, he's gone. Where did he go? I don't see him now." Um, and this is where we see the ice dragon for like 3 seconds. We see the ice dragon. They see it on the ceiling. See the secret lab, and then they immediately like, oh well, he must have gone somewhere. They very without really looking around very much at all. They just immediately like pull. They find the first shelf. They try to like move. They find the shelf and find a little passage, a little pathway for a ladder. Ladder goes up into the main lab, the main laboratory area. Whereupon once they get up there, once again, the AV, the TV, and everything has been hooked back up, and Twist and Shout is once again on a 30-second loop from Real Estate Off. Very creepy and spooky. Why? Everything that happens in the show after the point what we find out of chronologically, we've already known that everything. If you watch it, if you think of it in chronological order, everything happened was a mob justice thing that has nothing to do with anything paranormal, spooky, anything. None of it has anything to do with anything supernatural at all. But the whole show from that point forward. So if you look at it from a completely straightforward chronological perspective, there's all these like creepy, spooky things that keep happening, and there's no reason for them to happen at all. There is zero reason because even the guy it makes no sense. Like they find the guy that does that tells them about what happened to Annie and everything. They find him, and he won't, and for some reason, um even though it's very clear, like they show that he sees the women running in, and he runs and hides in the tunnel thing. Okay, he hides in the tunnel and holds the thing shut so they can't get to him. Okay, this is what happens. He holds it there, and he won't let anybody else in. He won't even let his friends in, even though like there are these women coming in. But he knows that's what's there. What he's running from. He's not running from ghosts. He's running from women with guns. But he doesn't explain any of that. He instead just like is like ranting. He's like, he's gone crazy, right? He's gone insane. He's been living in an ice cave, you know. Once again, how are you surviving in the ice cave? I don't understand. They're supposed to do science down there in a cave. You can't heat an ice cave. If you could, wouldn't that just make the getting like they're trying to get ice? What do they? I mean, what do they even want to do down there? I mean, it's like, you know, I don't believe that women are bad at science, okay? But the woman that wrote this TV show, I honestly don't think she understands what science is at all. I really don't. I don't think she understands the slightest thing about science or ice or water. Once they finally catch this guy, which by the way, he locks Jodie Foster into this glass like chamber thing. I don't know, some containment chamber thing. She has a gun on her that she could easily shoot the glass out with, but she doesn't for some reason. Said she goes and finds like some sort of like sharp stick and bangs at it until it breaks finally. Which I mean, all she does is waste like 10 minutes. While in that 10 minutes that she's wasting picking at this glass, dude gets a jump on face Julia Lady he hits her in the head with a friggin' fire extinguisher. But by the time Jodie Foster gets out, like she's already overpowered him and she's beating the crap out of him. So like that didn't, I guess she's impervious to fire extinguishers, which that makes sense. Every superhero or villain, has some sort of super, weakness or strength or something like that. So she's just invulnerable to fire extinguishers. That's normal. I mean, it would have killed most people, but she was fine. She just had a little like bump in her head, and she beat the crap out of him. I mean, he's like half dead. So they get him up. They tie him to a chair. And in the midst of all this, there's this whole big backstory about there was this other time that the two of them worked together, and like there was a domestic abuse case where this guy kept beating his wife, and they showed up there, and the woman was dead already, and they saw him sitting there, and he was just sitting there laughing about how he'd killed his wife, and face lady shot him, because because fuck that guy, he just would have gotten away with it and everything. And vigilante justice is cool, and for the most part, yeah, I'm fine with that stuff. I don't really give a shit about those kind of moral gray area type things. Like, a guy seemed like he was a piece of shit, yeah. And but they do make a point, just like that there's a baby crying in the background. I don't know why they needed to point that out. I don't know if that's supposed to mean something like that. Supposed to be somebody else's baby. It's never clear. Never made clear. Never made clear. So many weird things. Yeah. So they find their way back up through the tunnel. Twist and Shout has been re-looped. Jodie Foster once again has to rip cords out of the wall to get it to stop because she hates that song. They find the guy. They after the firestorm incident, Jodie Foster catches up to them. She finally remembers she has a gun. She has her gun out and she's like, "No, stop, ugly face jewelry lady, stop. We need him. We need him alive for we need answers, right?" So they drag him. They tie him to a chair. They duct tape him to a chair and all this stuff. And the only question they ask him, she asked him face jewelry lady. She asked one question: "Did you love her?" Not what happened to science. It doesn't. They don't ask. I mean, is it supposed to be implied? Maybe it's supposed to be implied that they were been interrogating for hours, but it's never shown a little bit, even a little bit. The only thing they show her asking him is, "Did you even love her?" But they don't even let him answer. They immediately take the recording they find at some point earlier in the show. They find her phone and it has a recording of her screaming. I guess it's supposed to be the sounds of her being murdered or something like that, because like her phone gets like knocked out of her hand and while she's like recording like a video, and so it's got a recording on it of her dying in the background. So they put that on a loop and put the earbuds in his ears, then duct tape the earbuds to his ears, and then duct tape his mouth shut, even though they want him to talk, but not that much. We don't need that much lip from our dudes, so do we? Do we, ladies? We don't need that much lip from our guys, do we? No. All right. So they just go and chill out for a while. They go drink a beer or something, have a little chit chat. Like they torture this guy with like listening to the screams of, at this point, as far as I know, like screams of the girlfriend that either he killed or somebody else killed or something. They're not really sure. They're not really clear because they didn't ask any questions. By the way, they didn't ask him if he killed her. They didn't even give him a chance to even like deny it. They just immediately jumped to, well, clearly, so when they go back, turns out he was actually, I don't think he even needed the hours of torture. He seemed like he was pretty willing to talk in the first place, but they did that because they're badass bitches, and that's what badass bitches do. You gotta torture them dudes sometimes. They go back in there and they start asking, once again, facially later must have asked him like at least like 20 times. I swear to God, she asked him over and over again, "Did you love her? Did you love her?" I mean, and you can't tell me there's not like some kind of internalized sexism there that in any other show and with any other cop, the cops would want to know the truth about what happened, but the only thing this woman cares about is if he actually loved her or not. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is this even about? It's so stupid. It's written. I mean, I almost feel like it's almost like half written, and maybe it's half written by AI or something. Maybe there's something to that. I don't know. I'm starting to wonder. I can't imagine. I mean, there are things that are there are suggested things in this that I can't imagine a human being coming up with. Why would you do the twist and shout loop thing? What is that? So you're saying that this dude just like he did the loop thing on purpose, and then he came out of the caves every now and then, because it says he came up to get food and stuff, but he was living down the ice caves, because you can do that, I guess, if you really want it. And so he's been living in the ice caves, but he came up to get food, and he hooks up the twist and shout thing, and like, I mean, and like I said, the show plays it all, but like it's like it's ghosts, but then it plays every time that anything paranormal happens, it gets played off as like, oh, just bitches being visionaries, I guess. They having visions. There's an old woman that lives way out in like the boonies that sees like her her dead husband out in the ice once, pointing at stuff and dancing in the light in a very Twin Peaks-esque in the first episode, and like but he's been dead for a long time, and like that's something that apparently in the reality show happened, because he's pointing to where the dead scientists are, and this woman doesn't actually know. She wasn't part of the raiding party, so she didn't actually know who the dead scientists where they were or anything. So like her dead husband shows up and just who also just kind of walked into the ice one day. He apparently he returned from some long trip or something and spent the night with her, and they had a sweet night, and then in the morning he was gone, and he just walked into the ice until he died. Apparently that happens a lot in this part of the Alaska. I know a lot of people in Alaska, and I've never heard of one of them telling me any stories of people walking the ice and dying, but maybe I should ask them, because it seems like it's a real problem. I mean, I think it's a real epidemic of people just walking into the ice till they die up there, apparently. All this paranormal bullshit that they try to tease out the whole show is all meaningless. None of it means a goddamn thing. Even the tongue thing is never explained to any degree at all. They ask, because then they ask the Mom Justice ladies, like, so why did you take her tongue and leave it there in the thing? They're like, we never took her tongue either. So, I mean, I guess maybe the show is trying to suggest that there is a supernatural element, but what the ghost just like, the ghost didn't kill the guys. Guys froze to death out in the snow. The ghost didn't, they're ghosts or demons or the goddess or whatever the fuck they're trying to talk about. If you think about what it's suggesting, its whole contribution to the story is to take a woman's tongue that somebody else was supposed to cut out at some point, find it, and place it into the scientist's lab, so that these two ladies can find it and kick off the search that's going to solve the mystery. Because science men bad. Science men make pollution bad. And yeah, pollution's bad. I'm not pro pollution, don't get me wrong. But it's none of it is competently written. It's not like someone did research and figured out what actually any of this shit meant. It's just like a bunch of buzzwordy bullshit mixed in with a bunch of faux paranormal bullshit mixed in with this kind of I don't know, maybe it was ghost. It's so bad. It's disheartening. I seriously mean this when I say this. Growing up, whenever I was growing up anyway, my dream, my absolute dream, and I met my dream girl ultimately. I met the love of my life, and I'm perfectly happy. But before I met the love of my life, before I met, and she's a theater geek, and I couldn't love her anymore. But before I met her, my dream was to meet a a woman who was as passionate about filmmaking as I was, or as I was trying to be, as I wanted to be. Whenever I was as a young man, I was really passionate about film and filmmaking. That was my dream, was to meet a woman that would want to make television or films. Make them to work together. I could write and she could direct, or vice versa. That was I mean, I wanted to see the one thing I want to see. I want to see more female directors and writers out there. I just want them to be good. I don't. I mean, there's plenty of bad male writers. Don't get me wrong. There's plenty of stuff from dudes that suck. I'm not trying to say that it's this is a woman specific problem. Just in this particular case, in the case of True Detective, this is just a very specific perspective that it takes. It's taking a very specific female perspective, and it's trying to write these two characters that are instantly going to be compared to the characters from True Detective season 1, which are kind of iconic to a lot of people. It's trying to compare them. It has the guy yell out, "Time is a flat circle." It does all these things. It's clearly trying to compare itself to True Detective season 1, which was criticized, as Jeff fairly pointed out, for being too masculinized and too just gritty guy stuff kind of bullshit, right? And so this is a response to it. It's one of those things yeah, it was too chauvinist or something, so we're going to make one that is like evens it out. This way, you know, we get back at the men or something. But it's just there are things in True Detective Season 1 that don't make 100% sense. There are a few things, but for the most part, it's extremely confidently written. It makes internal logical sense. This, the script, and the direction of the show is actually quite well shot. Their performances are, until the end anyway. When the writing takes a dip, the performances go right down there with it. The performances get bad. It's as though, I mean, really, anytime I see that, it almost makes me wonder, like, did the writers just, like, they don't get the last pages, they hold them back, and then the writers see the actual ending and they're like, oh fuck, and they just kind of check out right at that moment, because, like, you can see them you can see Jodie Foster check out, like, real easy, real fad, real easily. Good direction better than good writing, or greater than good, no, good writing greater than good direction. Okay, yes, good. It's not. It doesn't. You know, either one can work. There's no golden rule. Good writing is the foundation of everything, right? Good writing has to be your foundation. To Oh, hey, Lib, what's up?
What's up? Sorry, I just saw your thing. I was engrossed in learning about Pathfinder.
Oh, it's cool, Pathfinder. Yeah, that's a cool little, like, that's the one that they played on Harmon Quest whenever they were the RPG, right? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah. Well, I was specifically learning about, like, the lore behind the world and stuff, because that they actually have made a huge effort to, like, make a coherent, like, timeline and, like, world. Like, basically 99% of the stuff that, like, Paizo, the people who make Pathfinder, they make for that world, exists on the continent of Avestan. But there's, like, seven other continents. 1, 2, 3, 7, I think, other continents, that all have, like, very deep and interesting lores. Just most of them are continents that have been ravaged by, like, world-ending threats. Like, one ancient kingdom was completely destroyed by a Tarrasque, and that's why no one fucking lives there anymore.
What's a Tarrasque?
It's a creature from sort of, like, D&D. Most broadly, it started out in, like, D&D mythos. It's just this enormous, like, Godzilla creature.
Okay, I didn't know. It's like a Chthonic kind of thing.
No, actually, it's different. It's more like primordial. Like, very heavily inspired by, like, Godzilla stuff, because it's, like, basically it's this big lumbering beast that, like, goes around, like, annihilating civilizations. Not because it's, like, evil or anything, but just
because it doesn't know what else to do when you're that big. Like, what else are you gonna do, right?
Yeah. Though this one was, the Tarrasque they're talking about was summoned by an evil god. But the Tarrasque itself wasn't evil. Just, you know, I think it was being, I think at the time, controlled by an evil god, and then I think something happened to it afterwards. I can't remember. I would just, like, go down, read, like, a wiki page, and then find something interesting and click another thing and go to another wiki page and just
wiki rabbit holes can be such deep pits to get into sometimes. Like, you find yourself like with 80 tabs open because you're trying to, like, keep track of like, where, you know, what, and like, you get halfway through one page and you have to click this to figure out what that is, and then you're there, and that, you know, sorry, yeah.
And it makes it even more complicated, because technically, Pathfinder 1, the content that they made for Pathfinder 1 occurs 75 years before the content that they've begun making in Pathfinder 2. Like, they basically just did a time skip, and like, that, like, radically changed a lot of, like, the different, like, there are whole nations that don't exist now, or new nations that do exist. That was their whole. They had a whole adventure path section called Kingmaker, which it has this whole, like, subsystem of building a kingdom in it, which is convoluted and stupid, and I don't know why they ever thought it was a good idea. But it's a really interesting idea, because they basically took this place called the Broken Lands, which is just kind of like very uncivilized. It's supposed to kind of represent kind of like Russia. Like it's just big, wide open expanses. And like you could go several days without seeing another sentient being, you know, kind of vibe. And then like, you know, the party go through a series of adventures, and then you eventually get a charter and can like create your own nation. And
Right,
like from the ground
I
up.
remember hearing about the CRPG version. I think it's like called Kingmaker or something like that. I remember
Yeah,
reading about
no.
that.
Kingmaker the CRPG was supposed to be good. I heard
Yeah,
that.
and there's
I need
and
to.
like I think it's,
need to
I'm
play
looking
it.
up like because there was another one that I heard about not that long ago. Looks like okay, a couple of years back, guys, it was called Wrath of the Righteous too. Yeah.
Wrath of the Righteous is another good one. It's one of their early ones. They still haven't made a CRPG for my favorite Paizo adventure path, which is Giant Slayer. Oh my god, I am so in love with all of that adventure path and everything that's involved in it. It's just so good.
Cool.
It starts with like, you know, you're dealing with petty squabblings with orcs, and then eventually you have to take on this like a giant who's amassing an army, and he's supposedly like some like weird reincarnation of some ancient giant god come to fucking smite the world. It's cool shit. I like it.
It sounds a hell of a lot more interesting than what I've been trying to purge from my brain tonight. So yeah,
Is that the True Detective stuff? I've never seen a single episode of True Detective.
Season 1, as I've said on this a couple times already, it's considered classic for a reason. It's a very, very well written. There's issues with it. Don't get me wrong. There's some issues with it, but it's about kind of like cops that do bad things, but they also, they kind of redeem themselves in the end, kind of thing, right? It's kind of nihilistic, but it has a note of hope to it. But it's also very, very aware of itself.
Yeah,
and it's also very aware of these guys being very bad. It never really tries to portray them
that's good
as anything but being like actually like pieces of shit, kind of that in the end manage to do something that doesn't really make up for the bad that they've done, but it does give them a note of redemption. That's it. So that's really like what it is. But then in this one, instead, it does the it decides that it's like it's like one of those things where it takes the wrong message away from it. And it's like, so what we'd like to see, we're going to see, we're going to see women cops doing the same type of stuff, but instead of making it where that you're making it clear that the things they're doing is wrong, instead we're going to make it where that's
badass.
That's what you did. It's very very fucked up.
It kind of reminds me of a lot of like it's liberal schlock. I mean, it just like shows like NCIS or SVU. They take a very interesting approach, a very humanizing approach, and then they kind of butcher it by being like, all this, our main characters are in some cases, literally breaking the law, even though they're cops, but it's okay because we know that they're actually the good guys, so it's okay for them to do this. You want to cheer for them breaking the rules so they can get the bad guy. And it's like, I get what you're going for. And honestly, like the first couple ones of those shows that I watched, I fell in love with, because that kind of storytelling is interesting to me.
It is interesting. Yeah.
Just
like
then,
the Shield was a decent show.
I heard the Shield was good.
Yeah, but the Shield is very upfront about the fact that the main character isn't really a good guy. He's not. I mean, he does. I
was gonna say modern shows do a better job of it. I think this is I think a distinctly like 90s, early 2000s problem.
Oh, I've
You
seen
know,
it. I've seen it. I've seen it a lot in recent. It's been cropping back up a lot.
that's annoying.
Recently. Oh,
That's irritating.
it's happening a lot again. But like but like I mean, in Breaking Bad, same thing. Breaking Bad was like
Well,
a
Breaking
show
Bad
about
was like that was a good example. That's a
yeah
good example of like taking. I mean, that's actually probably a little bit. That's actually the opposite, because like normally what I'm talking about is like, oh, hey, here's a show about cops, a group that is. I think it would be generous to say broadly not well received by many in the public's eye, and
yeah
will humanize them, and like try and like tell stories about them, about these
yeah
humans that are doing this job, and then in that way it sort of like humanizes them, and you get to sort of like see some of this. But then they like go off on that weird like tangent where it's like, oh no, they're doing these bad things but they're still good people, whereas like Breaking Bad is like, hey, here's this innocuous decent guy. You're gonna love him from the beginning. He's a fucking teacher. Like everyone loves teachers.
yeah, he's getting shit on by the world. He's having to work a second job at a car wash. He's being and on top of that, he gets cancer and he's dying, and he's trying to find a way to save his family. And he does a bad thing he starts doing a bad thing to do it. But
and then
yeah.
and then he becomes a evil fucking drug kingpin. It's so
Exactly.
good. I love it.
Exactly. It's great. And Better Call Saul also does a very very good job as well. In fact, Better Call Saul is in fact maybe even better at showing like someone's like descent into hell kind of thing.
Yeah.
But this is a show that it's not even like I don't mind it's not even that I mind I don't even mind the what would people call the woke aspects of it. What I mind is like there's so many stupid holes in it that
Yeah.
it's just so badly written. I mean, like the whole thing, like I said, like if you take this story and you break it down chronologically, it makes zero fucking sense. Zero sense. It's like they're trying to solve the murders of these men that all found in like a big, like it looks like a gay sex pile out in the snow somewhere. They're all frozen in like these horrifying looking poses and everything, and they're all dead, and nobody knows how they got there. And they're all scientists at this one lab, and and it's insinuated really heavily at the beginning of the show that it's like some sort of they've angered some ancient god or something like that. But the truth is, it was just that all the cleaning ladies figured that they killed this girl, and so they decided to round them up and throw them in and walk them out into the snow naked.
Oh my god. I don't know.
Just
I
the
feel
cleaning
like
staff got really pissed off. And then that's the big reveal. It's the big reveal, and then it goes on, and it has like one of those really long, drawn out prologue kind of things where like and it has like it has a summary type thing where Jodie Foster is giving her like debriefing to like these cops and stuff like that, and she just like basically brushes and basically just is like the other girl, the bad, I call her bad facially lady. She is found. She disappears apparently after they solve the murder and everything, and they know what happened, but they decide not to turn any of the women in because because they didn't really kill them or something. They just drove them all into the snow. It makes those no sense.
that's weird.
It's
So
so.
you're
But
so
yeah.
you're saying not an ancient god who's trying to kill us?
No, that's the thing. There was a three. If you see the thumbnail on this video, I took a screenshot of this a 3-second shot of a frozen ice dragon. In the last episode, they find their way like through like just like one of the most convoluted series of events I've ever seen in anything. And even though in the moment watching it, I was into it. I was still with the show at this point. I was like, it was still compelling. It was still getting compelling. And I was because I like mystery, weird shit. Like I like stuff like that. And like it's compelling even though it's convoluted and stupid. They stumble into they break open, they just cut a hole in the ice and find a chamber in there. And as they're going through it, they find another chamber, but they instead of going back, then they fall into another chamber that happens to be like basically just adjacent to this secret lab. And then as they get in there, they're chasing after this guy they've been trying to find this whole time, and they shine a flashlight up, and there is a fucking frozen ice dragon above them, and they just like they're like, huh, and then they just move on.
Yeah,
it's never mentioned again.
Everyone's taking the J.J. Abrams advice of just putting little boxes. I like my little boxes.
But this isn't the
little
last
mystery
20 minutes
boxes
of the show.
Yeah, it's a mystery box. It's a mystery.
There's
box.
no mystery, but the mystery, it's all over. Like there's nothing. They never. It's a mystery box that never gets opened.
Chris, a good question for another time. Okay.
There's never be another season. Like True Detective is self-contained.
I have a question. Do you think that it's possible that they're just being discordant and like trying to like fuck with you in any way?
No, it's bad writing.
Yeah,
it's bad writing on its face.
Usually, what
let me ask you that. Do you think that the Star Wars reboot, the last trilogy or whatever, do you think that was on purpose bad?
No,
it
wasn't on purpose bad.
Why would you assume that it's not on purpose?
Because
it was made on purpose. I mean, they made it on purpose for the purpose of making money. But they
actually, I heard an interesting theory that I think may account for at least Star Wars, because I don't know if you've realized this, but Star Wars movies and TV shows recently have had some pretty insane budgets.
I know.
And I heard some speculation that might be because they do reshoots of scenes. They'll shoot a scene and then they'll shoot it again differently, the same scene, but with different dialogue, different stuff like that. And then they will test screen scenes, test screen everything scene by scene with audiences, and go with the thing that
That's not a rumor.
It's not even a rumor. Okay, it's just confirmed.
That's not a rumor. That's actually what's happening. In fact, it was the first time I read about it. The first time I heard about it was just last year. There was this. Apparently according to the numbers they released, one of the most expensive films ever made was a Netflix film called The Gray Man that had Ryan Gosling was like a spy or something in it. It was made by the guys that made Avengers Endgame and made the decent Avengers films, and that made the Winter Soldier and Civil War, and they made those, and the guys and they started on Community. They're actually talented people.
Yeah.
And but they explained because they explained in an interview that their process in making the movie was exactly that. They explained it in great detail.
Oh my God!
They literally, the reason that it was so expensive is because every single scene that you see in this movie, there's 25 different versions of it. They shot from every potential angle, every potential take you can do, instead of just doing instead of shooting instead of having a vision for what your movie's going to look like. What if instead we shot it in every possible way that you could think of, period, and then choose from everything in the editing bay alone, and then you don't have to worry about getting B-roll or anything else like that. But it costs 10 times more, and it ends up feeling like a mishmash of bullshit because you can't, because there's no coherent vision behind it. It's a studio directed thing, which is really strange. Because why are the studios spending so much more money to make so much less money? Because not once has this worked out that I've seen. I mean, I would understand if this was an experimental thing they tried once or twice.
If that's true, and they've been doing, and Marvel and Disney movies have been using this sort of formula, they have been making a lot of money. It's just they're upfronting a lot of costs. They're making the costs of making movies go up dramatically. And I'm gonna be real. I don't think Disney is actually opposed to the idea of the cost of movies getting more expensive, because Disney movies always make their money back.
Not lately.
Well, not always in a direct way. A lot of times it's in franchising efforts.
Last thing I heard was I think Little Mermaid lost money even internationally.
No. Individual movies
definitely
will,
did. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to ask this really quick, and I'll let you guys continue what you want. But I want to ask Lib if he can you make a case that we're living in such a fascist state of things that perhaps a company like Disney doesn't care if it loses money in order to do whatever it's doing.
I don't think we're living in a fascist state. I do think that Disney definitely does have incentives to, for instance, drive the price of movies up, because the more expensive movies get, the more difficult it will be for other studios to compete and like be able to shell out the kind of money that Disney does for movies.
What if like, and I mean this seriously, what if they're literally just doing the producers thing?
What's the producers thing?
You know the plot of the producers, right?
Not familiar. No.
Mel Brooks movie. It's like one of the most. It's also a very famous musical at this point. But the original movie is from the 60s, I think, or 60s or 70s. And the whole premise is that there are these him and Zero Mostel are these two down and out Broadway producers that haven't been able to make a hit in a long time, and like they're losing, but then they figure out this weird kind of loophole where they can actually they're in so much debt that in order for them to get out of debt, they need to make a production that is so terrible that it loses so much money that they can write off all of their debt.
That's the case. That in and of itself, that what you're talking about is a thing that Disney does. Is a thing that companies do broadly. Actually,
yeah. I mean, the Batgirl thing where they deleted the movie from existence and
it's tax write-off.
They wrote the whole thing off.
The same thing happens with like video game companies, because a number of games have actually been axed recently. That like what was it? Hyenas was supposed to be this like weird looter shooter. They dumped in $100 million into this thing over 9 years, and then Sega axed it completely, just utterly axed. Just like the game it's not going to release. It's $100 million spent on it,
deleted. And they can then write that off at the end of the year as a loss. That way, whenever other things that they do trying to put out lose money, then like it balances out or something. I don't. And
basically what it is
in money, but
it's a very complex way to say to be able to them to tell the government, hey, we didn't make as much profit this year because this. Hey, look, this guy, we had to cancel this because it wasn't going anywhere, and so now this year we just made $100 million less.
Right. Yeah.
And since the thing that like I think it's like basically it's really complicated the way they tax the way they tax corporations. Basically, there are taxes on profits, but corporations have so many ways to get around that. I mean, Amazon, for instance, took full advantage of that for decades by just running at a loss. That's how a lot of areas of Amazon were able to.
And that is one of the areas. That's one of the places where I will fully agree with you that capitalism can be complete bullshit.
I mean, well, money's fake. We made it up.
Well, that's kind of the point I was trying to drive at is like if you look at a large section of the economy, like a lot of these companies that are changing the landscape, like just take Uber and Lyft, for example, those companies weren't profitable. Amazon wasn't profitable, yet they stay in business long enough to shift the landscape of the economy drastically, right?
They do so by taking advantage of a lot of tax loopholes, basically to where the corporation itself pays very little to nothing in tax, and so like basically they just get to keep all the money they make, and then they get to, I mean, sure, they're taking out loans, they're accruing debt, but they can then leverage that debt to borrow more money, and it's just the same way with like
they leverage the debt, and they get they get those investment evaluations, right, where their estimated worth is so much, and then they can borrow against that.
And allegedly, that's what they're trying to take all Trump's money away for, is overvaluing his assets.
I mean, yeah, that's a kind of undervaluing in his case. There was there's
he overvalued and then borrowed against. He was borrowed against basically against like what he was valuing things so high, and they
might be thinking of we might be thinking of different cases then.
Okay, I probably so. Because there's too many to take care. There's too many to keep track of. To be fair,
he's got a shit ton of suits against him. Yeah,
there's like 8 cases against him right now, so I have no idea which one. But yeah, I think there's probably both sides. Yeah, he probably undervalued some and overvalued some others. Everything else. It's like
and that's normal rich people shit, but you know.
Yeah, no, man, that's how I didn't understand that until just like it was like 5 years ago the first time I ever heard that concept of like how people like that live without liquid assets. It's, that like someone like people think Elon Musk is like the richest man, but he doesn't actually have that much money in the bank. Obviously, what he has is like he has that value in companies like Tesla and SpaceX and stuff like that, and because of the weird thing that you don't have if you get money on loan, if you borrow the money, you don't owe taxes on it. So all their money is borrowed, and then as long as the value of the company keeps growing, they can continue borrowing without ever paying anything back.
Yeah, basically. Well, they do. Well, they pay. Usually, they pay interest. Is what the thing. But interest is such a little expense that
Yeah, but they pay the interest out of the loan that they got in the first place, which is tiny.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons why wealthier people like interest rates lower. Interest rates being lower, it can be good for an economy, but obviously, the lower the interest rate, the better it is the easier it is for wealthier people to borrow money. However, the problem is the interest rate being lower, broadly speaking, isn't actually that helpful for the average American, because the average American isn't borrowing large amounts of money. For the average American, interest plays a very minor part in their life. Yeah. Even if you have like good credit.
Inflation.
Yeah, I was gonna say like when most the average American, they have a loan on their house, if they have one, their car, school, like that those, but even credit cards. But there's a difference between credit card interest rates and loan debt.
I know there's a difference, but still nonetheless. I mean, I'm just saying like there's it's still a relatively small. It's relatively small to a regular consumer, even though it affects them far more. But it's still a smaller part of their overall concern. Because they have to worry about the day-to-day, like getting by kind of thing. Let me ask you guys both a question.
Mm-hmm.
This is something it's kind of an interesting idea to me anyway. Like it's been brought up by 2 movies now. Of course, there was the one about the 2008 crisis. What was the movie, that had Steve Carell and stuff in it, like
the Big Short.
The Big Short. And then there's a more recent one called Dumb Money. That's about the GameStop thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the thing about these stories that bother me. It's like they kind of portray these guys as kind of like weird kind of heroes, right? Because they take advantage of the system in order to kind of expose the system for what it is, right? And I can kind of respect that in the sense of like, because there's a part of me that if I had the ability to, I knew how to. If I had the know-how and the knowledge, I would love to be able to use the system against itself well enough so that I could accumulate money to actually do some good in the world. But I don't feel like these people. No, but nobody in any of these things they ever do anything good.
Yeah, you can't use.
I'm just wondering if you guys think it's possible to actually do that kind of thing. If doing that kind of thing changes you in a way where by the time you actually beat the system and you get the money, if you're even capable of doing good anymore, does it completely corrupt you? Do you think that money completely just bankrupts your soul in a way? I mean, is it possible to be rich? Is it possible for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven, as Christ said?
I don't think it's so much that the money corrupts people, though. I do think that does happen quite often. I think what it more has to do with is the systems that people in The Big Short, the GameStop people are railing against. These systems are incredibly robust. The people within these systems have heavy incentives to heavily protect these systems. And so like any attempt to subvert these systems will ultimately be undermined. If, for instance, shorting, right, was like some knockout punch way of crippling Wall Street, then what would happen is shorting would be penalized significantly, to the point where like it would probably be made illegal. If it actually
shorting, which it should be, shorting should absolutely be made illegal. It's
I mean, yeah,
bullshit.
Yeah,
It's complete.
I
how
agree.
Is it not gambling? How is
Yeah.
this not just basic gambling? It's just basic bitch gambling. There's nothing complicated about it.
It
You're
undermines
just betting
the
against
system.
something.
It undermines the system, but it doesn't undermine the system in any way that meaningfully will destroy it. No, and it's also not undermining the system in a way that meaningfully benefits the average person. Even if like shorts were this magical bullet, everyone couldn't do this. Okay, like people with money would be on that bandwagon, and they would be doing it, and there'd be no crumbs left. The whole.
Yeah, I know. It's like the cost of entry is far too high for people like us to even belly up to the table. I get that, but like I just wonder to myself sometimes. I think to myself like if I knew how to game the system and if I knew how to do it and I did it, and if I got that kind of wealth, like would my priorities suddenly change? Would it because if I had like that chance, if I had the chance,
I would like to think for myself that my priorities wouldn't change. I mean, you can point to examples of people who in modern day are very wealthy and take active steps to I can't remember what company, CEO of this one company who when COVID first started, he bumped his salary down to like $100,000 a year. He was making like.
Poor baby.
I'm aware, but he did so in order to prevent mass layoffs at the company. Because for what it's worth, COVID, especially early on, did have a massive impact on a lot of companies.
Definitely.
While the mass layoffs definitely were way over the fucking top, it was clear that like there was gonna be some issues, and I think he hasn't like taken any sorts of huge salary increases since then. Look, okay, good on that one multimillionaire.
He already is a multimillionaire, and he probably has. He's probably making it up in stock options anyway, so it probably doesn't matter. But still, I see your point. I'm talking about like, I would like if I had money. Like what I would do with it, I would like to start a school. I would like to open a college. I would like to open an actual college for some sort of alternative learning kind of environment that where people could actually learn. We actually learned how to think and how to create in a more in this liberal arts sense, but something.
Yeah, I was going to say, careful, Chris. Sounds like you're talking about a liberal arts college.
It would be. I mean, that's literally the term for it. I mean, that's the actual term for it. But I mean, I am a liberal. I mean, I don't have any
dirty fucking liberal.
Yeah, I'm a classical liberal or whatever you want to call it. I don't know what I hate that term because it usually is used by people because it gets used by grifters that try to use it as
it gets
a buzzword,
wildly misused. Like honestly, as much as I hate hearing that word come out of Jeff's mouth, I understand that Jeff is a classical liberal.
Yeah,
he's the one. Like I remember when Sargon of Akkad was calling himself a fucking classical liberal. That was the most weaselly shit. Like looking back on it, oh my god, it's like.
Yeah, he's softened some in recent years, but yeah, he used to be really shit. I agree.
I'm not
I don't
convinced.
find him as odious these days as I used to. I just don't think he's not really doing much of anything.
I was about to say he's not. He's on Twitter, I think, like harassing Shoeonhead, but that's about it.
It's whatever. Yeah, which I think, and weren't they friends at one point too? So
they were, but it turns out that when you run with a far right party and like your friend is like a filthy fucking. I don't even know. She's like a libertarian, kind
Right.
of.
I like Shu. I know. I know.
No,
there's
I
a
do
lot of
too.
people.
I do too. I think her political ideology is uh, confused.
Confused. It's all over the place, but she's kind of like she's more of an entertainer at this point than I think anything, you know. So I can
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, I can.
she's actually funny. So like
Yeah, she is. Yeah,
I give her leeway for actually being funny.
I give her a
You know,
good bit of credit for that.
yeah, and that's I don't find her to be. I mean, I think I find myself like there's things that she says. I mean, there's certainly things that I think they're kind of cringe or I don't agree with, but I think
Yeah,
she's pretty aware of it. She's usually pretty
she
self-aware
is.
about the
Yeah,
cringy things she says. So
yeah.
I don't know. I think she falls into it. I think she gets. I mean, for that matter, I mean, I was always I was a fan of Lindsay Ellis even back in the day.
Oh, I'm a huge fan. Even still, I like Lindsay Ellis. I think a lot
her
of her content has been
her
yeah.
content was great. I mean,
Mhm.
her essays on her takedowns of like Rent and Cats and stuff like that are hilarious. I think they're
Mhm.
just great stuff. Her story about her fight with like the freaking fan fiction publisher thing, the whole
Mhm.
like the whole wolf porn that whole story is brilliant and amazing.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is, and what happened to her is really fucking
It-
awful and
it's awful.
tragic, and
Yeah.
it's just so stupid. Like
It is.
I have it's one of the most retarded overreactions of anything I've ever seen on the internet, and it's just
Yeah.
like I mean like, and a lot of people were very mean about it, and I think to a degree that I think it was unnecessary because they were like, you know, well, she had it coming, you know, and
Oh,
she
man.
did. To be fair, she did engage in her fair share of blood sports and canceling event type things.
Sure, but
But yeah,
who on
this
the
was
internet
extreme.
with a Twitter didn't do blood sports? Let's be
No,
real.
I know, I know.
I you know like
I never did, but I never engaged with Twitter that much.
yeah.
I only my wife Lindsay, she used to do a fair bit of like blood sports trolling type stuff, and
Yeah.
I would kind of I was kind of like I was like the guy behind the guy kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would help
You
her craft
craft. Oh,
her
of course.
craft the
Of
trolling,
course.
but I didn't really do it. I didn't really have much interest in doing it myself. I would just like she would come up with like she'd like, oh, like this person said this to me, and I'd be like, all right, say this back, you know. I do that kind of shit. I would kind of like, you know, coach her in the ways of trolling sometimes because my most of my the only trolling I really used to do was like kind of like on some message boards way back when, you know, back in like practically dial-up days. So I'm like
No.
I'm too old. I'm too old for the.
Speaking of people who've been wrongly canceled, Vosh just released today a comprehensive, not comprehensive, like an hour and 40-minute video on all of the controversies that he has been involved in, and basically provide coming with the receipts.
Okay, well, hey, I mean, I'm willing to hear him out. I mean, it's not like but I like there are.
I think like half the video takes is about the child prawn stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like the one thing is that the things he has said things that I definitely find very like they make I wouldn't that make me uncomfortable with him as a person to a degree. I mean, he has said he literally did. I mean, I've heard the clip is pretty clear when he talks about how like, you know, I've heard it in context too about his whole like thing. And I know it's just like he was just kind of a spurred rant type thing. I'm sure he wasn't thinking clearly enough when he was talking about it.
So for what it's worth, he does explain, because he attempted for a long time to craft that argument to something like usable, because I do agree with him that I think the point that he's trying to make is good and poignant, which is that like he uses this as an example in the video, even where like it's basic to use like a vegetarianism example, basically like if you're a vegan or whatever, and you know, you oppose, you know, the animal, or if you were a person and you oppose animal abuse, right?
Mm-hmm.
Americans, we oppose animal abuse. There are laws against animal abuse. However, we have our meat industry,
Right.
which I don't know if you've done any like, you know, looking into it. It's it's pretty far over the line of animal abuse. I'll say. I'll like.
I took field trips when I was a kid to dairy farms, stuff like that. They're nasty, awful places. I understand. Part of the reason I still can't drink milk to this day, because seeing like the environment it comes from.
While simultaneously we have animal abuse laws in our country that we enforce. We do enforce them.
Mm-hmm.
We do not enforce them when it comes to the mass killing and mass abuse of animals in the meat and dairy industry. And the argument goes that you cannot oppose one without opposing the other logically. Like there's a disconnect in our brains. And we understand what the disconnect is. The disconnect is, if I see somebody walking down the street and like beating a dog to death, I see that, but I don't see the conditions the animal is in when I'm eating my hamburger. Right. I'm not seeing those conditions.
But weirdly enough, if you just shot the dog, it's fine.
I mean, yeah, it's inconsistent. And the same is true when it comes to our views of child abuse. Obviously, child abuse is very, very legal here in the United States. We criminalize it very heavily. However, U.S. companies will openly buy from other companies that utilize child labor, child slavery, so
which I absolutely oppose.
No. Market demands such things. Don't you know that, Liv?
Well, I mean, that's it's opposing that sort of, or it's trying to elicit that response, trying to either get the person to defend child workers and child slavery, which I mean, there are some people stupid enough to do so, but
Well, but
I know.
Here's the thing. Sorry to interrupt.
No, please.
Here's the thing. Like, here's what trips me up about it. It's like when I, as a quote unquote conservative, more or less, like I say, like, hey, that iPhone in your hand should cost $5,000 because we should do it ethically and without child labor and people say, oh well, I couldn't afford that. It's like, well, you would probably appreciate it a lot more if you did decide to buy it. Right.
Actually, interestingly enough, I did actually learn this recently. So Apple has, slightly to their credit, actively moved towards, I guess, quote unquote, ethical sources for a lot of their materials within the iPhone.
Although how could we ever verify that, though?
I mean, sorry. What I'm saying is there have been independent like research teams that aren't associated with Apple who have, gone into sort of.
Yeah, probably lawyers who go and change the definition of child labor.
Oh no! Undoubtedly, there are many other issues that their news sources are. I mean, like just the flat mining of cobalt is a net detriment to the planet.
Yeah, and it's horrific, like the way they treat the people that do it. Too.
No, but see, even if they don't have child laborers, the way they treat their adult laborers isn't actually much better. Yeah, we just feel more pity for the kids.
So Lib, I hope you. I do hope that you will follow me and Chris on some more panels, because it's so funny when I agree with you on so much, even though I reject communism outright. I think it's funny because we and Chris is very interesting too, because he doesn't have a real political take, but we all kind of get the point. We're trying to point out moral and ethical problems that we see, and it's it's so funny to see people pull out every stop to avoid looking at a moral or ethical problem, right?
Well, I kind of view it in a lot of ways, kind of like cognitive dissonance. Basically, it's basically that humans are, I don't want to say naturally logical, but there is a natural kind of logic that we want to follow, and especially people who are smart, well-read or whatever, who can put all these puzzle pieces together. If you just smack the puzzle pieces together right in front of them, right? Like they then have a choice. They can look at it and see those puzzle pieces line up and change their opinion, or they can do one of a number defense mechanisms. The brain will straight up make up defense mechanisms because your brain doesn't like logical contradictions. Your brain doesn't like it, or not logical contradictions. Your brain doesn't like contradictions. And if you understand logical contradictions, when someone demonstrates one in front of you, like, and that's part of your belief, like, humans are incredibly fucking stupid. Actually.
Well. Here's the other thing though. Like, if it makes you, if the logical contradiction directly points that you're morally culpable for some things that are very morally terrible,
and that makes it even worse. That just ignites that even more.
People get angry. People get angry. They lash out. They will find, your brain will find lots of ways to justify lots of things. And don't get me wrong, we don't, in the world we live in, we don't have a way of living fully ethically to any extreme degree if we exist in society at all.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a phrase that goes around in lefty circles. There's no ethical consumption under capitalism, which some people use as like an excuse to fucking consume as much as they want. But really what it just means is that when you're consuming, it's important to understand that, like, nothing about that exchange is fundamentally ethical. There is a rot at the foundation that tears away the ethics of that interaction, that you can't buy it.
It could be ethical if it weren't for the greed and everything it leads to, like child labor and like stuff overseas.
As a Marxist, as a Marxist, I believe that under capitalism, every worker is being exploited in the way that, like, I'm talking about Marxist exploitation.
Sorry to interrupt. I can agree with you. See, here's the strange part for me. Like, I can agree with Chomsky in manufacturing consent. My issue with communism is simple, is very, very, very basic, and it's this: you cannot account for bodily autonomy under communism. So to me, it's like you can't have ethics in communism.
Why not?
How can you have ethics without owning your own body? Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
Without pawning your own body?
Owning. Like, if you don't own your own body, then there is no such thing as ethics, essentially.
I would agree. I think bodily autonomy is a firm grasp on bodily autonomy and how we ought to do things. I think is a pretty fundamental part. But I don't see how that's. I don't see how under communism you don't have bodily autonomy.
Under Marxist, I mean, if you're talking about Marxist communism, but Lib, I mean, honestly, you don't. When you just called yourself a Marxist, but I really don't think that you're a Marxist.
I call myself a Marxist in the economic sense. I'm a Marxist. I'm not a cultural Marxist or whatever.
You're not. You're
not a Marxist in the sense of, like, believing that, like, the state should control, like, every, should direct every single aspect of society and everything else like that.
No, that's you're leaning more into, that's more of like a Marxist Leninist kind of thing.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why
when I talk about Marxism, I'm talking about. I hope that I have done this as well. But every time I bring up Marxism, it is in reference to economics, because that is what, like, when I say I'm a Marxist, I'm talking about my economic stances.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like, if everybody has the right to your labor, then you don't have the right to your own labor, correct?
That's not how communism works.
Okay, help me understand the labor theory a little bit.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay. So, under using Marx's definition of exploitation, which I do, because I think in Marxism, exploitation is a neutral term, not a inherently negative one. All it is referring to is whenever a worker is not paid for the full value that their labor provided, right? So, like,
that's huge. So essentially, basically, let me just make sure I understand. Essentially, what you're saying is, the calculation of wages doesn't account for the value provided in the aggregate. Is that kind of the more or less?
Sort of. So, quick, simple example. I'm a capitalist. I have tools and I have wood. I am going to give you, Jack, $25 to turn that wood and those tools, to use those tools and take that wood and turn it into a chair. And I'm going to pay you $15. And then I turn around and I sell that chair for $50. Okay? That chair that you made, you put your labor in. Okay? You had what is it? You got $15 and
You spent
I
$25
yeah.
materials and
Yeah.
$15, and so that equates to $40, and then so the person that makes $10 off of that.
Yes.
And that's, in your opinion, is on.
Because the money that is that extra value was created by the laborer, and the laborer is not being compensated for the extra value they put in. They're just being compensated like an amount that is less than that, and that is basically how capitalism and many other economics systems have functioned.
So let me just use this as an experiment, because I think I may have a response, but I want to make sure I comprehend. And like, actually, I think this relates back to the whole topics we've been talking about. So this is not just like a total diversion. I know that seems
no.
It's fine. This is just three of us talking. There's nobody watching anyway.
No, I know, but I do actually want to relate this back, because I think it does. I think it does relate back to the whole thing about bad writing and all that stuff. So let me put it this way. So by what methodology would you derive the appropriate payment for such things?
So the problem with that, what I just explained, is that that system is developed with the intent of generating profit for people for the person who didn't do the work on that, the labor for that thing. The whole purpose of that interaction is to generate profit, because that's basically how capitalism and several other economic systems function exclusively off of the search for profit. However, economics don't need to be geared around profit.
I see.
As you can, there are whole economic models, usually older ones, that are based around need.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm not going to say that you're wrong right off the bat, but here's the problem that I find. Just trying to oversimplify it, but hopefully this will lead to a bridge.
Greater understanding, yeah.
Right. Hopefully it'll lead to a bridge. So an oversimplified version, I would say, is, if you wanted to fix the problem of this thing in capitalism, and let's just say that you wanted to keep capitalism, right?
Sure.
If you wanted to keep capitalism, wouldn't you just want to teach everybody in the chain of production to be better at negotiation? Like, wouldn't that?
My only problem with the system you just described, Lev, is my only problem with saying that there's a problem with that is like, okay, but let's say my skill, my thing that I want to do is build chairs, right? I want to build chairs.
Yeah.
I like building chairs. I even own my own materials. I have my own stuff. I build the chairs, but I don't want to go sell the chairs. So it makes sense that I would be able to find a person that would buy these chairs at a bulk, in a bulk thing. And of course you wanted to encourage them to buy as many as possible at once. So you give them a discount, and then they take that, and by using that discount, they sell them at a higher market value. Therefore they make profit and you make a profit, right? And like, I don't see anything. I see how it gets exploited, don't get me wrong. But I mean, but if it was functioning as intended, it wouldn't be like it's not. I don't think it's an inherent. I don't see it as inherently evil. But
no, it's not inherently evil.
It's just so easy to exploit, and like the safeguards are supposed to be there to keep people from exploiting them, are not well enforced or even well thought of.
They're not even well ended. Exactly.
No. I agree. In fact, one of the first sort of, I guess, philosophy economic books that I read was Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. And the system that Adam Smith describes sounds very good. unfortunately, capitalism did not develop in the way that Adam Smith thought it would. It developed in a wildly different manner, one which has created this giant fucking monster. Actually, it's created several monsters, and like, there's no reset button. Like, I guess, okay, the nukes are the reset button, but I don't want to nuke the world. I would prefer if as many people got to live as possible.
Well,
So
let me ask this. Let me ask this just to stop. And I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but I want to just
no,
make
no,
sure
you're fine.
You're not interrupting. This is a conversation.
Would you say that it's, when you look at the problem, like let's say that Adam Smith as an example, like I've never read that, like I call myself an anarcho-capitalist basically because I think that if I account for bodily autonomy and the basic human rights of no murder, no theft, no assault, and no rape, then I'm pretty much covered the basics of ethics. And I don't know any other system that accounts for those basics. But let me just, I'm just put that up front for my bias, right? But
Sure.
having said that, going forward, what I'm saying is, like, would you say that it is the fact that people are corrupt that's the problem, or is it the technological system that has mediated things so far out that you can't even calculate something like price in any kind of accurate way at this point, right? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it's the second one, the technological problem. I would definitely not say that humans are inherently corrupt. In fact, would I go so far as to say the opposite? No. What I would say is that humans have a tremendous capacity for community and care, and I think there a large part of this discussion around, like, I guess, like human nature, things inherent to humans. I think this has been muddied by a lot of waters. One way, for instance, is that, like, for a long time we thought our most common ancestor was the chimpanzee. Now, I don't know if you know anything about chimpanzees, but they are unrepentant assholes. Like, just kind of as a species, they will murder and rape and mutilate each other. They're vicious.
Yeah, they're incredibly crazy.
And
creatures.
If that is our most recent common ancestor, it's not really that much of a stretch to think that, oh, hey, this kind of fits with our idea, because humans, for all of recorded history, have basically done nothing but kill and murder and rape each other. That's a pretty common thing humans engage in. However, chimpanzees are actually not our most common recent ancestor.
It's bonobos.
It's the bonobo apes, the love monkey. And bonobos are like shockingly like community oriented, docile,
transgender, pansexual.
Well, perhaps it's the Neanderthals that developed from the chimpanzees, and the rest of us developed from the bonobos, and it's the clash between the two monkey evolutions.
My point is, I see that other animals have this capacity for I'll just say goodness, just that sort of like broad goodness, and I don't think humanity is like this decrepit thing that's like deep in the mud. It's a very Christian idea.
I just want to say I actually do agree with you on that point, and I think that it's actually I think that it's something that a lot of people are getting wrong, including a lot of Christians and a lot of atheists. I think that they think that humans are something that are inherently evil that need to be controlled, and I think that actually humans in a state of nature, other than having to deal with nature itself, are generally not psychopathic, personally.
Yeah, no, I agree. The evidence suggests that, like, it wasn't until really I guess quote unquote recently on the human timescale that we even had things like mass warfare and stuff. We've had civilizations for thousands and thousands of years, and yet mass warfare is kind of a thing that's happened since
gunpowder was invented, and
no, but long before that. I'm talking,
well,
but I mean, like
I'm
humans.
kind of joking, but
Yeah. Human society, what we could describe as human society, has been around. We have very good evidence that human society has been around for nearly 10,000 years.
If not longer, with some of the recent discoveries, the Göbekli Tepe and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Some of that stuff is.
Well,
insane.
Göbekli Tepe is the probably one of the oldest, I guess, like sites of civilization.
Verifiable 10,000. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But it wasn't until
there's another tell site. There's another tell site somewhere in Turkey that they found in more recently. That I think that they were saying that might even predate Göbekli Tepe.
Which is crazy. It means that for about half of our existence, we have been pretty vicious to each other, which isn't good. However, I think we can, explain this with a pretty simple thing. A lot of humans living together causes problems. That makes sense.
And also, like, you have to.
It's not even a resource scarcity that does, because a lot of these pre-modern civilizations were very resource scarce, and yet we didn't have the kinds of like fighting that would go on, even though there were still a good number of humans.
Well, I just want to put a couple things into context very quickly, just to kind of get your take on it. First of all, I want to mention, like, I was on that stream earlier, Chris, and I know that you only listened to 20 minutes of it, but like, I don't know.
I'm sure I just caught the boring part. I just the part I was on. I just heard you weren't talking, so.
The part that I was, I was doing some very sophisticated traps for them to fall into, and I didn't really get a chance because there's too many people, kind of throwing scientism stuff at me. And like, I'm not an anti-science person, but they were like trying to paint me as if I'm anti-science and all this shit. But, really what it was all about is like their fundamental worldview is like technology good, science good, no matter what. And I was just simply trying to make the point. It's like, without morality, who gives a fuck about that, right? Like, if you have no morality, then all the science in the world ain't going to change a lack of morality, right?
I mean, yes, okay, so here's my thing on technology. And actually, I went on a rant earlier to one of the guys in my polycule about AI earlier, because I was fucking sick. I was trying to find just some non-AI generated images for a D&D character. Just some. Yeah. Please, dear God. But I couldn't.
They don't exist anymore.
Yeah. And it
so quickly as it taken over.
I love Boulders. I love Boulders Gate stuff. I love their artwork.
I mean,
the old one. I mean, not the new one.
I actually like the old Baldur's Gate. I've played through it a bunch. It's very difficult. Once you like figure out THACO, though, the rest of the game kind of like falls into place around it. It's actually a pretty fun game. I really enjoyed the old one.
Yeah, I did too.
But I would encourage you, if you haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, to play Baldur's Gate 3. It is a fantastic CRPG. Like, I play a lot of CRPGs, and I gotta be real, it's probably one of the best put together. And it only beats out the second best one, which is also made by the same studio, Divinity Original Sin 2. Like, these guys produce fucking bangers.
I really wish I could get into them. I do. I have both Divinities, Original Sin 1 and 2, and I tried to get into them, and I just couldn't. I know I've been very tempted to try. I mean, whenever I find it on a really cheap sale, sometimes I'll find like there's sites that'll sell like the key, like a key for like an Xbox code or whatever for a game for like a couple bucks. But you just got to like use a VPN to activate it in Turkey or something. That's the only way I can afford a game. But like, so if I see that, like, I would definitely probably get it. to play it, or because I don't have a computer that is capable of handling it to pirate it or anything. So so I would, but at the same time I know I probably won't get very far in it, because I just like I get worn out on turn-based stuff. I just the turn-based systems, just like they unless they're I used to get into strategy RPGs a lot. I used to get into like the big strategy, kind of like the big Battlefield type stuff a lot when I was younger, but they take so long, and I just feel like they're such time sucks for me. I just
they are.
I don't know that I'll ever I think Elden Ring will probably be the last game I'll ever have put this much time into that I did. And that was strictly, and the only reason I put as much
game.
It's a fantastic game, but the only reason I put that much time into it too is because I was literally using it to stay awake while my wife was in psychosis, and it was like a coping mechanism, plus it was a thing that was keeping me awake so that I could watch and make sure she didn't get out the door and lose track of her, and so it was a whole thing. So like, I mean, that's the reason I end up putting 200 hours in that game. But I mean, I can't. I did start picking up the games again, though. I did recently. What did I play? What was I playing the other night? I found on Xbox. I found a really cheap. I found a $1 cheap code from one of those sites for the expansions for that Wolong Fallen Dynasty game, and I'd played through it back whenever it came out, and I actually played through most of the expansion stuff, and actually, I actually enjoyed. It was the first time I've enjoyed the game again for a while. So, it was kind of nice to actually play a video game, and although I have, weirdly enough, it hurts my eyes to play games anymore.
No, I understand that. It does for me too.
My eyes start watering, and I just like after like an hour, and I just can't do it for very long. I just can't.
It's just the epileptic flash seizure stuff. It's on purpose. Okay. So I wanted to ask Lib, can you briefly tell me what you're going to say about the technology?
Oh yeah.
About...
Sorry.
With technology and morality, I don't think that they're necessarily separate. In fact, I think the technology, broadly speaking, is generally pretty amoral. Like there's not really
it's like a gun or anything else. It can be used for evil. Well, used for
good. Here's where I'll disagree just very briefly. Like, my whole argument is that it makes it harder to measure moral pricing the way that it also makes it hard to develop pricing in an economic system.
Sure.
Like it basically makes it where you diffuse culpability to the point where it's almost impossible to track down who's actually culpable, right?
Yeah, Marx talks about this. It's called alienation from labor. It's like this idea that, like, when I go out and I buy a crate of eggs, right? I'm just buying eggs. But before the advent of supermarkets and all this stuff, when I would get eggs, chances are I probably knew the person who was raising the chickens to give me my eggs. I knew where my egg.
When I was growing up, my grandmother had their chickens. Like I used to gather the eggs every day. I did that growing up. So.
Basically, it's this idea that, like, now more than ever, we are increasingly alienated from the people who give us the things that we need to live. And to a certain extent, there's not really a whole lot you can do about that, except by solving other issues of alienation. Obviously, like, there's tons of people who are completely alienated from, like, their jobs, in the sense that, like, they go to a place where they have no power. They're told what to do for 8+ hours a day. They don't get paid enough, and then they go home, and then they do drugs or drink alcohol.
And then you're surprised by crime. And then you're surprised by crime when someone feels that they're like virtually like a cyborg doing a job, and they have no connection to anything. Exactly.
Yeah, and the loss of community is like, it's absolutely like that. I think communities are what keep people moral, to a large extent. That's why
to a shockingly degree. That's why like churches.
That's why that's my whole thing. That's my whole ethical perspective is entirely based on the idea that community is necessary and good, and that it's the thing that ultimately it's the only real path forward, and it's like the most, it is a very it is natural to human species. I believe that community is a natural thing, that we naturally form communities. We don't have to be taught to do so. We form communities even as children,
Yes.
we do this without any kind, unless someone is there to teach us opposite, is to teach us teach us badly, to try to indoctrinate us in some other sense. Like, we all will naturally gravitate towards some kind of communal, kind of system where, and the one thing I've been noticing lately, I think that the big thing that I've been feeling and seeing that I think that's getting missed in a lot of these conversations, though, and I just want to bring this up real fast and we'll go back to the other thing, is just that I'm starting to notice that one of the big problems I see, like in Panelverse and other things like this in these conversational communities, is that people are ignoring the concept that not everyone needs to have the same role or do the same things within a community, and that it's entirely fine. It's fine for people to have different ideas and see things different ways, because that's how you build a more complete. Because a community is like a human organism, we need heart, lungs, arms, legs, and everything, and everybody kind of every person in that community kind of fits into a category of some sort that has a purpose there, and it is and there are things that not everyone wants to do and things like that, and it's important that we work together to do that. Just like a family, your family, you split up the chores, somebody takes the trash out on Tuesday and someone takes it out on Thursday or whatever, I mean,
and the communities will change to accommodate the people within them. I mean, that's there's anthropologists who talk about how the earliest signs of civilization is a corpse with a healed bone, a healed broken bone, and it's an old person, because that means that for an animal out in the wild, a broken bone is that's a death sentence. You're just fucked. For most animals. But when you start having these strong community bonds, where you will, if someone's hurt, you will help them. That is a very,
which is why alienation is so, because there is a reason why back that for a long time, there was communal fear of people that were loners, or that were people that were that tried to exist outside the community structure, because of the fact that that is how anti-communities kind of get started, right? Really these outside forces start coming in and start creating creating conflict. And it's crazy. I mean, you can see it happen, and you can see it happen in nature to some degree, even things like wealth disparity and stuff like that. You see the way that things accumulate, even in in basic basic organisms and stuff like that. The more there is of something, the stronger it gets, and it attracts more things to it, like gravity, the bigger something is, the more it's pulling towards it. And it's it's really, there's definitely, we are all fighting gravity to some degree. We're all fighting that gravity that and it's really I think that's the reason why. That goes back to my question originally when I was trying to ask, do you think that you can is it possible to be a truly rich person, be ethical, and actually do good things with having a large amount of money? And the reason why I wonder about that is because it almost by necessity alienates you from the people around you when you have a lot of money.
No, it does. It absolutely does. That's when I talk about the class system that exists today, and the difference between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, that is it's not based on wealth, it's based on shared interests, which does seem to align with wealth quite often. Though there are, there's subcategories. There's the petite bourgeois, there's class traders, and all sorts of different categories. But broadly speaking, people who are bourgeoisie, who are within that class of people, will act within the interest of their class. Now, today, And hey, Jack Chomsky, his manufacturing consent is kind of about this. The proletariat has been convinced to go along with the interests of the bourgeoisie, either by, in the past, it was often by force, but in the present day, it's a lot due to propaganda. People
Well, I
are,
mean, the bourgeoisie was even less of a problem though than I think when we have like these larger kind of like you have like these the trillionaire the near trillionaire level people that are so like someone like Musk. I mean, yeah, people. I mean, people make fun of him for being an idiot or this or that, but I don't know how you can have that much money and not lose your mind. Because you were at a point where, like, how can you? Can you? I can just like I'm just like I'm not.
oh yeah,
I
no,
don't
that
really
guy,
have.
yeah,
I don't
no, I mean
feel
Musk.
sympathy for him.
Musk is
And
100% of the time, like from the moment he wakes, on ketamine. He admitted to like, oh yeah, like I occasionally use ketamine, which like
right.
that is code
Yeah.
for I am on ketamine right now. I'm on ketamine an hour ago, and I'll be on ketamine in 6 hours.
I mean, and I kind of understand. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know what ketamine's like. It's something I've never done, but I understand because I can only imagine like so especially if you didn't come from having a lot of money and then you suddenly have a lot. And so all the people are poor too. So it only seems natural. I mean, that's the reason why people that win the lottery, they end up going broke because everyone comes out of the woodwork and they want to give back to their friends and family. And they want to trust this person and they don't. And so the people that actually do succeed are the people that are kind of greedy and don't do that kind of thing. But I think it's just like because they just look at it the wrong way. And so instead of just giving your money just to all your friends and family or something, if you actually built something that could be communally accessible and useful to everyone, that would be a lot more. But people, of course, would resent you for that as well. It's like there's so many complications that come with the concept of wealth that it's a scary thing. I mean, really, I mean,
Well,
like
yeah.
it's. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, and I just want to mention before I forget because I'm gonna be listening, but I'm gonna be chilling with my family. So if I don't respond too
Sure,
quick,
no,
that's why.
it's
But
2:30 here, so I understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
so I want to say this really quick. So here's what I want to say about the manufacturing consent. First of all, I think that it's true what you're saying, and I think Chomsky hit it right on the head. And I think also it's like this warrior class is also like a big part of it. It's like the warrior class, the nobles, whatever the equivalent of that is now. I think that's actually very not an easy answer to question. Not an easy question to answer of what the noble class is now, right? Like, is it the nouveau riche? Is it the vestigial royal families? Is it the like who are the noblemen now, right? And
That's a complicated question. I mean, I do think broadly just saying incredibly wealthy people are in that category almost to a person. I struggle to find either an example or b some way in which somebody could remain like a multi-billionaire and continue working in the interests of not their class. Like,
exactly right. No, and that's the point I wanted to make because Chris was hitting on this earlier as well. And I think this is something where people literally think I'm a communist because I bring the shit up, but it's like you can't analyze the situation that we're in without taking into account this. And
disregarding class and like class conflict and that sort of thing is not only like it. I understand that people will like hear that and be like, oh, that's dirty communism. And like, yeah, sure. Do communists talk a lot about class? Yes. It's a very big part of Marxist analysis, both the economic and and from the political angle. But it's not just communist.
Well, but here's what you guys were talking about, and I just want to mention this really quick because it'll be my last comment for quite a while. It's the system, right? Like it's not like people. I remember growing up and Christians would say, money is the root of all evil. Well, I totally disagree, and I think even you disagree as a communist.
Yeah.
It's not money that's evil. It's the system in which the money is being passed around, right? It's the way in which it's being used that's the problem, right? So
yeah, it's late stage capitalism. Like I was saying, I don't think capitalism is in and of itself immoral. I do think the current iteration that we live in under capitalism has at its core a rotten foundation, because I think capitalism starts off with a bad foundation, not an immoral one. But then everything that was built on top of it. I mean, hell, there were thinkers around during the advent of capitalism, when mercantile capitalism was first beginning, who were writing. I can't remember the guy. Was it Hobbes? It might have been Hobbes, who was talking about the role of the aristocracy within a capitalist system, how the aristocracy could maintain their power in a capitalist system, in a arguably more meritocratic system. I will admit, capitalism is far more meritocratic than aristocracy. Big fucking shock there. That's a pretty low bar, but it's
pretty
a
low
bar
bar to clear. But yeah, it definitely is.
but they cleared it, but the problem was that even though capitalism did develop, it developed basically at the behest of the powerful people from the previous systems. Economic systems, basically, going back as far as we can see, have mostly been developed around protecting the interests of the people who are already wealthy or powerful within the existing system. That is unfortunately the history. Now, there have been moves to correct this. Athenian democracy was one of the very earliest ones that we have records of. It was very evidently attempting to equalize the hierarchies that have been created throughout human societies. And I think we're moving closer to systems that can better correct these inequities, these inequalities that exist solely because they've always existed. Just because, or not always existed, but because they have existed previously. People say they've always existed, but that's not true. That's evidently not true. These hierarchies that exist today are directly related to the hierarchies that preceded us. In many ways, obviously, we've made improvements. We absolutely have, and that's nothing to say that like we have definitely made progress. But just making a little bit of progress, isn't enough. It wasn't enough for the people who discovered flight to stop there, and it shouldn't be enough for people who want a better political, economic, and moral system. I think that's a pretty. I don't think it's unreasonable to want a better world and to strive to make the world better. And yeah, sure, I'm not going off and like blowing up a pipeline. Okay, sure, but that's because I don't think blowing up a pipeline will make the world better. But I think, voting on environmental protections will make the world a little bit better.
Maybe
raising the minimum wage. Yeah, like there's tons of ways in which we can make the world just a little bit better today. And I agree. And I think doing those things is I think it's more important than all of this, philosophy rambling that I've been doing. I think it's more.
Actually, you've been very clear tonight. I mean, this has been a very coherent conversation, by the way, guys.
Yeah,
I mean, this has been very coherent. If we listen back to this, I assure you, all of this, I can see quite clearly that everything we've been talking about actually made sense. So like the good for us, yay,
yay,
high five.
It's probably because I didn't have someone restating my opinions incorrectly.
Okay.
I don't know.
Fair enough.
I'm still gonna be pissed at him.
You can be a little salty. You can be a little salty. Okay, like you know.
I am gonna.
Sometimes too. He gets onto me sometimes.
No.
Too.
He gets on me too, and I actually appreciate him for doing so because I don't like it when I do that. I definitely do that, especially when I get overexcited. But I don't like it when I do it, and I want to be called out on it. But I also think that it's fair to also call out other people, which is why I am going to go rewatch that thing and point out the issue that I took with what he said, because I do think if I show him the issue with what I said, he will agree that he definitely did flippantly mischaracterize what I was saying.
He made inferences. He definitely did. I agree with you. You're not crazy or anything. Don't worry.
I don't have an issue with inferences. I have an issue with bad inferences.
Well, yes, okay, but I think any inference can, has a pretty good chance of being bad, more than likely.
Sometimes.
Anytime you extrapolate from a simple statement, a much more complicated idea that the person did not communicate with their statement. It's the same problem I have with people that talk about dog whistles and stuff like that. Because, like, yes, they could be doing that. That is possible, but proving that is very hard to do, and therefore make it by you trying to
sometimes that's hard to do. Sometimes it's trivially easy, but yeah.
Sometimes it's trivially easy. Sometimes, but on the whole, it's rather hard to prove that just by that somebody is secretly trying to signal to their base, with like a wink wink kind of thing, that that they want them to do murders or something like that. I mean, I'm saying this it's like it's a little conspiracy theory-ish, and it makes the person who starts talking about that look worse. That's why I'm not saying this about you. I'm not saying this about you.
It's just like no. I know. It's just like I'm thinking of like all of the. I've had a lot of conversations with conservatives, especially from the South, and I know. I
definitely have. Yeah.
I know their talking points better than they do. First off, like they are very bad at on average. I think people are on average pretty bad at formulating like coherent arguments for their their political or ideological beliefs.
I don't think about them much, but yeah.
Yeah, no. I think most people don't, and I mean that's fine. That's a pretty normal human thing. I do think that if you're, gonna talk about it with someone, you should probably have, before you do so, at least try and get a coherent grasp on what it is that you believe. Sure. Especially if you're like, I don't know, like a 25-year-old. Like I get it. Like I've talked to fucking 19-year-olds who are dumb as shit and they'll do the thing where like they put on the ideology hat just to see how it feels, and like they'll do the devil's advocate thing. I get that.
I mean, I do that all the time just to prove.
Yeah, I know.
Sure, but I mean, like, teenagers will do it. Like, seriously, I did this as a young teenager. I flip flopped around ideologies because I was still formulating a lot of these things.
And hopefully we all still are to this day. I hope none of us have stopped.
Oh yeah, no. I'm not talking about like the act of like learning and like changing. I do think it's a different thing to like do like the normal process of learning and digesting information, incorporating it into your worldview, and then changing your opinion. But what like usually younger kids will do, I've noticed this. Like I've talked to people who, 1 week they say they're an ANCAP, and then the next week they're like, I'm a Marxist-Leninist Maoist, and like that is very clearly and evidently people trying on ideological hats. And that's a thing that young people do, and that's fine.
It's experimentation, just like drugs and sex and everything else.
Yeah. But once you reach, adulthood and you can start voting, my expectations sort of increase. I expect that having lived in the world, you can draw on some experiences in your life to sort of help inform some of your beliefs that will help you create more coherent beliefs.
I'll tell you what's missing, and as someone who's from your part of the woods, let's just put it that way, right? Like I had a lot of experience with people, and I think really at the end of the day, what just stands out to me is like people are happy to argue about ideology, but they actually, if you really ask them, they don't know what they want to get done at the end of the day, right? Like they don't know really what it is that they want done. It's like, even these conservative people, they're like, I just want my country back. It's like, well, how are you going to have that with AI and giant?
I'm not sure that all of them don't know what they want. I think because again, I've had some of these conversations, and some of these people, they'll defend the GOP's attack on gay people, right? The like decades long campaign that the GOP has waged against homosexuals in
less and less today, but and to be fair, it's a lot less today, dude. Even if my parents aren't even on that wage.
Hold on, let's qualify that. Let's qualify that. What do you mean? Their war on gay people? Like, what exactly are you referring to? If you don't mind me asking.
So if you want to look at like the average like Republican opinion on what should be done about the gay problem, let's say 70 years ago. Okay.
Well, it was most a problem 70 years ago, but yeah.
Sure, but they were talking about it like it was. And the common consensus was I think would make most people today pretty revolted.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it revolts me too.
So. Let me just quantify. Let me qualify it a little bit. And again, like I'm going to play devil's advocate to you. And I'm.
I understand. I understand the role you are playing.
Yeah, just for the sake of time. I mean, like I don't like. I'll just say it as part of my belief system, right? Like, I don't have a problem with a person who's gay or transgender or any of that. Like, I don't have a personal problem with it. Like, I don't feel like I need to erase them from, the world or society or anything like that personally. However, saying that, for instance, that like, I don't think that there's a problem. Like, let me just put it this way. Like, I can understand the argument for a civil union for people who don't have a traditional man and woman view of love and relationship. Okay. Like I can understand a pragmatic argument for that. Right.
Sure.
But, the term of marriage has a connotation of both religion and child rearing. Right. Now you can understand how someone who has the perception that most of history has been men and women reproducing and therefore society might find
it's the same thing with the community as I was saying earlier about how like they feared outsiders and stuff like that.
No, I'm not saying I don't understand the perspective, even of the perspective of Republicans 70 or 80 years ago. I understand their I do actually. I mean, there's a lot that I don't understand, but like I can understand in that time how, especially considering like one of the key things of like normalization is interaction. Like basically. The idea is like the more diverse kinds of people that you interact with, the less bigoted you become. It's actually they've actually studied. I've seen
that myself.
Yeah, they've done studies on this actually. People in more urban areas that are around more diverse groups of people tend to be broadly, like across the spectrum, less bigoted, and by bigoted I mean like that, and like the whole, not just like, oh, they're not anti-gay, it's like racial lines, ethnic lines,
I'll put
class lines.
Let me just give you just say this, like for example, like in New York, like you're more likely to hear the word FAG or NIG in a place like New York City, but it's also like kind of taking the piss out of it, right? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, if it's not used in a bigoted way, the word is fine. I know what
you mean. And even in the South, like me growing up, like we use those words all the time, but it didn't have the connotation of like we actually hated people for the color of their skin or whatever, right? It was more like, we just kind of said it. And
No,
if
I'm
someone
aware. Yeah.
was secretly gay or someone was black and they were actually upset about it, like, I'm sure that did occur. But in general, the culture was like, we're all kind of just like humans or whatever, right? But here,
I had black friends that got mad at me because I wouldn't say
That is
say it.
Yeah.
that is a very common defense.
Yeah.
However, as somebody who has had very extensive experience with speaking to people, and these are people who perceived me as a straight white man, so they felt very comfortable telling me things that I really wish they hadn't.
I imagine it happened too.
Yeah.
Oh, don't get me wrong. There's definitely a lot of stupid ass fucking people in the South too.
Well,
Don't get me
there's a lot of people
A lot of them,
who are otherwise kind, generous, altogether upstanding people who hold in just some specific instances some pretty abhorrent positions, especially and I'm my experience has primarily been people with abhorrent positions when it comes to queer people. I have heard things said. They were not said at me because I wasn't perceived to be queer at the time, but I have had things that have been said that I've heard that it just like beggars belief, but
I have no doubt
it's perceived as normal. Like it's not something that's said in hushed tones. It's said so that like other people who might disagree wouldn't hear. But as long as the people who all agree hear, it's fine.
Well, and here's the thing though, like, and I'm not going to make excuses. I'm just trying to like trying to qualify it a little bit. People who would say such stupid things, and we see this here on the internet, generally won't do shit about it, but they're happy to say it because there's no consequence.
You're right. However, it does fly in the face of normalization.
I agree.
Which is just kind of the studies are in normal, like these things aren't like, okay, homosexuality doesn't cause AIDS, it doesn't produce more pedophiles, it is a sexuality, it's literally like a human thing.
Let me just say this, like, so and I'm just going to make it as a pragmatic thing, because actually I think that the moral argument against homosexuality is actually a dubious one, and I'm sure that somebody's going to hear this and misconstrue that, but I think that actually making a moral argument against something like that is very difficult. But from a pragmatic standpoint,
I don't think it's difficult. I think that people are attached to certain moral principles to a frightening degree, even if that moral principle would involve them doing horrific shit. Because and a large part of that is because we have this alienation stuff where people can feel separate from those ideas. People can separate, like, oh, yes, I'm against gay marriage, but I don't want to like execute them or anything. That's this other fringe group that has no power. And then, so I mean, we've seen this with Roe v. Wade, right? Like Roe v. Wade gets overturned, and now you have Republicans who are calling for an end to birth control. Like,
well,
and that's been their goal.
Well, look, here's the thing, like, because I have a very, very nuanced approach to a lot of this. Like, for example, like I'll say something that is, you may find offensive. Like in general, although I don't have a personal, problem with anybody who is gay or whatever, I do think that there are certain things about the lifestyle and the culture of that are problematic, not only for the individuals involved, but for society. That, however, does not mean that the person who feels those feelings and are engaging in certain acts necessarily are quote unquote evil. Now, I know that Christians will disagree with me on that and hold me accountable for saying that.
No, they'll broadly speaking agree with you, because that is more and more becoming the more acceptable way of being anti-gay openly. You can't sort of go around talking about how we should be hanging fags from lampposts anymore. So they have to take a step back.
But here's the thing: is like all I'm saying is like I've met gay people who said, although they were happy who they were, they also could recognize like, there could have been certain things they missed out on because they weren't straight, right? And just in the same way, there's a cost and a benefit to every decision in life, right? And I think that's
your sexuality is not a decision, but being open about your sexuality is.
No,
a decision.
I don't think he knows. I think he knows that. I don't think that's what he meant.
Yeah, but my point in saying that is that, like,
I also will say I fully and fundamentally disagree with you that the quote unquote gay lifestyle is in any way socially destructive in any sort of unique sense.
Well, sure, I can understand what you're saying, and again, like, I'm not saying that it's not really about the individuals. I'm just saying like it's and you may have.
I'm saying the statistics don't bear that out.
Sure, and you may have an argument for that, and I think for me, I'm just more looking at it from a perspective of, it's kind of hard to put into words, but for
well, I think here's my thing. I think
here's the main crux. Here's the main crux, and then I'll let you respond. Here's the main crux of it. Like I live in a very openly gay area, and so like I used to work in an office, and
okay, you can say San Francisco.
Yeah. Well, no, I used to work in downtown San Francisco, right? And so the gay pride parade come right in front of the building I worked at. Yeah. And the first time I saw it, I was very shocked, and by the second or third time, I wasn't so shocked. And I even met some of the people who organized it because of the work that I did. I got to meet some of these people, right? Now, the shocking factor of it wasn't that the gay people were out in the street celebrating. It was the way in which they did it, and children were present. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. I agree that kink shouldn't be at Pride.
Yeah.
Right. And even just the fact of like, I don't think it's wrong to be gay. I mean, I think you could make an argument about public displays of affection, but let's just say that I think it's a much harder argument to make that people being as a couple in public as a gay couple, I think that's a very difficult thing to argue against in many ways. But let's just say whatever it is.
I do agree. It's difficult to argue against unless you start to like lean into the authoritarianism. It is kind of difficult.
Right. Well, and the thing is, and here's the thing is, even if you want it, it opens the door to authoritarianism in every direction, and that's why I'm hesitant. So I'll just put that up front.
No. But I think that's broadly why American Christians tend to kind of be okay with it, because I think Americans in general tend to be quite authoritarian. We do have quite an authoritarian bent to us, and Christians especially. Especially evangelical Christians who are the most I've interacted with. I haven't interacted with as many Catholics, but yes, I have interacted with a lot of crazies.
Well, in practice, I have to agree to some degree, and I think that a lot of them tacitly agree with it. But I think the truth is, like a lot of them, if they had to actually go enforce it themselves, they would be much more reluctant. You know what I'm saying? So,
I mean, you say that, but humans have shown the capability to do quite evil things, even normal people.
But here's my whole point of bringing this whole subject up is like, until conservatives see, people, and I've seen it because I live in the middle of it, right? Like there's a lot of people who are gay and LGBTQ generally, who absolutely hate the over normalization of including children in the discussion of this kind of stuff. Okay.
I do think it's the use of but think of the children is often used as a shield for other bigoted tendencies. Yes,
I agree with you on that point actually, and I think that's the mistake that both sides are making. Is like they cartoonishly over the top take it too far, and then the other person in the other reaction in the other direction is cartoonishly over the top in the other direction, and
well,
then again.
If the GOP would stop being cartoonishly over the top, then maybe the reaction they would be getting would be
Well,
less
sure, but you have to
cartoonishly
admit
over the top.
you have to admit that the Democrats are really leaning in very hard on the, like let's put fucking gay porn in libraries for schools. I mean, that's undeniable. Like, it does happen. So.
I'm unaware of any verified instance of that happening.
Well,
it's
just
a
genderqueer book, pretty much.
Have you seen a drag
book.
queen story time before?
Yes, I have.
And do you think that it is justifiable to have that for kids? Okay, yes. Please explain to me how you think that is justifiable.
I don't think I need to. It's people in fancy costumes reading books to children. It's pretty. It's pretty benign. They are drag queens. Yes.
Drag queens are very inherently like sexualized, though. I mean, it's a very sexualized thing.
Well, it can be. It can.
I used to be friends with a ton of drag queens. Like, I mean, when they were in drag, I mean, there was like nothing came out of their mouth. I mean, I love those guys. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, like there's
also a huge. I mean, okay.
They wouldn't have been like they wouldn't have been like
sure they would
for doing drag queen story hours. Like,
sure they wouldn't have. However, what I'm talking about is I have seen the videos of the drag queen story hour, and nothing objectionable has gone on.
I've seen ones where they're literally twerking their ass and balls like 3 feet from a kid's face. So I mean, I'm just saying, like, unless
those are outliers.
And also if you're talking about, there are some instances, yes, where parents will take their children into thing like events that I personally would feel uncomfortable having kids at. Sure. In which case, I don't know why you're not getting more angry at the event organizers.
Well, the point is like, okay, here's the thing. Hold on. Here's the thing. When the police are outside this event, aware of what's going on the inside, and do not enforce the law, okay, you have to understand, like, people are going to react and say, what the fuck is going on? Like, you have people who are bordering on extreme criminality in regards to children's sexuality, and the law is not being enforced. Like,
here's part of the thing. Cops aren't obligated to protect people. First off, that's where you got that wrong.
They are seemingly obligated to enforce the law if they're aware that it's being violated.
Yeah, I don't think that it's against the law. I don't think it's against the law to gyrate in front of a kid. No, I'm being entirely serious.
I don't know.
Jack, what kind of authoritarian fucking nightmare do you want to live in? Because if they can arrest you for okay, they can arrest people for things like child abuse, which have definitions. And if you want those definitions to be expanded, I'm all for making an argument, but you'd have to make a justifiable legal argument, not just a moral one.
Sure, I understand, but what I'm saying is 15 years ago, this would not even have been a possibility for discussion. And now it's like, you can't even question it without being considered you're a racist, bigot, homophobe. I mean, you understand
for what it's worth, 15 years is a long time, first off, but also 15 years ago, gays couldn't legally get married in the United States. So 15 years ago, I wouldn't say that our culture was in like a great spot either. So appealing to the culture of 15 years ago,
sure, but are you saying that the progress of being able to gyrate with your, in a very sexually suggestive manner is progress in the right direction? I mean, like, like, is that what you're telling me right now?
I do think that people should have the freedom to
gyrate
be
their naughty bits in front of
to be in public without being tarred and feathered, which is what would have happened in the past if someone had been doing a tenth of what you are accusing nondescript drag
Do you
queens of
think that? So you think that there's an argument to be made that there is a net benefit from drag queen story time on society? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, in drag queen story hour, they're not doing the gyrating, so
well,
I don't see the problem with that.
That's why I'm using that instead of the gyrating. But let's just say
sure. Well, then we're not talking about gyrating. We're talking about men dressing up fabulously.
Like, let me put it this way: I think you can make a better argument for, like, transgender or something like story time than like.
Okay, drag is present in movies quite often, actually. Do you think that those movies should all be not available for children to watch? Do you think they should have higher ratings for having like someone in drag?
Well,
like say for instance, Mrs. Doubtfire.
Most of them do. I mean,
well,
Mrs. Doubtfire.
Here's the thing. Like drag,
that's decidedly not sexualized too.
Same thing with Drag Queen Story Hour, which is what we're talking about. We're not talking about the gyrating. We're just talking about Drag Queen Story Hour.
Okay, fair enough.
In which case, I don't have to talk about the sexual gyrating at all.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. There is something overtly sexual about a drag queen. We cannot deny that. Okay, there is something overtly sexual about it, right?
No.
Well, in my opinion, there is.
I mean, sure, you can have that opinion.
I don't think that. I mean, I'm very curious to hear your argument that it's not, but it's irrelevant to the point. But
I mean, I can pull up a picture of a drag queen and you can explain to me what is so overtly sexualized about her that is about him that is so transgressive that would not be, for instance, transgressive when
if someone's a transgender, they're trying to embody, at least in theory, the other person, the other gender, the other sex, essentially, right?
Sure.
Or something to that effect, right? When it's a drag queen, it's kind of like an exaggerated, over the top, stylistic, art form, right?
Yeah.
So it has different connotations than I'm just a person trying to be X, right? And so, I'm not trying to get too technical on you, but I guess what I'm trying to say is this: like, I don't believe that a 3 to 5 to 8 or even maybe a 12-year-old comprehends gender, sex, and sexual consequences of their actions, right? But it kind of puts them in a position where they're forced to contemplate such things when they're not capable, in my opinion, of contemplating such things, right? Like, so I just find that's a very, boundary pushing thing for people with kids. Like, I have kids, and like, I could not possibly imagine, what context that would be beneficial for my child to witness, right?
I mean, you are free to not take your kid to Drag Queen Story Hour.
Sure,
I mean, like,
but
and
I have to
I,
live.
I think
but I have to live in a society where other kids are, right? And so I have to share a society with those people, right?
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean,
you do.
we do though. Yeah, we do though. I mean, like, I
Right.
think
So
it
is transgressive to some degree on society, right?
Sure, not all.
I mean, it could be characterized as such, even if you don't agree.
Things that are transgressive to society aren't always harmful to children.
Sure, but I'm talking about in this specific instance, like you're kind of forcing contemplation.
Yes, the drag queen story hour is in fact, I would argue, transgressive against society, but in a way that is positive for children.
Well, look, okay, if I take my kid to a zoo and there's a zebra mounting another zebra, right? And then the kid asks me, okay, what are they doing? Well, depending on what the angle of the perception is, like, I'm going to have to think of a more elaborate way of explaining it to someone who can't understand exactly what it is that they're seeing, right?
That is the job of a parent, yes.
Right, but if I don't take my kid to Drag Queen Story Time and then my kid goes to a school with someone who did, and then this 5-year-old child is saying, well,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
changing my gender and I'm going to be transitioning, and then my kid asks me, well, what does that mean? I have to explain to him what or her what that means in a way that they can't really possibly comprehend, and the child who's you know accepted this narrative that's been given to them can't possibly understand. Now, again, I'm not saying that it's impossible that young children have certain feelings in a state of nature. What I'm saying is these narratives that are being told to children about things that they can't possibly comprehend have consequences, right? Like, and there is a debate to be
sure, and
had.
there's also consequences about not talking to them. For instance, I didn't even know about the existence of transgender people until I was 17 years old. I have felt like something was wrong with me as long as I can remember.
Sure.
And
again, that's why I'm saying, like, I'm not saying anything negative about transgender people, but what I'm saying is, like,
and
you think you at 5 years old should have had the right to say, well, I'm going to make life altering decisions about the way I'm going to grow up.
What life altering decisions? This is a separate conversation from talking about
presenting yourself as a sex that you weren't born into.
Well, first off, being that children are still people, I do think people have rights, and I don't think that not just legal rights either. I think people also, there are also like moral rights that people have, though obviously I can't make a legal defense for them. But I do think people have a innate right to express themselves, or people ought to have an innate right to express themselves in the way that they desire, regardless of their age. I think parents who would ever not support a child, especially one who is particularly troubled by this for them, it is a shitty parent. Because
but look, here's what I'm trying to ask you. At 5 years old, do you think that you had the ability to say, I'm going to be a woman for the rest of my life?
I'm saying when I was 5 years old, despite being transgender, I did not have the language to express my desires at all. And because of that, I went through a lot of years of grief and a lot of mental unwellness.
Sure. And look. I'm not saying anything bad about you or anybody in that position.
I know you're not. I apologize for doing the whole anecdote.
No. And I just want to qualify it because, like, I can say from my own perspective in different ways other than my sexuality, I had a really hard time. Like, a lot of my stuff on this panel is me working through, like, I didn't have the language to describe notions that I believed as a child, right? So I'm learning the language to express things that I saw when I was 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm not taking away from what your experience is, and so I just want to make that clear. Like, I'm not saying that.
No. I don't think you are. And what I'm trying to get at is that a society in which a 5-year-old is given the language to correctly express themselves is a better one, especially when those kinds of things can be very traumatic to especially younger kids, and that our society in the past has not always and today does not always deal with a 5-year-old being transgender in any way that approaches something that I or many child care experts would call good or moral. And I think that there are definitely improvements we can make, changes that we can make to how we treat homosexuality, transgenderism in in kids, that would have a positive effect. Especially considering now the way that, I mean, it's slowly changing. But, you know, as I said, there can always be improvement. The tables seem to be tipping towards not good things. I am not quite so, you know, optimistically hopiumed up that I think, you know, oh, you know, it's all gonna progress from here. I don't subscribe to any of that bullshit. There are definitely things that where we can backslide. And
Well,
especially considering there are people who actively want us to backslide. You know, evangelical Christians, most of them I know, would be fine with things like tearing down the separation of church and state, revoking the gay marriage ruling,
sure. Well, you could. I think you could make a strong argument.
recriminalizing sodomy. No, I can make a
look.
strong argument, but the problem is I can't make an argument that will convince
Sure.
people to not be bigoted.
Let me just try to unpack this just a little bit, because I'm getting a little tired and I got to jump off soon. But I want to make sure that we're on the same page as far as comprehending what we're looking at here, right? Like, you know, so you know, you understand the placebo effect, right? Like, if you like, let me put it this way. Okay, I don't know what your opinion on mental health is, for example, but you know, I think there's some people who have such a severe mental illness that they must be diagnosed and probably treated in some sort of way that is just unfortunately not going to be the best, right? And then I think there's other people who are suffering because they've been told there's something wrong with them, when in reality their environment is fucked up. You see what I'm saying? Like, and I think that's a very fine line, right? And I say that to get to the point of, like, you know, telling children, well, you know, you may, you know, if you feel this way, you might be a transgender. And so you're going to start making decisions from an early age that'll take you on a certain trajectory that perhaps, you know, those experiences that you go because of the framing of your experience or feelings could have unintended consequences, right? Now, again, I'm not saying that that's true, but what I'm saying is I'm not totally convinced that what the experts are telling people as, well, we just need to educate and that'll solve the problem. I don't necessarily believe that. I also don't believe necessarily that, you know, dragging the, you know, Overton window so far about what is acceptable and not acceptable without any kind of like counterbalance, healthy counterbalance, is good either. And I think that what you're saying about the right wing being in a nasty way against what you're saying, like, I think that is wrong. But I think at the other side of it, like, you know, pushing, and I'm not saying that you're doing this, I'm just saying, like, in general, the perception, I do comprehend the perception of the people on the right, where they see, like, we're just kind of headlong diving into this, like, experiment with radical redefinition of things like gender. And we're just saying, well, we have to do this because of quote unquote mental health. Like, that is a very dangerous thing to do. And I'm just saying, like, no matter how you try to slice it, like, there can be unintended consequences in both directions. Like, we have to admit that, right? Like, there can be some problems.
This is what you are absolutely right. And this is why we need to put a stop to this desegregation. Its society isn't ready for it. You understand my issues with that argument, which is that this is kind of a very similar one that people were making about desegregation. Especially during the 1960s, there weren't actually that many super loud voices like screaming the N-word. Most of what they were doing was saying, hey, hold on, society just isn't really ready to desegregate. Okay, like I agree. Okay, desegregation's not the best way of doing things. However, You know, imagine the social destruction that will happen, the miscegenation. I mean, they thought miscegenation was a bad thing back then, but you know.
Well, just before you get too far into the, I do understand somewhat of the argument you're making, and I'm going to play a little devil's advocate. And
Sure.
I know that this is going to make me look as if I'm a bad guy, and I understand that. And this is not my personal opinion, but
Sure.
you know, because and I'll just qualify it up front. Like, I think that a lot of the policy that the United States did to quote unquote help people of color
Mhm.
actually did a disservice to them, right? However, I do think that trying to integrate people as equals in a society and desegregating more or less was the right thing to do. But I also know people in South Africa where they ended apartheid and their country is a literal shithole where people are, you know, doing horrific things to each other, right? So, you know,
Is that because they desegregated though, or could there be potentially other
well,
factors that might have
there definitely is other
attributed
factors. For
to South Africa?
example,
Because I can pretty proudly say that many of our attempts at desegregation were broadly successful. Now, it is true that a lot of those initially had to be done at point of a gun. That's absolutely true. However, that's, I guess, like not really like my problem. Like that's the problem of the people who had to have the guns pointed at them because they were defying laws because they were so racist.
See, here's the thing though, like if you're trying to say that, well, racism ought to be illegal, how can you ever really prove that somebody's racist? And what does that mean? I mean, I can tell you this: a lot of people that are coming to this country right now,
desegregation had nothing to do
a lot of
with
people.
legalizing.
Here's the
racism.
thing: a lot of people that are coming here to this country right now from other countries, regardless of their skin color, absolutely are racist 100%. You know why I know? Because I lived in foreign countries around these people, and they're very racist, right?
Yeah, no, people are.
So they come here with their own particular racism, and we just say, well, they're not white, so we accept it. And that, I think that.
Yeah, I reject that that kind of.
Yeah, I mean, it does
talk.
happen.
I know it does. I've met these people.
No,
However,
I wasn't saying that. I was agreeing with both of you there. I was just saying, like, yeah, that definitely happens. And it's totally shitty.
Yeah. Now, one of the nice things.
You know what? All of these issues that we're talking about, though, I just want to say real fast. I have one comment to make.
Yeah.
All of these issues we're talking about are all symptoms of losing a sense of community. Every single one of them.
No,
every single issue what we're talking about right now. Everything from like the integration of races to trans people and gay people and everything like that. They all go away whenever communities are formed and around shared shared interests and ideals and ideas and the ability to freely express themselves and talk to each other and interact with each other in places. And we have lost communal spaces in general, and the slow loss of communal spaces over the literal loss of a town square, that where we actually had to face each other. That wasn't Twitter or whatever, like that has more to do with most of these issues than, I mean, racism was there for a long time. So like that wasn't that, but you know what I'm saying? But like, but communities solve those things. Like, I mean, I have seen racist grandmas that suddenly become the most anti-racist people in the world once they have an interracial grandchild. Like racist all white ladies, that will straight up like go, if they hear somebody say something slightly racist, will go up and scream in someone's face and be like, "Don't you dare talk about like my grandchild is half black." And I mean, I saw this woman literally almost beat the shit out of this guy.
Hell, if you want to go even bigger to a bigger example, Mike Johnson, who I fucking despise. I hate the man. I hate his politics. He's a fucking slime ball. He's a piece of shit. That man is in the Republican Party and has an adopted son who is black, and he is like easily one of the most anti-racist Republicans I think I've ever heard speaking. Like,
It's really, it's what I mean. It's like that kind of integration. It does like, I mean, forcing people to actually live and interact, and like, and if but the problem is like, the reason why drag queen story character feels so weird and things like that wouldn't be a weird thing, and it wouldn't be if it wasn't just like something that just happens at this like random place that's far away. You're separated. It's like the same thing. The alienation of labor is probably secondary to the alienation of community, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Alienation of community is the core problem with all of these issues.
Yeah.
Alienation of a community is where everything kind of like falls apart, and like since we don't have church anymore as a foundation, like we basically, the thing we need to do more than anything is to rebuild a new, I don't think trying to create church as a thing, as a cool thing again, is going to work. So that's what my mission, that's what I'm all about. I mean, that's my whole thing.
People talk about the liberal way to talk about this is talk about third places. Because you have your home, that's place one, you have your work, that's place two, and then you have the third place, which is just kind of a place where you go to exist, and third places don't really exist anymore. You can't.
They were disappearing when I was growing up, and now they're just gone. They just don't exist anymore.
Yeah, a place where you can go where you're not obligated to spend money. You can just exist, and that's socially acceptable. Those places don't really exist anymore, and with the advent of working from home, we've also kind of eliminated the second place. So yeah, people are even more alienated now than ever in a lot of in every aspect, not just economically but socially, and that's causing a lot of problems within society because we're isolating people. It's one of the reasons why I think we're starting to see a rise in mass shooters, because we have isolated our population, and our population is very well armed. You're going to have a lot of angry, mentally ill, usually young white men, who are gonna just eventually snap, and that's one of the main reasons why we're starting to see even more of these horrific tragedies happen, and no amount of like placating about saying, oh no, it's not the guns, it's the mental health, or oh no, it's not just mental health, we also need to regulate guns. No amount of like us trying to solve that problem. We're slapping a band-aid over a gaping wound.
No amount of legislation or regulation is going to solve these issues. It's like none of them are. The only choice we have is to build new, like as you said, third places. Is to find a way to create create spaces that give people a reason, and give people a reason to go there and to commune there, and to make it a welcoming space for people to actually talk to each other and exist in a space like that. It's that, I mean, every single conversation I have like this, it just reinforces my concept to myself. Like every day, I'm like, why don't I have the ability to make this? It frustrates me so much because I see a future where a lot of these issues really would be able to like really could be overcome, at least in small ways, in small parts, just like you're talking about, like to the good that we can do. I mean, maybe, yeah, sure, I'm not saying we shouldn't vote, I'm not saying we shouldn't do necessary things, but I find that to be like I find that to be kind of like a much more of a band-aid than doing the work of actually trying to figure out ways to actually build these communities. And I don't know how to do it yet either. I don't know how to get past that point without capital, basically, to find actual building. You need a place to go, you need a physical space, and you need a reason for people to go there. And like it's a difficult thing to accomplish, and to make it sustainable is going to be even harder. But I feel like that's the hard thing we have to do. It's the only way forward, and I feel like it's not just, but it's a good way forward too. It's not like a hard thing in like a burden in some sense. It's just hard to actually get started because no one wants to fund such a thing, But I mean,
there's no, it's and Reddington, you said you need to be able to relate to people in your community. You would be surprised. Honestly, like, you have a lot more in common with the people around you than I think you give credit for. Even if it's in ways that you don't like care about. Like, look, I know I don't speak like it, but I'm very introverted. Okay, like I very much so. I love the time that I get to spend by myself, just
Yeah.
sitting and doing things. Okay.
That's worse a communist than a transgender. I'm just joking.
But yeah, no, I'm an introvert. I'm transgender. I'm a communist, and I cannot tell you the amount of times I have just sat down with somebody who is probably diametrically opposed to my existence,
And then
and
they
I
suddenly want to like get gay with you all of a sudden, right?
and I just find something and connect, and 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 I have wonderful conversations. I've met people this way. It really is kind of amazing how much people have in common because we all live in the same kind of society. Even more so today, it's one of I think the beauties of the internet, which is it's not that culture has homogenized. It has in some respects, which is an issue, but it's that through the internet, through having this thing, I can relate to people better because we have more shared understandings of the world. It really is a beautiful thing. It's one of the reasons why I have at least a little bit of hope about humanity is because we have this spark of like we still have it. Humans can still relate and interact even with people who they probably shouldn't have the even one thing in common, but we do because humans are intensely complex creatures. um I love, I'm a nerd, but I also weirdly enough love football. Okay, I like watching football. It's just I enjoy doing it. I've been able to relate to people on that, even though it's not a big part of my identity. Even just that little bit.
Hell, I've wished I could enjoy football for just to have that ability to relate to people that are into football because I can't. I don't enjoy it at all. But I understand entirely what you're talking about. Like I mean, but I can always there's always usually something. Yeah, there's pretty much something in just about every case that you can find a way to relate, and you can find not just. And this makes it sound like it makes it sound bad, but like you'll find that the people around you are actually useful. It's not just that they're just like there and they're just good people to talk to or anything. You can find that they know things and you can learn things from them, and you can and they learn things from you, and then that's how actual things grow, and we actually do progress as a species. I mean, it is essential to our survival, I believe.
Sure. Yeah, and again, like I do. Me personally, I am more of a kumbaya kind of guy personally. But the truth is, like, I'm also like very aware that, like,
forces in the world don't want us to kumbaya. A lot of forces. It's not even just one. There's a lot of forces in the world that don't want humans to kumbaya with each other.
Let me put it this way, okay? Like, I am someone who has primarily hung out with people from other countries for most of my adult life, okay?
Sure.
So I am not a racist or a hateful person, at least in any meaningful sense. I mean, you could argue that we're all, racist or something, right?
I would argue that we all do hold at least some of these biases, just off the fact that we live and interact within a society that is still attempting to excise those things from sort of civil society. So there is always that sort of influence, but how much we let it influence us is sort of a personal.
And as long as we kind of recognize it and I think make fun of it, it typically is diffused right away. I think.
But I say that to say this, like I was out with my wife today, and we went to like a what we refer to as a white people area, which is kind of a hard thing to find in California, in case you haven't noticed. And
I'm in Washington. All right, I'm surrounded by nothing but white people. Period. Okay.
Sure. Well.
Even the areas that are full of Indians are white people areas. Okay.
No, I you know, I get what you're saying, but like, you know what I'm saying. So
No, I know
I
what
went
you're saying.
to Korea and you know, to find some American hamburger, right? And like every restaurant you go to, you know, I don't know who the owner is, but like it's like fully staffed by people who mostly are primarily from another country and definitely don't eat hamburgers and French fries on their day off. Let's just put it that way, right? So, you know, and you know, it kind of dawns on me. It's like, you know, I'm not saying that like it personally bothers me because like, look, I've had this conversation with people, uh, far more with people who are immigrants than I have with white people. Because most white people I say this to will uh, totally reject what I'm about to say. But it's like, you know, it bothers me as a white man that I can't go to a burger place and get a white guy who likes burgers the way I like them to cook a burger the way I like it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not because like I don't think that a Mexican guy is capable of cooking a hamburger the right way, but it's like, you know, I know what I like, and I know that most white people kind of like a German style hamburger the way I like it, right? And you know, there's nothing wrong with that, you know, but like it doesn't exist, and I just think that it's like, you know, people don't.
You got to come to Texas, man. Texas, you'll find that on every. You'll find a lot of that here.
Honestly, even just come up here to Washington. We got a lot of good burger joints around here. There's one called Dick's. Oh, it's so good. I know the name. Haha, funny. They sell like it's like $8 for a burger, fries, and a drink, and the burger is just so fucking good. It's like what McDonald's burgers used to be.
Well, right. Well, and you know, here they have like and I'll tell you, like, you know, I go to the In-N-Out most of the time, right? And then the reason why is it's like it's consistent and the customers great. And there's a couple white people who work there, but primarily it's people who are mixed raced and but you know, born in America. And again, like I don't give a fuck the color of skin, but like they make the hamburger not my I don't prefer In-N-Out hamburger, right? Like it's not the way I would hamburger, but it's consistent and it's good enough that I like it because, like you said, it's like it's kind of similar to what McDonald's once was, right? And again, like, you know, am I racist because I'm like, hey, why can't I just get like a white dude to make a hamburger the way that I like it? Because, you know, like even when I go back to the South and I go to like a white guy restaurant with white people behind the counter, like a Waffle House, for example, right?
Yeah.
Like they do okay, but like my standard is at the point where like in my life, like if I make a hamburger at home, it's going to be like gourmet as fuck, right? Like it's going to be like grass-fed beef. It's going to be like organic lettuce. It's going to be like organic bread. It's going to be.
I guess one of the only criticisms I would levy then would be, it does sound like you want someone to make burgers the way you like them, but you don't really care what their race is. So it doesn't need to be a white guy.
It's not really about that.
It just
but
needs to be someone who shares your appreciation for the same kinds of burgers. Which
exactly. It's like I want people who appreciate the art of a German style. You know, like because hamburgers are right. Like you know, like you know, it's like that. What you know, like the German mustard and like or even just the mayonnaise that's made correctly. That's not soybean oil. You know, like it's really.
I know what you're talking about. I'm not a fan of condiments, but I do know what you're talking about. There is such a thing as good and bad mayonnaise, even though I don't like it.
Yeah. Like I don't.
But an aioli though, can't you? I mean, aioli.
Yeah, aioli's okay. You know, like I think it's just like being in the South. Like I don't even need mayonnaise. Like ketchup and mustard and onion is fine, right? Or even plain if the cheese is really good. But I'm just saying, like it's just simple to make the point of like, you know, I don't like when I go to a restaurant and it's like everything's so mediocre. It's like the hamburger is greasy and like the grease from the hamburger is like getting on the lettuce, right? And like I just find that unacceptable, right? Like I don't.
I mean, that's your problem with corporations. Then that's not with the ethnicity of the person.
Like, these are small like hometown joints. That's what I'm saying. You know,
These people. I mean, for what it's worth, there are plenty of like shitty burger joints, even in the South, run by white people that have been run by white people for the last 80 years.
I agree.
Yeah,
No, I agree with you. That's my point.
Because they're the only burger joint in their 20-person town or something.
Yeah.
You know,
no.
usually.
Well, and sorry to, this is a very long-winded, stupid way of trying to get a point across. I totally acknowledge that, but like I feel the same way when I go back to the South and I go and I find a hamburger, and it's made by a white dude, and it's a greasy ass hamburger, and the quality sucks, and there's no love in the fucking product, right? And it's like that dismays me more than being here, because then it's like, okay, now you're like me, and you don't even appreciate the art of what you're doing, and I find that offensive. You know, like, but
yeah.
You know,
yeah, and that sucks, man. Because like I swear, like we have like a place here called Rodeo Goat that like they will not only is the burger fresh, they grind the meat however you want it, like in whatever combination of kinds of like cuts of beef you want in the burger.
Oh God,
they will grind it into the patty, make it right there.
I need them to abuse the cow, get the adrenochrome up.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
that's, I mean, like, Rodeo Goat's burgers are like that, and there's a place here called Knife too that makes a burger that's been like featured in all like the Food Network stuff. Like it's not even that expensive. You can go. I think it's like $8 or something like that. You can go. It's like a really nice steak place that like has like dry aged steaks that you can pay like $300 for. But you know, like, there's like places like there's amazing places around here. So that sucks that you can't find that where you are.
I will actually say, Jack, I actually had a similar experience. The guy in my polycule, he's really he's a big foodie. So of course he like follows all these food people, and one of this guy was like, "Oh, best sandwich in the world from Seattle, from this place, yeah." And he was, and this guy was like, "All right, we need to go there and try this." And I'm like, "A free sandwich? Fuck yeah, I'll go." And it's a pulled pork sandwich, and I'm from Memphis, not born but raised. So I would say, I would agree, impossibly high standards when it comes to things like pork ribs, you know, that kind of thing. So I took a bite into that sandwich and I was thoroughly whelmed. It was so disappointing because I was expecting something great, and I was like, this is mediocre pulled pork on a kind of soggy bun with a bunch of other crap thrown in.
No. And just to make it clear, like I have the same problem with Mexican restaurants. There's only one Mexican restaurant that I found in a 30-mile radius that I even want to go to. Okay, fucked up. You know, that's fucked up, dude.
You probably prefer like actual like Hispanic food, right? You don't like the Americanized.
Actual Mexican food made by actual Mexican people is so much better than any Tex-Mex.
But that
is true. But I am a slut for Tex-Mex. Oh my God,
I like Tex-Mex too sometimes. But man, like I've had some Mexican
food. But like Mexican food is like my favorite food in the world. Like if I had like to have probably Mexican food. Like kind of crazy. Like I go to most of the places, like the guacamole sucks. The meat is like the sauce is like okay, but it's. And then you go to the Chinese restaurants, it's the same thing. Like in the South, it's even worse because like you know, Chinese restaurant is like the same fucking formula. Like
I will say, if you're in the South, don't go for Chinese, go for Japanese. Japanese places tend to just they're more distinct.
I agree, and
it's weird. Like the Chinese places, all the same fucking place, but like the Japanese places, you can find a great little hibachi place, a great little steakhouse, a great little seafood place, but they're all fucking Japanese.
Well, yeah, and again, I use the white people restaurant and
no, I understand what you mean. I was saying that you didn't need to mention that it needs to be made by a white guy. What I think.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, like you're really the correct phrasing is like, I just want a burger that is made by someone who appreciates the burger in the same way, which is more of like a cultural thing.
There was a point that I was going to make, and it's like this. Like basically, me and my wife went to one restaurant this is like a very amazing location overlooking the ocean and shit like this. And you go inside and it's just like, you can see that there's no like real like enthusiasm. Like nobody's happy to be there. There's no like happy customer service. No one's like really like put the effort to like maintain the vibe. You know what I'm saying?
And a lot of that has to do with I guarantee you all of them are underpaid, overworked.
Absolutely, servers are the fact that we allow minimum wage like to not exist for servers is just ridiculous. Like it's so fucking
like I quit my last industry because I wanted to be in management, and the reason I wanted to be in management was for one reason. I was like, I want the vibe of my workplace to be better than everyone else's. I don't want to work at a place that I don't want to come to as a customer. You know? And like that doesn't make money, and I'm like, well, I don't want to work here. You know, like that's it's like.
You know, and I can say proudly, I can say this with pride. I will say that I have managed 2 different movie theaters, and both the movie theaters I managed were inhabited by people that loved being at work there, and that's something that it's a culture that I worked hard to cultivate in the places I did.
Working at a movie theater should be such a fun job. Oh my god, it should be so much fun. You get to work around movies. There's movies going on all around you.
I think restaurants and fast food. Like I had a fast food job in my 20s.
Yeah.
It was the most. It should have been the best experience ever.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you get to chill all day. Everybody's smoking weed. You're making. You know.
Yeah. I worked at Starbucks. Yeah. No, I know.
Like it should be the best job in the world, but you go into every single one of these places and the people are fucking miserable, right? It's like it's a fucking like it almost like I'm almost tempted to start my own restaurant just because like I hate the vibe of most restaurants now. It's like there is such a vacuum of good vibes in restaurants now. Like
I was actually about to say I don't know if I've said this on stream, but like oh my god, when I worked at Starbucks, like it got to a point where like I couldn't go into a shift sober. Like it was so just mind-numbingly grueling. Ugh, it was.
Well, but let me ask you: was it because of the coworkers or the customers?
At one store,
was it management and like the vibe that they just like they threw down from the top? Because like that I've seen that's been
so at both of the stores I worked at, it was the management, the customer. It could have been the customers could have been better. I mean, the really big thing to me was because I basically started this job like right before COVID, right before all the COVID stuff, like early in 2020, or late in 2019, I think. And you know, when COVID came around, they had we got, you know, the store closed for like 4 weeks, and we got paid for 4 weeks. That was awesome. And then we went back into work and they were like, hey, we're bumping up everyone's pay $2 extra, hero pay. Yeah. And I was like, okay, well, I mean, I went from making $9 an hour, 9 something to 11 something. So, hey, now I'm actually getting paid actual amounts of money for the first time here. Like this is pretty sick. I don't mind this at all. And then they started. They were like, hey, it was like in the middle of 2020, in like the summer, they were like, hey, so everyone's getting that $2 extra taken away.
Cutting hours probably too, right?
Oh yeah, hours got cut tremendously. It was insane. Like I went from consistently working almost 40 hours a week to like barely working 25. And that was for most people, like, because the staff inside just got tremendously cut, and there was just nothing, you know, and we got our pay cut, and it was like, shit, like, I mean, I'm still going to come to work. I still have bills to pay, but like, I can barely pay these bills now. Like,
I hear you.
It's almost not worth it.
I mean, like, I understand where, you know, I understand entirely, like, being through that experience. I've been through it too, and like I understand like how that colors anybody's view of capitalism and the way workplaces work and everything else like that. I completely agree. I mean, I was actually having this basically the same conversation. Basically, I was saying just earlier today. It was like the thing that I want to see in media more than anything else. The more thing I want to see in movies, TV, sports, whatever it is, I will watch any sport where I can tell the people that are playing the sport are having fun, that they're enjoying what they're doing. If there's joy in it, I will watch it because that's just the most interesting and fun thing to watch in the world is watching other people that just love what they're doing.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah, it's just like there's nothing more infectious than that. I mean, like I said, like I like one of my favorite shows of all time is Sports Night, the Aaron Sorkin show from like the '90s, because it was unlike his later show on HBO about it was like Newsnight or whatever it was called, like unlike that show,
Newsroom,
yeah. Unlike that show where everyone was super serious and it was just about them being super dramatic about doing news all the time, Sports Night was about people that really loved making a show about sports. And I don't give a fuck about sports, but like I love that show because it was infectious about the attitude of the characters was so positive about, and it gives me hope. And I think in general we need to see that kind of thing in media because when you don't it doesn't seem possible to a lot of people in today's society. Like there are no portrayals of people that like what they do ever. Everyone is just like just miserable.
This is the point that I was actually going to make,
my apologies.
No. I just want to say this so it doesn't seem like I told this weird white people thing. Like
no, you're fine. You're fine. I don't think you do. Huh?
No. The whole point of me telling that story was, basically me and my wife looked at each other and like I'm at a point in my life for whatever reason. Like I'm a nice guy. Like I think that like anybody who knows me like would know that like I may tell very crude jokes, but in general, like I'm a pretty nice dude, right?
I think you're a pretty nice dude.
But like I'm at the point in my life where like I went into that restaurant at this beautiful location and saw the potential, and I wanted to go to that manager and say, "What the fuck are you guys doing?" Like this is like whoever is owner or manager of this place should get fucking bitch slapped and fired. Like this is like it disgusts me that you would run your business this way. And that's the way I feel about it, and that's the way I feel about sports. That's the way I feel about media. That's the way I feel about a lot of the stuff. It's like I'm trying to help people, right? Like I do want to help them, but it's like I don't know a nice way to put some of my opinions on it. It's like it shouldn't be this way, It should and I think that as much as we want to blame the government, which I do, and I think that I do blame the elites a lot.
Yeah,
I think that it also comes down to like people have to at some point, people like me have to go and start saying like, this is unacceptable. Like we got to change. And the reason I told the white people story is like me and my wife looked at the white people and they were miserable. Like they're coming to this restaurant trying to get like a nice meal and they're miserable because the restaurant sucks and the vibe sucks, but they're just doing it anyways for like that little sliver of like Americana. Like they just want to feel like go to American restaurant, eat American food.
Yeah.
And
it's
something that's not there,
I don't know how we're gonna do it, guys, but one way or another, I don't know if I don't believe that like I will get anything close. But if I somehow manage to like if I get like this if I get the disability thing approved, and I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna try to start something. I have made my mind up. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. I don't know where I can do it, but there's got to be.
I think the way to start. I think the way to start is internet communities. Actually, something that may interest you, Chris, is JREG, the fucking funny.
Yeah, I love JREG. JREG.
So I don't know if he started a thing for like YouTubers. Is like this whole like YouTuber mentorship program in Toronto kind of like thing where basically they have like a physical space and they would all like get together.
That's my open source video thing.
I would encourage you to. I cannot remember the name of the channel. I think if you go on JREG's channel, it's under his associated channel. Yeah,
I think I saw something about it, but I didn't look into it any further because at the time I first saw it, I was like, damn it, like somebody else is doing my thing. But but I'm actually glad people are doing it. I'm actually glad that I'm glad that this is something that's starting because I want to see it happen. I believe that there's ways to make it sustainable and even profitable.
Yeah.
To the degree that it will help enrich because like I want to employ people and I want them to show up. I want them to and I don't want them to show up to work believing that this is going to be their job the rest of life. I want to employ people so I can help them achieve what they want to do. You know,
Yeah.
like that's what I want to do more than anything. That's what I try to do whenever I managed the movie theater in Vegas. Like I hired people specifically, and I would tell them, I was like, look, I'm not expecting you to work here for it is a shit job. I can't pay very much. I don't have the ability to pay more than like, what I can pay, but I will do everything I can, like whatever your goal is, I will do everything I can to try to help you reach that goal. And I would do that for everybody. And like, and then not everybody had a big goal. Some people just wanted a job to go to, and that's fine too. But like I want to and help, and I think like places like that, they attract people. Like people flock to places like that because like it's infectious. Like you go to a place like that, because I when I was younger, there were a couple of places like that left. Like there was a coffee shop that I went to one time whenever I went out of town with some friends to this place. It was way out in kind of like in this place called Kilgore, Texas, and like we went to this coffee shop that was on a college campus, and it was run by some ministry or something. But the vibe there was so infectious that like I literally I restructured. I tried to find a job in that area so I could go hang out at that place. I literally moved myself just so I could hang out at a place, and I ended up volunteering. I worked there for free. I worked there for free. I put on shows there. I started doing concert promotion. I brought in bands. That was like the start. That's like that's it just depresses me so much to think that my daughters aren't going to have. I mean, I'm so thankful my one daughter has her theater group. She has that at least. But
there are like places. I mean, hell, like I love going to like game stores and stuff. Just like there are big issues, and like a big one is like part of the point of a third place is you can easily reach it. It's not like a pain to get to. You don't have to drive 40 minutes through traffic to get to it. And unfortunately, that's just kind of how, unless you like live in a big city or something, you're gonna have to. I mean, hell, even
it's got to start in the big cities too, because like it's smaller towns. I mean, smaller towns unfortunately are not going to be able to support these kind of things right away. But eventually, I think there's a way to get. My parents just opened a coffee shop in Texarkana, which is so weird to me, because that was like literally my stated goal growing up was I wanted to open a coffee shop in Texarkana. They never wanted to, but then they decided to do this, and like they didn't even like, and it kind of hurt my feelings quite a bit, because they didn't even like try. They didn't even like reach out and be like, hey, do you want to come move here and help us start this coffee shop? No, they wanted to do it all on their own.
God.
I was like, fuck you, Mom.
This has been my dream.
Why are you doing this? This was supposed to be my thing. This is the thing I've talked about I talked about it for years,
No, that's kind of my like secret goals. Like I actually want to move to like a foreign country or just like somewhere like chill and just like disappear, and I just have a coffee shop or something like, and that's all I do.
Yeah. See, unfortunately, my part of my dream is slightly incompatible with the rest of my polycule. Part of it, I always in my heart will always want to live in a more rural place. I love the outdoors. I love living like in the around sort of more wild areas.
Sounds like you need to join a wolf pack, and how
I mean, like, you're just living in the wrong area. I mean, like, seriously, like out here in Texas, like there are spaces still here in the DFW area that are 5 minutes from suburban like sprawl stuff, but you can still live in what basically is like pastoral Texas.
Yeah.
That's
like my ideal. It's like pastoral America, just like fucking rural America. I mean,
just 10 minutes away, you can not even a 10-minute drive. You can get from the pastoral part to like where there's like a Whole Foods and a freaking Target and everything else like that. But it's just like, that's just on like this main street. But if you turn off that main street anywhere, you're just suddenly in the country. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
Like
no. I lived around in a lot of those areas. Yeah.
I'm trying to sell me on.
What's that?
Sounds like you might sell me on Texas.
Dude, there's a place out here called South Lake that's so new. It's such a newer area that on the main strip there, and this is a very nice, this is like the nice white area. Okay, this is why I generally go grocery shopping at this market. They're called Central Market because it's just like there's the only place I can get certain things. There's certain things I can only buy there. For example, I can get Carnegie Deli pastrami there, actual Carnegie Deli pastrami. And if you've ever had Carnegie Deli pastrami, it's not the same thing as any other pastrami. It is a completely different meat. It is unbelievable. It's not lunch meat. It's like a gourmet thing that you can just take it and just eat it, and it's like, I mean, just it's incredible. Okay. Anyway, nonetheless, you put right across the street from that, there's right across the street from that market, there is like one of those giant, like weird kind of like village market things, and then right next to that, where that is, there is a farmhouse that apparently just they said fuck you, or we're not selling to these things.
Yeah.
They still have how they have like a fence up with cows and horses, and they have an old this old looking like beat up looking farmhouse just sitting right there next to all the suburban, this like nice white all this nice white suburban sprawl. And if you turn back down this other road, you'll find like an old like beat up looking like old white church with like the church bell, and it's just it's weird, and it's kind of a surreal area, to be honest. It's insanely expensive, of course, too. But if you can afford to live there, it's so nice to like be able to like literally live in the country, but also right next to all of your nice white person shit.
Yeah, no, I am. God, I just like I want so bad like just living in a more rural area, have my own work bucket truck. Oh my God, just big spaces, semi self-sufficient. I'd love to have, like water drawn from a well. I'd love to have maybe not a farm, but like a big garden, small animals, stuff like that. I just like I've done that before. And
it's actually, there's actually, I mean, seriously, I mean, there is a reason why so many people from your generation and mine have been moving to Texas in such droves. I even saw an article about it from my major newspapers the other day about like that Texas is the #1 like moving to location right now. The part of the main reason is that there are like, you can actually buy land in some places, like not too far, like basically like not even like 45 minutes from where I am, you could buy land for fairly cheap still, and have land, and you could have it. You can buy a house that's not even like, I mean, it's still expensive as shit. The housing market's fucked, but comparatively to like another to living to in the city or to like California or something, like it's like the prices are just insanely cheap.
No kind of man if you ain't got land.
I mean, it's what's even crazier is like you don't even have to like do that. Like in Tennessee, for instance, my parents, they have a very, very nice house. Like it's way too fucking big now because only my brother and mom live there. So like, half that, most of the house doesn't even get used anymore. But that house cost them like $300,000, which is a lot of money. But like, you know what houses over here cost? Like,
oh, I know, yeah,
7 figures.
Dude, there's a big thing out here that people do that they don't it's kind of, have you heard of, I think they call them barn dominiums now. It's like as a kind of a joke title.
Yeah.
Like people literally they'll just take like an old barn and like they leave the exterior. It's like a giant old barn. They leave the exterior looking like a giant old barn, but then you walk in and it's a fucking like palatial, like,
that sounds awesome.
Like I went to one once, and like it was like I was just like there was a band that they broke up now, but they used to do house shows, and like they did a show at somebody's house that had that lived in one of these barn dominium things, and like you pull up this place and you think like what kind of shady shit is this, and you walk in, it's like this gorgeous, like, I mean, and like I talked to the people and they didn't even spend that much money on it. I mean, like because like it was, the barn structure was there and it was all good, so all I did was just remodel the inside. Like it's basically like a mansion that cost them, I think they said they spent like, I think they spent like $150,000 on it.
Oh my God,
wasn't,
that's fucking nothing.
Ridiculous.
That isn't for a full, oh my God, yeah, no, that's
well, I mean, they had this giant open space, and then they had loft areas upstairs for bedrooms. So it was like downstairs was big enough to like host a concert in.
You remind me of something, Chris. I wanted to mention this. because maybe Texas is the land of milk and honey, and I need to go there because that's what it's starting to sound like. But that aside, what I wanted to mention is, like I get ads for certain things, and one of the things I got an ad for is like this dude, and I could make some politically incorrect jokes, but I'm going to put all that aside. But essentially, it's for it's a guy telling people that real estate is dead as investment, but what you need to do is go get Section 8 housing, and then the government pays the rent for you, and blah blah. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? It's like, so here's my postulation for you and Lib. It's like the whole idea that people can own property as investment to become landlords, I find like reprehensible. Like I think
Neurojack, the base Georgist, a conservative who hates landlords.
I absolutely think
you.
that.
I do too.
I think it's like I think that you should not be allowed to own more than 2 houses until every single person in this country has 2 houses, right? Like I don't think you should be allowed to own more than 1 house as an investment. Like I mean more than 2 houses as an investment. I think that maybe 1 summer, 1 winter house max. And then anything else would have to be.
Yeah,
and
I don't think there's wrong with having like a single rental property, but like people that just like
well, and then
that can be a nice thing to do for somebody too.
Well, but then you have the whole thing is like, yeah, look, I'm not saying that there's no actual way to justify it, but what I'm saying is like your society is going to become what it is today.
Yeah.
With people speculating on, land and property for people to live in.
I would encourage you to do a little digging into an old group in England called the Diggers. There's a little pun for you there. They were
I've heard of the Diggers before.
Yeah, they were very religious, but almost like Quaker-esque. In a lot of those, they were nonviolent, and literally all they wanted to do was take some fallow ground and live and farm on it. And the British government came and burned their crops, tore down their homes, and arrested a shitload of them and killed a bunch of them.
As one does, yeah.
Sounds like British.
As one, yeah, very, very, how very British of them. They're definitely an interesting group to look up. They're like 1600s.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Well, this is kind of why like I do kind of like lean into the whole like I need to defend white people thing, because like my understanding of history before the British Empire really got a foothold in North America was that the whiteys who came over here in the beginning, like they did probably cause problems for the natives, but I think in general, like they had to negotiate with the people that were here before the British Empire came.
No. Yeah. Actually, before, I mean, so it does get kind of wonky because you like a lot of the bigger, more well-known established colonies were not very kind to the natives, aka like Columbus, basically everything Spain did was super fucked up.
Those are my ancestors. So yeah. I like that's one of the things like I always say, like people like my parents, like I don't have any history of slave owners in my family, but I probably have a history of conquistadors. So
yeah, not much better.
Not much better, no.
And the English colonists actually, so the Puritans were probably the worst of the groups. Actually, a good amount of the, I guess, like religious people who like came over to America for religious reasons, the later groups actually were a lot better. People like the Quakers and stuff like that. Those kinds of groups were the ones that had more amenable relationships with the Native Americans. The Puritans didn't really, obviously the English didn't, but a lot of the smaller groups who came across, they did because they had to, because they're living in a strange, weird place and they don't have the backing of the fucking British government. They don't have the full backing of the British government. Like they got to survive. And there were a lot of groups that did, out of necessity, even just work with Native Americans. And I think that was, at the very least, out of character for colonizers. A lot of while we can very heavily criticize a lot of American colonizers, we can also say that in the history of colonizing, there were actually a lot of groups in America that were uniquely humanitarian in regards to their colonization, especially when you compare to a lot of places in Africa and India, where they would just straight up like genocide an entire area, without mercy, without any hesitation. They would just go in. We have guns. If you do any attempt to resist us, we shoot you and your children. That was what they did. And
to be fair, like Aboriginals in Papua New Guinea also did this too, or in Micronesia also did this when they had the opportunity because of technology. So it's not a purely white people thing or colonizing.
No. Colonizing is humans have colonized. I mean, we can go back to even the Greeks the ancient Greeks had colonies, and the ancient Greeks did not establish their colonies via consent of the governed.
Alexander the Great isn't known for just going around being a super nice guy to everybody.
Yeah, humans have a pretty long history. Humans of all races, colors, and creeds have had a long history of doing some fucked up shit. It is worth noting that the more recent and probably more expansive colonizing was done by primarily white Europeans, but there's a whole host of reasons as to why we kind of focus on that, and that's partially because not all of that colonization is over. Some of the European countries still haven't given up their fucking colonies. Cough, cough, France.
Well, yeah, but see, here's the thing: is I think that you can make a strong argument, and I don't want to digress too much. First of all, I want to say what Red said in the chat about me wanting to be a Gordon Ramsay is kind of true. I am probably more Scottish.
Who wouldn't love to be Gordon Ramsay though? Like that guy and the unfortunately late Anthony Bourdain, man. Like those guys have like the best jobs in the world, right? I mean, something fucked up must be going on in Bourdain's life for that guy to kill himself, because that guy had the best fucking
he was
job.
wrapped up in some stuff that I can't talk about, or Lib might think I'm anti-Semitic, but apparently he was talking about some stuff.
I mean, look, it's the way you phrase it. Okay, it has. Jack, I also say the things that you say. I just say them in the way that doesn't make me sound anti-Semitic.
I know. Well, the thing is though, he was talking about the Israeli secret police and shit like that before he died. So I'm not saying it's necessarily related, but I'm just saying.
I mean, it depends. The Israeli secret. I mean, Mossad has actually. Honestly, I'm gonna be real. I think Mossad has been amped up. I don't think they're actually as fucking good. They ignored October 7th. They had warning about October 7th a year in advance, and they did nothing because they're fucking incompetent dumbasses. Is what I
I think there's there is definitely a mythos around Mossad that I think they have propagated this idea that they're like this super elite
here's the thing. Here's the thing. It was actually something else. I'm not even going to say the name, but if you go look up last tweets of Anthony Bourdain, it's not the Mossad, but anyway. So
okay, I was actually about to say one of the things that Israel does do very well is
colonizing.
Colonizing, but also police oppression, oppression by a police force, not a military force. They're really, really good at that. It turns out when you spend nearly a century with using your police force to oppress a group of people within your country, you get pretty good at it, which is why American cops oftentimes go over to Israel to train, which shouldn't worry anybody. That's not worrisome at all.
That's actually a very good point, and we should expand on that at a later point. I think that's actually very interesting.
Yeah, that's a good topic. I've heard about that before, and like I've always thought. Although I do know, like I have known a couple people that did know Krav Maga, and it was a kind of, it's a pretty hardcore martial art. I gotta give them credit.
But to go back to colonizing white people thing, like I just want to mention this really quick. I think, like I'm not defending all that, but what I'm saying is like also like, and this is actually a lot of what Machine Lies is kind of like talking about. And if you look deeper under the surface of what he's talking about, it's like, there's something about Christianity and Western culture that is, and the English language even, that is very universal in its application, right? And capitalism as well. Like it doesn't mean that it's good, but it's easy to like kind of like subsume other cultures into it. You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, no, capitalism, absolutely. One of the things I would say that has created the staying power of European colonization has been the exportation of the ideals of democracy. Not like in the like Cold War era America sense, where we're like, oh, we're bringing them democracy, but in the sense where like the ideas behind democracy, the Enlightenment, those are like, I think, universally human, like loved ideas. Like these are ideas that I think people of any culture or creed would look at. And
let me quantify a little bit what I'm saying. Like, because and I'm really happy to have this conversation because I've been wanting to talk about this subjects and I haven't had a chance. So I appreciate you guys helping me work through it. So
yeah,
for example, like, I'll just say that, like, okay, let's just talk about women's rights for 1 second. Like, okay,
sure, yeah,
and even the LGBTQ thing, right? Like, if you go to, like, let's just say parts of Asia, for example,
yeah,
women don't get treated the best.
Yeah, broadly speaking, yeah.
Right, broadly speaking, right? Like, I'm painting with a broad brush, but I think that you could make a strong argument that the rights of women in the West maybe have gone too far to the point where, like, you're treated unfairly as a man. But in general, it was trying to correct for some bad things that were happening in the West.
Actual inequities.
Right.
Yeah.
So in the East, a lot of women are interested in Western men, and a lot of people think that that's because of white skin and all this, which I think you could try to argue, but I think a much better argument is actually not because of that. I think it's because of our ethics around women are much better in the West for women, right? Like, we tend to not look at force as a viable option in regards to relationship management. You see what I mean?
No. Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
At least most of us, thank God. I mean, like, unfortunately, there's
exactly. I mean, there's always
in the world, but
right. And this is again back to the problem, like where like I generally argue.
Don't Google 40% cops.
What? Say it again.
I said don't Google 40% cops as it's making a joke. It's actually a meme. It's not 40%. It's not that 40% of cops, are domestically abusive to their spouses. It's that what we know is that at least 40%. It's probably higher.
Yeah, well, and I think that, I could argue very easily that a large part of that could probably be from the stress of the job, in which
it's large. Well, it's largely a selection bias. Like, honestly, like the police force kind of wants bullies, and
no, that's fair. No,
like
that's fair.
Shitty little man children who are bullies. Like, yeah, like I believe in. I agree intuitively that like a shitty little bully man child is probably going to be more likely to be a spouse beater. Definitely. Especially if you give them the ego and the gun,
He probably espoused Peter if he wasn't a cop, but it's more likely it's more likely that there's just a Venn diagram of those two things overlap pretty strongly.
Well, yeah. Well, no, and I think that you can make an argument that it is selection bias A and B. It's the stress of the job, and those two things together make for a recipe.
But over here, at least in the United States, it is viewed as broadly negative if you beat your wife.
Right.
Whereas in other countries and other cultures, it's not as negative. Depending, obviously.
Yeah,
I mean,
unless
she has it coming, though, right?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't even have to be that extreme. It doesn't even have to be that extreme of a thing. Like here's my point in saying this, right? Like, what I'm saying is this, like, I generally think that the West ought not impose its belief system on the world. However, I also do recognize that generally for the people in the world, what we are offering is very appealing relative to what they have, at least because of the Industrial Revolution on their culture, right?
Yeah.
So if you're going to have an Industrial Revolution, it's better to have like our ethical system and our general way of life as an overlay to compensate for the problems that you're going to have. Now, and also like regards to like women and stuff, like I think that they have serious problems in other countries about their culture, but I also think it's wrong for us to impose our way of life on them. But at the same time, like we are actually addressing real problems with what we would just say liberal capitalism mixed together, right? So it actually is a very difficult moral conundrum that we find ourselves in. And I think this is one thing that conservatives are missing, because like, as bad as the United States is, the fact that we have proliferated this culture across the world has kind of quote unquote civilized things. Now the question comes, at what cost?
Yeah, at what cost? Like, I mean, I do think we're at a bit of a sunk cost point where like the only way out is through. Like, this is part of the reason. Like, I'm not a huge fan of NATO, for instance, but I support NATO pretty wholeheartedly, because I think without NATO, the world would be a much more dangerous and scary place than with NATO, even with all the faults that NATO has. I
generally take that same position, and again, like I absolutely detest a lot of the actions of the United States and NATO. However, I also recognize, like, with the way things are currently, I don't trust Russia or China to be better stewards of the earth, personally.
Yeah. Also, the NATO actually can do good things, like the time that they bombed Yugoslavia into stopping a genocide. That was actually pretty based. Yugoslavia was doing a genocide, so we were like, hey, stop it. And they were like, no, so we bombed the shit out of them, and they stopped. It is my favorite.
That's base as fuck, Lib.
Actually, there was.
That was Clinton, right?
Yes, I believe it was Clinton.
Clinton did some other fucked up shit.
I did a ton of fucked up shit.
The Yugoslavia thing was good. Yeah, I agree.
Clinton is my favorite president of my lifetime, just because I think he was like the most interesting like person in the office, in my opinion.
I don't have a favorite. No, actually, it's Trump. It's not because of any of his policies. I just think he's funny.
No.
I mean, in terms of the one at least old Trump. Now Trump is clearly like
he's not nearly as funny.
He's declined.
I just think Clinton was like slick. You know what I mean?
No,
like,
I think he was too. He was a very good politician. Unironically.
I wanted to like Obama, but
no, I think Obama was like so slick that he wasn't charming. That's his problem. Like, he was so
part of it was at least for me as a young kid, part of his charm was his sincerity, and then he got in office and was like, lol, nah. And it's like, oh, okay, well, like, that was the appeal, was that you were.
I got a sense that he got a talking to.
Democracy lesson.
Oh no, he definitely did. That's unquestionably during his campaign. Looking back, there was definitely a shift in what his campaign took at some point, and it was he definitely got a fucking talking to, probably by some big wigs at the DNC. It got him elected, but he fucking sold his soul.
Just like Trump did. I think. I mean, honestly, even though I never
I
liked Trump,
I don't.
but he did seem to be really. He did seem to passionately hold some positions that he dropped very quickly upon like actually getting into office. That I think that it kind of happens to all of them.
Yeah.
I think they all get there.
Well,
They all get
here's
have you ever seen the footage of like the talk between the two presidents as they're like about to do like the inauguration? There's like this like footage I remember seeing of like George W. Bush like walking next to Obama, and like the look on both of their faces, it was like you could tell like it really looked like he was telling him like where all the bodies were buried kind of thing. It was like this, there's like this look of like despair on Obama's face as like in this like just it's just like some file footage. I've seen it a few times of just them walking through like the garden in the around the White House, and they're just like talking. And Obama's face is not like interesting. It was more like, oh my god, fucking hell, what the hell?
What the hell did I get myself into? God, I better not wear a tan suit. But yeah,
that is the worst thing he ever did by far. Forget the drawing stuff, but the tan suit, man. Fuck
the tan suit. Oh my god.
What was he thinking?
Can I ask you guys a funny question? Because like
absolutely.
I don't even care if this is true or not. Like I'm not one of these people who's like really like obsessed with it or anything. But like, do you think there's any possibility that Obama's wife was like they had like some sort of like gay sexual transgender relationship of some sort?
No.
His wife is a cis woman.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know.
I mean, I guess I don't know for certain, but I mean,
you are right.
She doesn't look trans to me at all.
Yeah.
No, me neither. Like, I think it's a fake news story, but like, I actually always just thought it was funny, like a funny thing.
Very much a fake news story. I don't like that.
No, I like I recognize that it was probably
HRT can do a lot of things. That is true. HRT cannot give you a womb, and I'm having seen Obama's children. Those are definitely
look an awful lot like them. Yeah,
those are definitely both of their kids.
No, I know. I'm just I just think I like to think that it could be possible just for fun. Like it's just
it would be unbelievably based if our first black president was also the one to have the first transgender lady. I would love it. So conservatives would be seething.
No, like even if
I would love that too. I would think that would be amazing.
I think it would be hilarious.
Yeah. You pulled it. I mean, I don't know why you kept it a secret for so long. You should have come out with that a long time ago.
It would be funnier. It would be so funny to me if she like whipped it out on camera too.
Well, no, she's definitely post-op. If she's
no, I'm just joking.
But I've heard those rumors about like I heard those same rumors about Melania and his daughter. I heard rumors like there was always, and I will say this for certain. I always thought, and I still think the whole birther thing was one of the stupidest things that any Republican ever latched onto. But the White House's response to it was more retarded than the actual conspiracy.
No, I'm aware. Yeah, the White House's response was
no, and look,
less than.
That's I never would have even consider that as a possibility until they released that stupid fucking PDF of a birth certificate where you could turn off the layers.
Here's the thing. Here's the reason I bring that up, and I know that you guys understand this, but this is more thought experiment because me and Chris are going to be writing some stuff related to this soon, in my opinion. The birther. From the birther moment forward, I think that there was a huge shift in American politics where like the conspiracy theory was normalized as a counterculture. And now that counterculture is being brought into the actual culture. Like Green Day, who is, very, very liberal. Their recent album came out, and I'm not a huge fan of Green Day since like 1996 on, but like their first three albums, I love those first three albums, but I just played the first song on their first album recently, and it was like basically about conspiracy theory and stuff. And I was like, oh boy, this means that they're like shifting this into the consciousness of of general population, right? And I just think that it's like, it is very interesting to me that it's like, if you look at the QAnon movement, the birther stuff, the all this stuff since Obama was president till now, it's like, it's very apparent to me that it's like, this is being weaponized by
I
our
think I don't think you're starting early enough. I think 9/11 was the start of it.
Oh no, for sure, no, definitely. But I think that was like, it was ambiguous enough, like you couldn't say 100% for sure.
It wasn't really. I would argue it wasn't really until QAnon, because QAnon, if so, there are a lot of conspiracy movements online that did exist that no longer exist, largely because they got swallowed up into the QAnon bubble. QAnon's kind of like this really, it's so amorphous that like they just swallow, like there's flat earthers who are like now like, you know, full-throated QAnoners. To some extent, there's large like conspiracy communities who, it doesn't matter what the conspiracy is, like they're there for the conspiracy, or they're there for like their conspiracy, and like it's usually it's usually something fucking it's usually the Jew thing. Okay, look, I'm sorry, it's usually the anti-Semitic thing.
It's usually the Jew thing. I still don't get it. To this day, since I've been young to my age now, as a 42-year-old, almost 43-year-old man, I still don't understand anti-Semitism, anti-Jewish.
It is taught Semitism. It is taught anti-Semitism. That is what it is. It is
so
parents.
Bizarre to me.
No, I know. I know people who have grown up with like very anti-Semitic parents in the South. Like it's one of those things where it's like it's not as taboo as like being, you know, like anti-black or anti-gay. So like people are a little bit less weird, like less, you know,
well, look, here's the thing though. Here's what I want to say about that specific subject. Like, part of the reason I lean into that so hard is like, I think it is very obvious at this point that it is a limited hangout of some sort that it has been allowed to progress to the point that it is now. Like it's cartoonishly been pushed as a trope in the countercultures for at least 10 years, right? And I think that, like, you know, you could say, well, that's just because white people hate Jews. And I just think that, like, there is being evidence shown to people, regardless if it's true or not, that is convincing enough to get people who are reasonable people, more or less, to fall into that category, right? Like, I'm just saying, like, you have to at least account for the fact that,
well, it doesn't take evidence is the problem, right? Like, people aren't convinced to be anti-Semitic based on,
I mean, evidence is a very, you know.
Yeah, what they're usually convinced by is they grew up and their parents, one or both of their parents would usually make anti-Semitic remarks, often, you know, anti-Semitic jokes, and then they grow up, they get on the internet, they find some anti-Semitic jokes like that started on 4chan, and it's like some meme where they put up a bunch of pictures of a bunch of like CEOs, and they just put a Jewish star next to all of them and say, "Oh, look at it, Jews run the world," and like that sort of like conditioning leads somebody to think something very, very convinced.
Sure. I mean, that's true, but like, I can tell you just from like my own perspective, like, I was never like a raging, you know, Jew hater person, but like,
no, I don't think you're anti-Semitic, Jack. I think you're
no, but yeah, but I did see stuff that kind of like, I could see the angle at which people would make such an argument. Now, I think it's lacking for many reasons, but I do understand why
I do too. Yeah. I just like.
Sure, and all I'm saying is, like, you know, all I'm trying to say is, like, you know, it's hard to say what I'm actually saying because it can and will be misconstrued very easily, and not by you,
No,
but
no,
just
I
by
know,
anybody who
know
might catch this
broadly.
later.
No, look,
Yeah,
see,
I know a
this
fair
is
amount.
this is why I fucking hate the anti-Semitism. Just let me hate the state of Israel without
Yeah, right.
people trying to make up excuses to call me an anti-Semite. All right, this is
Right,
making it more
right.
difficult. All right,
Well, that's actually kind of the thing that strikes me is like you notice how they made the right wing anti-Semitic, and now they have all these left wing people hating Israel, and now the right wing people has switched to supporting Israel, and the left has switched to hating it. See what I mean? It's like
it's not so much switching. There's multiple facets of the right. So like the thing is, the evangelical right broadly supports Israel for a lot of
reasons.
for
weird.
erroneous religious reasons.
No,
Yeah, it's just
yeah,
completely
no.
stupid.
I agree. They're very stupid reasons, but the fact is that they
They do.
have reasons and they're very stupid. But
Well, then
the
you have to say the same thing for the anti-Semitic people. Then I mean,
yeah,
because there
no.
are
They
reasons.
also they also think erroneously for very stupid reasons. I agree.
Okay.
Like I don't think that like even if it were true that Jewish people were disproportionately represented in the CEOs of
Yeah, even if that
a
was
bank.
true, as long as there's a poor Jewish person in the world, Jews don't run the world as a group.
Yeah, that's the conspiracy theory is that they run it as a group, or that like
Right.
they run it via and like that's the proxy for the state of Israel.
It's
And
like
like
I mean,
it's just
as long as there's as long as there's any poor Jewish people, and there's plenty of them, then
yeah,
Jewish people are as a group not responsible for whatever whatever it is
yeah.
they're making. And it's like it's the
And
same thing as
it,
like as long as there are poor black people or rich black people or whatever, it's like it's like they're like all the black, you can't say that like all the black people are being oppressed because there's rich black people, because that otherwise that would be like, I mean, it's just not that easy. It's not that
yeah,
simple. You can't group all people.
yeah,
Individual people
yeah.
might be Jewish and they might also be like, evil or running the world or something like that. But them being Jewish has 0% to do with it. It's just
Yeah,
such a
like that's a
stupid fucking argument. It's just
yeah,
like,
it's a very weak argument, and it's one that I just it frustrates me because I keep having to be
yeah, me
reminded
too.
of the existence of anti-Semitic people every time I want to talk about Israel, because it's like, oh, I have to like make sure that I'm not like that I'm like speaking very, very, very precisely, or else I know someone is gonna, because like I hate it. Like I want to go, hey, look, Israel is being this like rogue state. They're doing like some crazy shit. But like, look, if I say that, like, fucking Jeff's going to get on here and be like, what? That's crazy. I implicitly trust Israel on everything they say. They're always truthful. Of course. They, you anti-Semite. He hasn't called me an anti-Semite. I'm not going to even hyperbolically.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't, and he's never.
He's been very. He's been.
I can say that to
Yet,
be certain.
not yet. You mean not yet?
And I can tell you, like, I talk to Jeff all the time.
Yeah.
Jeff has never said in private,
No.
private, and I mean this. I mean, I normally wouldn't even say, but because what I'm saying is completely true and positive.
No,
There
I
was
know.
a single negative word
I know.
about either one
I
of you.
like Jeff.
I do too.
Like I will never go on Jeff's show again. But I like Jeff personally. It's just that like it's like.
He irritates me
I
sometimes.
just like to
but
pick. I just like to pick on him because it's like I don't want to believe that he doesn't understand what I'm saying sometimes. Like I just can't. Like I don't want to believe that he doesn't understand what
See,
I'm
the problem is, Neuro, is you have yet to accept that Jeff is actually just a fucking liberal. Like he doesn't want to admit it. He doesn't like admitting it. But like,
it's not even that. It's that what you guys are missing about a lot of it is how deeply autistic Jeff is, and like he's very autistic, and really is the autism has much more to do with it than it does anything else. He has trouble reading. He has trouble reading people's like tones and even facial, even if you're on
no,
camera.
yeah. No, yeah.
He has a lot
No,
of
I get it.
reasons.
I get it.
No,
And the thing
I
is,
know that.
I mean, I don't get it, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like, at the same time, it's like I don't know how to help him other than to just treat him as if he's normal. So I'm just going to treat him as if he's normal. You know what I mean? Like I could
I get
just
it.
like,
But I'm saying, but like, I'm just saying, like, his autism, which he's very open about,
Yeah.
has much more to do with like the conflicts he's had with you guys than he had
oh
than
no,
anything
yeah,
else.
no, that's why I'm saying I don't take it personal because the thing is like I might be autistic and not know it. I just generally just say I'm not because I'm going to treat myself as if I'm normal
All three
because
of us
I just
here
want
are
to.
on the spectrum. I'll say that.
Yeah,
We're all three
basically.
here on the spectrum. Jeff is
Well, I think the whole world
further to the side
could
of the
be
spectrum than
construed as
either any one of us, though, and like that's
yeah,
something just to keep in mind. I
sure.
mean,
Yeah.
and he's
No.
very open about that. I mean, that's not
Yeah.
like a secret. So
No, I'm not trying to like. I just there are definitely some ways in which I don't know, like the
Well,
ways in which he is simultaneously dismissive of anything, like saying like, oh yeah, like I don't care. What do I care about what's going on in Israel? But then also he will say, yeah, no, I don't think I just trust the state of Israel. I don't think they're possibly doing anything
yeah,
wrong.
yeah,
When
no,
United States money, like his tax dollars, are going to support Israel, so it would probably behoove the American public
right,
to
exactly. I agree with you.
to at least be given, the
Ability to say no sometimes.
well, not even just that, just the bare minimum of transparency. Like honestly, if if Israel would make a good faith public statement as to why they need to use artillery shells in a civilian area, I think that would go a long way. They're not going to because, I mean, I think the three of us on the panel recognize that the reason Israel wants to use artillery shells is because they are not particularly concerned with the deaths of Palestinians.
Right. Yeah.
And, if they use artillery shells, it makes it easier for them to destroy the infrastructure in Gaza, which will allow them to more easily do bad things.
You know what it reminds me of? Have you ever heard that song called "Kill the Poor" by Dead Kennedys?
Yes, no, I have.
Yeah, it's like I love the intro to that song. He's like, it's like at last we have the neutron bomb. It's nice and quick and clean and gets things done. And it's basically like about how like it just gets rid of all the people and the infrastructure is still there. Like like it's I just throw that out there because it's like. Again, I'm not mad at Jeff, but what I'm saying is like it's like the rhetoric that he uses. I've had him admit over and over again that it's basically authoritarianism, that he calls something else, and I'm like I'm fine with it. Like I don't mind you having that opinion, but don't try to hide it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's what bothers me about it. It's like just embrace it and be okay with it, right?
I guess part of the thing that I think worries me is, I've talked to Jeff and he's been like, yeah, no, look, if it comes out like later, and I don't know what could convince him of the existence of a genocide. I'm actually not sure how he determines whether or not something's a genocide, because I'm not I'm not convinced that he has a consistent definition. But like, after all of what's going on in Gaza is over and done, which I mean, it's looking like it's going to end up with piles of starved and diseased Gazans dying, and then the few remaining survivors being pushed into the Sinai Desert, where most of them will die due to exposure, or the Egyptian army, and the survivors will maybe get refuge in the United States, maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed.
Right.
But like after that, like I asked Jeff, I was like, hey, look, like if at the end of this, Israel completely pushes the Gazans out and like actually unequivocally does an ethnic cleansing, does a genocide, will you say that that's bad? They shouldn't have done that. And he's like, yeah, no, of course I would say that. And I don't believe him. I can say I do not trust that will be, and like that.
I will say that I have seen Jeff change his mind with new information on things before, so I don't think that's impossible. I see why you see it that way. Don't get me wrong, I do. I mean,
considering
I
he
feel
currently says
obligated.
he trusts the Israeli government. No, I understand your obligation. I just like I can't see why he would, because his whole thing is that he implicitly trusts Israel, basically no matter what. I mean, he says it's not no matter what, but like you and I both know that if it came out tomorrow that Israel actually did the 40 dead babies, he would say, oh, that's a woke source, even if it was the Israeli government, itself claiming that they did it. Or he would say it's actually not a war crime because they're not at war, or he'd make up some other excuse. There's 100 different ways he could run, and
I just want to make it clear, like I don't think that myself or Lib is like dogpiling on Jeff and picking. I don't think you are. I think what it's really about is like, for me, is like it's hard to in my personal thing is it's about the subject matter, A, and it's about B, the perceived good faith of a conversation. Like, if I can't reasonably believe that the people watching the conversation at hand is in good faith, then I don't want to participate in something that's going to be misconstrued as if it's. I think
Jeff is
other than what it is.
Jeff is largely good faith. I don't think I'm.
Oh no, I agree. I do agree. I do agree with that. I'm just saying, like, I cannot reasonably expect that people hearing my words about a very serious subject are going to be able to comprehend the level of sophisticated arguments I'm making, because of, like, if somebody is basically saying, well, you're a conspiracy theorist, or you're a Jew hater or something. And I know that, Lib, you never really said that, so I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying, like, if people might misconstrue what I'm saying that way because someone's misrepresenting what I'm saying, then I can't in good faith put my name on something that can be used as like a way to, like, make me look at something I'm not trying to get at, right?
Lib was feeling the exact same way today, so, like, you have nothing to worry about.
I mean, don't worry. I had the same exact experience as Jeff today. It was very fun.
Yeah, and again, I don't take it personal. I'm just saying, for me personally, it's something that I'm not willing to risk, and it's not because, like, I'm scared. It's just like life is short. Life is short, and I don't want to, I don't want to do something that I'm going to, think about the next day. Like, should I have tried to engage in this topic in this venue, right?
But believe me, I fully empathize with that position. I feel that just about every time I get on the stream. Sometimes.
Hey, I have my days too, guys. Don't get me wrong.
Of course. And again, I hope that Jeff see this and Jeff knows that, like, I'm not attacking him personally whatsoever. It's just more about, like, it's not even only about him. It's really actually about the audience that's cultivated around him as well. Because, like, I know for a fact that some of those people are misrepresenting friends of mine, like Machine Lies, like, purposefully twisting his words out of context, like, on 5 or 6 different venues simultaneously. And I'm like, I am not going to put myself in a position where these people are going to take what I said, misconstrue it, on this venue, and then use how people are misrepresenting my words against me, right? Like, I'm just not going to participate in that. Like, that is stupid, in my opinion, right? Like,
right.
When nobody was watching the stream, it was easier to justify it. Now it's like I have people who are actively, like, lying about people that I know. So I don't,
I understand. I understand entirely. Yeah. I mean, like, and believe me, like even me and Jeff have our conflicts too. Like, just earlier today, earlier today, like it was a rather casual, like kind of moment. It was like I can't remember between like we were watching after we watched IT Crowd or something, and which he completely didn't get at all. He thought it was completely unfunny. He said he could predict every joke that was coming, and I don't see how that's even possible. But whatever, it's fine. He didn't like it, and that's fine. But like it somehow the conversation came up between me and him and I think and Frank and somebody else that was there. I think it was probably Chopper Jeff or something like that. And like it's just something. It was some little comment about like Reagan, and I was like, like I've seen like I was a child when Reagan was president. I don't really have any like experience or personal thing with him. I've heard people like I've watched entire videos where people like try to paint him as like the Antichrist, but like but at the same time they don't really give much evidence for it, except for the fact that his administration definitely did some really fucked up stuff. But I'm not really sure how much of it was directly his involvement or whatever. And I wasn't saying like I'm not saying he's not. He might be, but at the same time I was like I didn't really see a lot of evidence in any of the stuff I saw. And he goes since when do you ever care about evidence? And I was like, dude, like that's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I think we all have like our Blythe moments. I think my primary issue with Jeff is, hey, what's up? That's why I prefer no bridge. Hey, what's up? I think the main issue, I think the main thing that like I think frustrated me was
I figured he was watching.
Yeah, was like the whole like
Satan has entered the chat.
Yeah.
I figured he's lurking because there's two people watching, and I was like, "There's nobody else that
no one else gonna be watching this."
Reddington's out there, and I figured like if there's anybody else is gotta be Jeff. So
I guess my main issue is recognition of no, Jeff. The thing is that you were platforming people who were twisting machines' words uncritically. I believe that was the. If that was,
I don't even like. I'm
not involved in that. I don't know. I don't even know
myself,
the drama, so I can't.
It's like the stuff with Machine, like the drama between him and various people. I can't keep up with it. It's always something.
I can't either.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I understand how you feel, man. I mean, like, I don't like people like, come after my friends either. I get it, I mean, like, if people coming after a Machine like that, I mean, like, I don't like when they come after him either, but I haven't actually seen them coming after him as much as like, I guess I've seen people say like some rogue comments, kind of like offhanded kind of stuff, but I haven't seen like the attacks like I see on his panel. Like his panel is where I see people like go after him and like just like viciously like go after TML and stuff. So I guess I haven't seen it as much as like maybe I'm just blind to it or something. I don't know, but I don't
know. I mean, it did seem the other day that like people were just really fucking on about something. They were definitely on about something. I didn't really understand any of it, but they were definitely on about something.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Jack. I didn't know that you were. I didn't notice you dropped off, man. I didn't notice that you'd gotten dropped down. Like I didn't see it until like I didn't see it. I looked back up and I was like, oh wait, what happened? I was like sitting here just like I was like sitting here like just kind of like looking at the ceiling or something while I was talking, and I just wasn't paying attention to the screen. God damn! I did not really. I just looked at the time. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Fuck! I did not realize I did that.
Oh my god! Have you? Oh god!
Holy shit! I had no idea. I'm pulling a machine here. I didn't even know it.
Yeah. No, this is a mistake. I have to be up for work in 2 hours, but it's fine.
Yeah, dude. I'm sorry. Well,
No, you're fine.
I certainly wasn't trying to keep you from sleeping before work. I feel like shit now.
I'll check. No, I was keeping me from doing it. That's fine. I'll chug a monster.
I know, but still at the same time, like if you should have mentioned that you had to work in the morning, I would have reminded you like
so
2 hours ago. I've been like, dude, you need to get off the panel and go get some sleep.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem, Chris. Just like with my Wikipedia deep dive from earlier. All right, this is what I do.
Right.
In fact, this is like ideal for my brain. Okay, I keep my brain just running 24/7. I'm about to I'm not going to go to sleep now, but if I were about to go to sleep, I would just be putting on a YouTube video, still 2x speed, by the way, to play in the background as I go to sleep, because
Hey
I
man,
have
me
to
and
have.
you, me and you are. We have we're supposed to be twin soul elements in that sense, man. I'm telling you, I cannot sleep. See, Lindsay and me, like even ever since we were together, even we used to, I mean, we have at different points, like depending on like the living situation, like slept. So we slept in the same bed a lot of times, but we've always like kind of slept separately
Yeah.
because like I can't sleep without noise.
Yeah.
I have to, and she can't sleep with it. And like, we love each other very much. It's like
Yeah.
people think it's weird, but like I can't sleep without some kind of noise. Like I will, if I fall asleep without noise on, I'll wake up like within an hour.
Yes. Nope. Same.
No shot. Like I will
Yep.
definitely wake up in like just an hour, and then I won't be able to sleep again for like another 8 hours.
Yep.
If I sleep with noise on, I might get 4.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's how I am. Actually, it's the same thing with actually like me and my girlfriend, because like now we have like all our 4 bedrooms and beds and stuff, and I've slept in her room like 2 or 3 times. I mean, like we sleep together all the time, but like it just hasn't. I like sleeping with noise, and she likes to just go to sleep. Also, she'll hate me saying this, but I'm gonna say it. This crazy, insane person wears jeans to bed. What the fuck is wrong with people from the Pacific Northwest, Chris? What
Well,
what psychos?
I do the same thing, but I have a trauma response reason for it. Don't make fun of me.
Okay. That's acceptable.
I literally I can't sleep without having pants on anymore. Ever since everything happened like a couple years back, because I had to be dressed and ready to go at any time. I couldn't, if I fell asleep in any kind of state of undress, like those extra seconds it would take me to get dressed my brain. I mean, I always had trouble sleeping, but ever since like that whole thing happened with Lindsay and like the psychosis thing, and like having to keep an eye on the door and make sure she wasn't going to like wander out into the street or something. Ever since that happened, ever since that whole period of time, I have to sleep fully dressed. I can't sleep in any state of undress. I won't be able to. I won't be able to get comfortable. I just can't. I have to be like, I basically, and if I generally always have socks on. Like this is right now.
Oh yeah, I always wear socks.
I generally have to have socks on, because that way I always have to have like slip-on shoes that I can slip into quickly, and like it's like it's a PTSD response. It really is. Like I have an actual post-traumatic stress disorder thing where like it's like if I don't have those conditions, like I can't sleep at all.
Yeah.
And I had to sleep. I couldn't sleep upstairs for over 2 years. Like I had to sleep downstairs on like this shitty futon that was killing my back because it was there by the door, so like, yeah, that's the reason why I do it. But like but yes, before that though, I would never sleep in jeans. That was not something I ever did before that. So I understand your pressure. But
now
as you were saying, I was just like,
let's hear in the chat who is a socks on autistic, okay? Because there's 2 kinds of autistics. There's socks on and socks off autistics. Jeff, are you the socks on kind of autistic? Do you have to always be wearing socks?
I'm not wearing socks right now, and it's just very rare. I just like it's just a rare, and it's
no, yeah. I mean, I sometimes don't wear them either, but like it's a 99% of the time, if unless I'm like in the shower, I have to have socks. Oh, you're a shoe. Oh God, you have it even worse. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I know, but I mean, I had to work my way out of that. I had, because I have the shoes I had from when I started wearing when I worked at Amazon were like these Skechers walk go shoes, whatever they're called, and like they're these like really super comfortable shoes, and they slip on really easily, and I just would keep them on all the time whenever during that time period. But now I've weaned myself away from them, so now I cannot have the shoes on my feet when I sleep. But there was a long time when I could not do that. But still to this day, I like sleeping without a shirt and pants on. No, Man,
Oh.
I don't like wearing shorts in general.
Oh.
So like shorts aren't even aren't even like a concept in my head.
Al-
It's like
also-
I have super soft jeans that I wear.
Yeah, Red. No, I do not wear socks in the shower. I'm saying outside of showering, I'm almost 99% of the time wearing socks because I hate walking on the. I love walking barefoot outside. I love walking barefoot like in grass or on gravel or something. I love that. But I hate like walking barefoot on floors. It just something that the texture is always wrong.
Yeah, I get you. I get it. Yeah,
I'm the
it's just,
same way about like
you don't want to feel anything gritty. It's just like the grit, right? You feel
it's,
like you
it's,
step on something gritty, and it triggers like this like why is it dirty,
yeah,
right? You know?
yeah,
Yeah, it's
no,
just
no.
like,
Whereas like, but like if I'm outside, it's like I step on something dirty and I'm like, oh, it's dirt because I'm outside.
exactly.
What
Yeah.
you
No,
fucking
no,
do.
I get it. I get it. I get it.
Not like big chunks of gravel, but like the fine gravel, like
Mm-hmm.
walking gravel.
Yeah.
Um,
No,
that's
I
fine
feel
to
you.
walk on. That's fine to
I
walk
feel
on.
you. I mean, yeah, I completely understand all that stuff. Like, I have some
But
weird clothing related
but
trauma
no,
for sure.
but no, my girlfriend, she just likes wearing fucking jeans to bed. I was talking to her about it the first time I ever realized it, and she was like, "Well, but you're wearing pants," and I was like, "I am wearing sweatpants. These are pajama pants. These are like they're soft and flowy and light and flexible. They're very flexible. Um, why the? Also, though, I don't wear stretchy jeans. I like oversized jeans, anyways.
Mm.
Like
That's different. Like the jeans I'm wearing very specifically are basically they're Lucky Brand, but they're basically leggings. But I have many different kinds of jeans. When I was running like the clothing store thing, like back then, like when I was doing the Poshmark store, I had I was buying like I was buying all the stuff in bulk and everything. So
yeah.
I still have too many pairs of jeans. I'm still trying to get rid of several of them because like I still have like I have like too many jeans. Like oh my god, I
No
really do.
such
But
thing. No such thing.
I have too many
I
pairs of pants. But dude, I mean, like, before the pandemic, before that stuff. Like, for example, like, I used to I used to love taking long showers. I would take like a 20-minute shower a day. Which is probably a bad thing to do anyway because water waste or whatever. But I don't know. I was something I did ever since I was a kid. I was just like, it was like it was something I was like, one of those shower thought type people. I would think in the shower, and it would I would unwind and stuff like that. And like but then all that stuff happened and like I couldn't even like so like if I shower I'm still in like this like fight or flight mode. I have to like jump in the shower, wet myself, like so rinse off and jump out as fast as possible even though there's no reason to anymore. It's
yeah.
still like I can't be comfortable like feeling like I'm like in a place where like I can't like I can't protect my space kind
Yeah.
of thing. And I feel like I feel like some sort of like caged animal or something. It's very
Yeah.
strange.
Oh God, your water comment made me reminded me of a joke that's not a joke, but it's very funny regardless. Did you know that if every single human being completely stopped driving their personal cars, um, corporations would still produce 70% of all global carbon emissions?
Yeah, no, I've heard that statistic before. It's that I remember hearing that a couple of years back or something like that, and I was like, I remember hearing that. I was like, yeah, but that figures. It's like one of those
And
things.
this is why we're fucked. This is why I'm a doomer.
Right. I don't believe we're fucked because even though I think that technology could possibly be the death of us all, I also think it's probably our best chance of saving ourselves. So like I'm
I mean,
still
at this point, it's not even just our best; it's basically our only, because all the other
yeah.
alternatives are too, at this point, too little, too late.
I mean, like, but there are some amazing advancements that have been made in recent years that really have that people don't even, you don't hear about as much as you hear about all the bad stuff. And like, like there's been some amazing advancements in desalinization,
Yeah,
for like drinking water and stuff like that. That like people, I think I think it sucks that people aren't as aware of that. That I mean, maybe it's not as sustainable and as widespread as it needs to be yet. But like that's been a major concern for people for a long time was drinking water and like getting like and creating I think it's like it's partially it's due to like the proliferation of graphene is what I understand. Like they're creating like these graphene filtration systems that can like almost instantly desalinate water or something like that. I read
yeah,
somewhere and I was like that's so fucking cool. Like I mean like that's like the kind of shit that like that's like fuck yeah science, science
Yeah.
doing something that's really
No,
fucking cool.
yeah. There's
Graphene itself is just fucking cool itself. Like
I will actually say one thing that gives me just a barest sliver amount of hopium was the stuff. There's some preliminary stuff that they may have figured out. Oh, God, I'm not a fucking scientist, so I don't know. It's the thing about batteries. It's something to do with batteries, and they can make these like basically batteries that don't like waste energy.
the superconductor thing that
The superconductor thing.
but it got disproven. I thought
it hasn't been
come back.
disproven.
They came back and said it's still possible. That's awesome. I didn't hear that.
It's not they came back and said that's still possible. It's that there are still groups that are working on attempting to replicate the process.
Right. Well, I always because I kind of thought that people abandoned it a little quickly myself. Like whenever like there were some replication problems, but I was like, it seemed like there was something there. It seemed like enough credible people thought there was something to it. That
that's
part of something.
That's what my hopium is about. Like there are actual like people, policymakers, actual like scientists who seem to think that there might be something here, and if we can solve the battery problem. Then that's one less problem to solve. It doesn't save us, but it's one less problem.
If we can just create batteries that can sustain and hold the energy that we could get from solar or whatever, like in a sustainable form for long enough, like it would solve. I mean, we literally like it would solve like so many of the energy and problems. So many problems that we have right now in society could be fixed. Although it's kind of scary, I guess, in the sense that like. It's then the other side of it's like the doomers on the other side are like, yeah, but then like it's just going to extend lifespans for everyone, and then overpopulation or blah blah blah. So like you can never.
Well, the really doomer part, I think the realistic doomer part is that it just won't happen because the necessary money to invest in that kind of infrastructure, it wouldn't happen, even if like if we had these superconductors, if we had these batteries that could infinitely hold energy or indefinitely hold energy, they would start off being very expensive, and someone would draft an infrastructure bill that's like, hey, we are going to revitalize our economy because there's this new technology that is actually going to really help people. And literally solve so many problems in society, and people are going to be like, that's so expensive. That's
right. Yeah.
That's $20 billion.
And this is one of the few instances where the greed or the hubris of someone like an Elon Musk comes in handy, because he wants those batteries for his fucking stupid cars. And
yeah, but we also have to take the downside of Elon Musk, where he basically killed the high-speed rail that California was doing because he wanted to. Okay, it's probably
don't get me wrong. I'm not a huge Elon Musk fan, dude.
No, I know. I'm just
saying, but like, because he specifically, being as powerful and rich as he is, has interests specifically related to getting batteries and such to work, better and longer in order to make his business more profitable. He
does also have incentive for only him to have those batteries, which I do find.
Well, so far he has. So far he was for a while, like I thought he was licensing out the technology for people to for some of his cell batteries to be used for people's houses for solar technology. That wasn't.
And he also was like, oh, hey, this boring tunnel thing, we can use the dirt to make bricks.
The tunnel thing was straight up retarded. Yeah, I'm with you there.
Oh, no, not the tunnel thing. It's worse than the tunnel thing. Someone asked him about if they could use the dirt that they were drilling out to make bricks to build poor people houses, and he was like, yeah, that sounds like we should totally do that. And then and then everyone fucking ran with it, and it's like, oh my god, and then he ran with it too, and it's like, it's the stupidest thing in the fucking world.
It's a sweet idea, But yeah, it's pretty dumb.
It's really dumb. Okay. No,
you gotta admire the sort of optimism that comes up with an idea like that in the first place, though. Like we could use the stone you're drilling to make poor people houses. You gotta admire that kind of
we can 3D print houses with concrete.
Oh my god! Well,
that's such a better idea.
Yeah, we actually can. Yeah, I know, and it is a better idea. But I mean, at the same time, it's like I mean, that's expensive too. But don't get me wrong. I think
no, I know. I think that is actually going to be a really big boon for construction. Is going to be like that sort of like 3D printing stuff. That kind of technology is going to be really useful.
I have been like ever since like I first saw a 3D printer in action back about I don't know like it's before Clover was born, so like 16, 17 years ago when I worked at Unica Home, and it was the first time I'd actually seen one in action, and they were using them like literally as like to make like little art sculptures and stuff like that. That was the only thing they were used for, and with the polymers and stuff like that. And I've seen that and for the longest time, like for like the last 10 years, I've been saying like I've been trying to convince people like it would be such a good business idea to to buy like the largest possible like and most capable 3D printer you can, set it up in a place and offer its uses to people for like for a small fee for like to let them use to print things for prototyping and stuff like that. Really good business idea, and everybody's like, it's like I don't understand like why people didn't jump on that. But instead now like because there's very few like. Yeah. I mean, it seems like a perfectly like perfectly reasonable type business you could use is like you could go and you could have a chair printed. You could have like you could design a chair and go have it printed. Yep. It's a cool business. That's a cool thing you could do, and you wouldn't even have to like make like a huge markup on it or anything like that. You could literally like charge like a small percentage above the cost of the material and stuff like that, and just enough to keep things sustainable and keep people employed and like and like you could actually make a decent ethical business out of that, I think. Yeah. But
some 3D printers now can 3D print with like biodegradable materials. It's actually like really cool technology. Oh god, I did see I mean, it's been forever ago. I haven't been on TikTok in forever, which I'm proud of for me. But it's just a TikTok I saw like forever ago. It's like, oh, white men need to quit using their 3D printers to print little plastic trinkets because it's killing the earth. And it's like, look, if every single white man stopped printing little plastic trinkets with their 3D printers, corporations would still be producing.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my god, like I understand what people are going for. Like, yeah, no ethical consumption under capitalism. Everything we do is based off of the exploitation and suffering of countless other human beings. I don't know how to fix that.
Yeah, I don't either.
Like, I wish I did.
Not to mention the fact that it's nice to think that like it's kind of the same kind of mentality behind like people that still try to sort out the recycling, even though it all goes the same. It gets dumped into the same fucking.
Actually, it depends.
At least around here, I know it doesn't.
Yeah, I was about to say when I lived in Tennessee, it also did not get sorted. However, up here, apparently they take it very seriously. They'll fucking fine you for not separating that shit. Which honestly, I am not like a fan of the whole like recycling movement, but like I don't know. Look, if they also leverage those fines towards companies who don't separate them, so it balances out a little bit.
The companies are definitely producing enough waste that could be recycled into something, whereas like your couple of milk jug containers are probably not going to make much difference. But hey, do your part. Yeah. I think it's cool. I've always said the same thing about. I've had my same view on environmentalism since I was much younger. I was like, I don't know. I don't fully understand climate science or anything like that. I don't have to still believe that we should do the best we can for the earth we live on. It's like it just makes sense. Like it just makes sense to just like be good to the planet you live on.
Yeah.
Stupid. You know, like I mean,
Yeah.
what's wrong with that? Like, how is that
Well,
a liberal position? Like that,
well,
just to think that like we should
because then you'll have a Republican get up in the House of Representatives and seriously claim that the planet warming up is good for people because plants like the sun or some shit. I don't know. I can't remember what they said. Some representative said some like
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it was one of the MAGA crowd too. Like it wasn't
even and to that same
neocons
person,
wouldn't
and to
even
that same
imagine.
person, I would still say we should still try to be good to the earth we live on. It doesn't even matter about like what your warming theory or anything. It's just like basically it's the same thing as being polite to people in society, right? It's like
Well,
you should just generally just try to be like, as they say, a good steward or whatever. You should of the place you live or whatever. You should just generally like like throwing away your trash in a proper receptacle is not like a horrible, that's not something that people think is like reprehensible to expect of people. And I don't think it's reprehensible to think to try to think of ways that we could reduce emissions that could be harmful or anything else, like not just to the environment but to people. The emissions aren't good for us either.
This also brings up a good question, and this is I'm gonna hold you to this. This needs to be my last question to you.
Sure.
Because I need to go probably make some breakfast and coffee. Do you put the cart back?
You know what? I will probably tell you that I absolutely always do.
not all the way back to the front of the store, but in those things in the thing.
If they don't have one of those things, I will take it back to the front of the store, and that is with my Vertigo.
They usually have the things. Is the nice thing.
Well, the market I go to, usually Central Market, they actually don't. They only have them really far out in the parking lot. So pretty much your only option is to either walk further out into the parking lot to put it into that one,
or walk all the way back.
Walk to the store. But I walk around like a walking stick type thing anyway. So like I just like
it's more of a hypothetical.
But no, I've always done that. I don't know. Ever since I was a kid, I used to. I even used to. I once worked security for a mall, and part of the mall had like a grocery store like thing, and part of the thing we would do at night. Or I would do at night is I would take like I would find like the rogue shopping carts, and I would kind of line them up in front of the car and then try to like steer them into the
oh my god,
it was like a game to play to pass the time, because it was like it was like night shift security at a mall. Like it was like it was just like, so I would take the shopping carts and I would like get like 2 or 3 together, and I'd like stack them up, and I'd try to like aim the car and see if I could like steer it into the thing like that.
Oh my god!
There were no cars or anything to hit, so it was fine. I used to, I even used to like put them back, like, and that wasn't even part of my job. Like nobody asked me to do that. I don't know why. I've always been really. I think it's because my grandfather worked at a grocery store for like my whole life, and he was always like, you make sure you put the cart back, and I guess that just stuck with me.
Yep. So that's like, I just every time I go to the store, I like think in my head and I look around and I see, even if it's just 1 or 2 carts that are just like hanging out in the middle of the fucking parking lot, I like think, and I'm like, what is the circumstances that leads someone to do, like, because in my experience, people don't usually go to grocery stores that they don't go to often. Usually if people go to a grocery store, it's the one that they always go to. And I just think in my head, I'm like, most people, if you go to some place often, you want that place to be as clean and convenient as possible. Usually, that's just kind of like, people like things being clean and convenient, and it just boggles my mind. Like, I have been sore and tired after like working long shifts and then having to go to the fucking store, and I take my fucking cart back because I want to live in a society where people put their fucking carts back.
I feel you so hard on that one, man. I feel like 100%. I have had like I've literally I don't even know if it was like a thought I had or if it was like a thing I saw on the internet now, but like I remember having that thought of like that was like the actual like like measure of if a person was good or not. And the other one that I have that annoys me, this is my other thing, is people that back into spaces unnecessarily.
Yes.
People that back into spaces unnecessarily piss me the fuck off.
Oh my God.
I mean, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to prepare for your getaway when you rob the store? What the fuck are you doing? Like taking all your time trying to like back your giant ass truck into this tiny ass. Oh god.
Yeah.
If you're actually trying to unload or load something, that's cool. You know, that makes sense. You know, and I'm so like the apartment complex I live in is a shithole. I hate it. The one thing they have done since I've lived here is that they've made a policy change 2 years ago where they made it illegal to park in the parking lot here. If you backed into a space, you have to pull for a way into a space.
Reddington, no, you don't take the cart back.
Oh no, he's probably talking about the back into the space thing.
Oh, okay.
I bet he is. The only time I've ever backed into spaces like was whenever I had a backup camera on my on the Prius I used to have, and I was unloading groceries. That's the only time I've ever really done it. But in around here, there's like this obsession, like, and it's always like people in the biggest fucking
big trucks.
The biggest fucking truck in the county, and they will like even in like these tiny narrow parking lots will just like insist on like they will like sit there and like they hold up the whole like parking lot, the whole thing like gets like, you know, jammed up because this one guy, he just has to back into there's no advantage to back into space. It does not make any difference, but like you gotta back into that space, you know. It's like, oh god, it makes me so mad. Like those are two things that I consider like that's like the two things like I think like I'm like these are the things that you really go to hell for.
Yeah. I know I said one more thing, but one more thing, and this is it. I'm leaving after this. Seattle architects are hilariously optimistic about the number of compact cars people drive around here. I go to a parking lot and like half of the parking spaces are those like slightly smaller ones that have compact written on them.
Mm-hmm.
For like the smaller compact vehicles.
Yeah.
I drive a Corolla. Okay. I drive a tiny Corolla. I can't even fucking fit in those. Okay. Mm-hmm. We're still in America, my guy. Every third person has an F-250. Okay. Even though we're in Seattle.
And you know what sucks even more is that the fucking cars those are made for, which is like apparently only those goddamn clown cars I call smart cars, because those are the only stupid. Those things don't even get good gas mileage.
No, they don't.
Did you know that? Like, because like I thought the only reason anyone would drive one of those stupid fucking cars, like it's got to be one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever seen on a road. They look retarded. They have no room and space in them. They have 2 seats and like enough room for, I don't know, a single bag of groceries. Like you might as well take a moped. Yeah. Really, you might as well take a moped. At least your gas mileage would be amazing then. But then like we saw one on a lot, and I found out the thing gets 27 miles a gallon in the city, and I was like, that's worse than my friggin' minivan right now.
Yeah, like it's insane. Like honestly, the future is hybrids. Okay, hybrid cars of any variety is like that's the future. Okay, because it's like it's ideal for people who live in suburban or urban environments, and honestly, even in like rural areas, like they'll still probably have a bunch of fucking hybrids there eventually, just because you use less gas, and less gas means you don't have to spend as much money at the gas station.
No, I know. Seriously, I'm getting a very small tax refund this year, apparently, because I sold just enough stuff on Poshmark to make enough income to qualify for some degree of like whatever, like the earned income tax credit thing or whatever, right? Because I have 2 children, right?
Yeah.
So I'm getting a very smallish tax refund, and if I can somehow like my only goal with it is to like, because our van is about to explode. It's going to explode any day, and I've been looking online, and people are selling like about like 10, 13-year-old Priuses that have like 150,000 miles on them, but those cars will hold up. I swear to God, people think they're stupid and ugly. I don't give a shit. They get 45 miles to the gallon, and they're actually better for the environment than a fucking Tesla. So like, I don't understand what people like, you know, why people like try to like hate on them so much. I mean, you know, Toyota Priuses are fine cars in my opinion. So anyway, well, have a good night. Go get yourself some coffee.
Also really fast, Reddington, Dave Rubin, he's a conservative commentator who is hilariously incompetent. His like the guy he respects most, Larry King, went on an interview with him, and Larry King took a phone call during his fucking interview.
Joel, you didn't see the beginning of the stream. At the beginning of the stream, Rowan, I don't know if you know Rowan he's been on the stream before.
Yeah, I've met Rowan.
But Rowan came on. He was practicing his Dave Rubin AI voice thing because
God.
Yeah, it wasn't actually Dave Rubin. It was Rowan on the stream came on to practice because he's gonna prank call Sam Cedar later this week. So.
Oh, based, hell yeah, let's go. I love prank calling Sam Cedar.
So he literally came on the beginning of the stream, and I was helping him. I was helping him tune his AI voice thing so it sounded more like actual Dave Rubin. So I was helping him, giving him like yeah.
I mean, I never claimed that I was giving a fair and impartial summary. All I did was say that it was funny that he was disrespected by the person he respected most. Also, he is a mediocre interviewer. I'll give.
I don't like him. I don't like him at all. So
I don't like him. I'm attempting to give a fair and impartial summary. I can say this: Joe Rogan is a much better interviewer than Dave Rubin by a lot.
Oh, by a lot. I mean, I honestly give. Bye, Jeff.
Bye, Jeff.
I actually think Rogan is one of the better interviewers because of the fact that he listens more than he talks, and and when he asks questions, he usually, until he gets stoned, asks fairly good directional questions for an interview. You know, he actually directs an interview in a proper way. I think he's actually he's the last person like I ever would have predicted to be a great interviewer, but he's good at it, you know, like whatever.
No,
but yeah, Rubin is like, I don't know, he's whatever, he's fine. I don't know, he's a milquetoast Republican guy who's also gay, I guess, and that's like a you know, me and Rowan just joked about it for a while. It was great. I mean, that's probably the only part of the stream probably worth going back and rewatching for anybody else out there.
I'm fine with making fun of any political commentator, no matter their political affiliation, because it's usually fucking hilarious.
Yeah, me too. Me too. But I'm saying, but yeah, but it was funny though. I mean, like we had a good time. We watched a little like some weird ass like CGI video somebody made of like it was some sort of like a Chalthonic Dennis Prager thing like conversing with like Dave, and then Dave Rubin opens his skull and like eats his brain, and Prager eats his brain out and then turns into a giant spider creature and crawls the wall. Yeah, I think
it's a metaphor for something. I don't know what
look, if you look in the private chat right there, if that sounds interesting to you, that very first link at the top.
I can't see anything before I joined.
Oh, okay. Here, let me copy and post it right back.
There we go.
You can save that for later.
Yes.
You will enjoy it. It's got that style of like that, kind of like that. What's that? Like Xavier Renegade Angel kind of like vibe of like.
Oh my god, I'm already into it. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, so I hope you have a good day at work, man. I hope it's not too painful. Yeah, have a great one.
Nah, it's fine. I'll just drink an extra monster. See ya.
See you later, man. Bye. Anybody else? I cannot believe I accidentally streamed for 6 hours. It was not my intention to do it all. I just wanted to rant about True Detective. That was my only goal. I didn't even expect anybody to watch or come on. I just figured I had True Detective season 4 like rage I needed to get out. I needed to excise it from my soul. And I did that, and then right around the time I was done, then Liv and then Nero showed up, and now it's been 6 hours. So dear God, God help me. Anyway, I don't know who is out there still watching. If you're still out there, Jeff, good night. If you're still out there, Reddington, good night. Thanks for watching. It was a bizarre. This is not something I've never done this before. So like this was not really the intention for my what was it? I listed as like the no hitters podcast like negative number 5 because like I was like, because this is just gonna be pop culture related, but then it turned into all this other shit or whatever. And you can never keep on top of the panels in the panelverse. It's like you just got to be prepared to go where it takes you. You got to just ride that wave, man. That's all you can do. All right. So if you guys are out there, good night, and I mean, or good morning, actually. Good morning. Uh, I can tell you I can tell you honestly, Jeff, if I hadn't been doing this, I would have just been laying in bed, not sleeping, because I haven't been sleeping well lately anyway. So I've been laying awake till like 5 or 6 in the morning every day anyway. So it would have been the same either way. So at least I feel like I purged the bile I had from the anger I had from True Detective season 4. Myself, I no longer feel angry. I feel like I feel like a weight has been lifted from me now that I got that off my chest earlier. So good night, everybody. Yes, in this room.